The water off Cape Cod was a churning, unforgiving beast on that Memorial Day afternoon. I was 17, and the cold bit through my wetsuit with teeth made of ice. 73%. That number was a ghost haunting every stroke I took. 73% of candidates for rescue swimmer school washed out, failed, gave up. I had 2 summers left to turn myself into one of the 27% who wouldn't. The 6-foot swells and whitecaps weren't a nuisance. They were my proving ground. My arms were lead, my lungs burned, and a deep, bone-weary exhaustion had settled in half an hour ago. But personal bests aren't set on calm, sunny days. They're carved out of moments like this, when every instinct screams to stop. I fixed my eyes on a point past the next rolling wall of grey-green water, just 100 more yards, just 5 more minutes. In the grand scheme of a life I was desperate to claim, 300 seconds was nothing. I kicked harder, the salt spray stinging my eyes, and pushed toward the mark. Focusing on my breathing, I kept my head low and pushed through the water, counting each second. At 211, I inhaled a mouthful of salt water and surfaced coughing, yanking the mouthpiece free as soon as I cleared the wave that had flooded the snorkel. "Hudson!" Gavin yelled from my left, cutting the engine of the 23-foot fishing boat our dad affectionately called his 4th child, though given her age, she probably ranked as his first. "That's enough for today. I'm only 30 yards from a personal record," I shouted back, treading water as another swell rolled under me. "You need to get your butt in this boat before these waves get worse," he shot back, peering over his sunglasses from the console, even under the grey sky. "You're spent?"
30 yards isn't happening.
"Screw you!" I shoved the mouthpiece back in and got ready to dive again, just to show him I could. This hangover is destroying me, and unless you want Caroline steering your next practice run, you'll climb in now before I have to turn around in this current. He moved toward the stern as the boat drifted, then leaned over, unhooked the ladder's swinging top, and pushed it into the water. Damn, he was serious. Our older sister was a fussing mother hen who wouldn't dream of taking me out in seas like these, which meant my record attempt would have to wait. Annoyance fueled my next few strokes as I swam toward the boat. Timing the stern's rise and fall with the swells, I hauled myself up the 3-rung ladder. "I missed you, and I'm glad you're back, but you're the worst. I almost had it." I climbed over the narrow swim platform onto the towel-covered bench, then pulled up the ladder. Dad would kill us if we didn't take care of the worn leather. The boat pitched again as I tore off my mask and the hood of my wetsuit, tossing them into the black canvas bag near Gavin's feet. "You cut me deep, little brother." He pressed a hand to his chest with mock drama and gripped the back of the driver's seat as another wave lifted us. "Let's head home so I can hear the lecture Dad's been polishing all day. Wouldn't want all that effort to go to waste. He's just—" Words escaped me, just like they had since Gavin dropped his news in the middle of our parents' cafe that morning. "Disappointed I'm quitting college," Gavin finished for me. Unlike Caroline, who managed to finish her degree while married and working 2 jobs. "Don't measure yourself against our sister and cut Dad some slack. He's just in shock." I peeled off the rest of my suit, leaving me in a pair of his old Hawaiian print swim trunks after ditching the dive socks. "I switched majors 4 times in 2 years, Gavin said, reaching above the wheel for my Bruins cap. "Believe me, Dad isn't surprised." Fair point. Gavin was famous for chasing a good time, not for seeing things through. You could crash at Caroline and Sean's tonight, while Mom works her magic. I made my way across the salt-faded deck carpet toward him. I'm not leaving Mom to clean up my mess. Change of subject. A grin touched Gavin's mouth. "You're not even 17 yet, and you're blowing your savings on a new wetsuit. It's like you're seriously trying to swim all the way to Alaska. Don't think I didn't see that map over your bed. Some dreams stick." I'd found a documentary 3 years back and had wanted to be a rescue swimmer stationed in Sitka. Ever since, helping people, check. Adrenaline, check. Moving across the country from the only home I'd ever known, check. I grabbed a towel from the back seat, rubbed it over my head and chest, then pulled on a t-shirt. "And thanks for bringing me out. Dad gets tied up." I'll take you out every day if it helps. Gavin shoved my hat against my chest, keeping his balance effortlessly as the boat rocked. Thanks. I knew better than to take his promise literally. His heart was in the right place, but execution often fell short. Maybe it's a bit excessive, but it gives me a goal to chase. A chill ran down my arms as I adjusted my hat. 64 degrees was unseasonably warm, yet the water's edge felt brutally cold. I get that, he said, turning the key. The engine rumbled to life, but he left it in neutral, his gaze drifting past me. Is that a rowboat out there? Out here? No chance. I followed his stare and saw it, a small craft, maybe 100 yards west, with a sputtering motor and 2 figures. Were they crouching? What on earth are they up to? Gavin asked as the boat dipped between waves, the occupants repeatedly leaning down. Just riding the swells. A heavy dread settled in my stomach. I snatched the binoculars from the glove compartment and focused on the other boat. You've got to be kidding me. 2 young women, both around my age, were in what looked like a 14-foot dinghy with a worn-out motor, frantically scooping water over the sides with their hands. They're not riding, they're sinking. And neither had a life vest on. I passed the binoculars to Gavin. We need to get over there. Well, this is just great, Gavin muttered, tossing the binoculars back and slamming the compartment shut. Hang on tight. I gripped the windshield and the dashboard rail as Gavin hit the throttle. The bow lifted sharply before he adjusted the trim, levelling us out, but the waves hammered the hull without mercy. After a third jarring impact nearly sent us sideways, Gavin cursed and changed our angle. We'll need to approach them, he began. With the current, I finished. Salt spray soaked the windshield with every wave. My eyes stayed fixed on the struggling boat, and a bolt of fear, quickly replaced by adrenaline, shot through me as the little vessel tipped into a trough and water flooded over the bow. If they were in trouble before, they were now in a full-blown crisis. I moved behind Gavin to the starboard side, flipping up the rear seat as he eased back on the throttle to slow our approach. Boats don't have brakes, after all. This couldn't be happening. Are there only 2 life jackets here? Only 2 people were supposed to be on board, Gavin called back as we idled about 20 yards off their port side. I hurriedly pulled on one of the bright yellow vests, fastened the 3 clips, then grabbed the second and did the same, tugging the straps to make it fit over the first. Can you get us any closer? Not without drifting right into them or past them, he answered, removing his sunglasses. Damn, I think they're help us, the one in the pink shirt screamed, standing at the bow of the violently rocking boat and waving her arms wildly as if we might have missed them. My eyes went wide.
Sit down! What was she doing? Hand me a jacket. Gavin reached out his hand. The girl in the back scrambled for the other vest, but it was too late. The next swell crashed over the side of the already unstable boat, flipping it over. Both girls vanished beneath the water, and my heart seized. I'm going in. I climbed onto the passenger seat. There was no time to debate. The hell you are, I'm not letting you. I dove, in a wetsuit. The water had been chilly. Without it, the cold was a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. The life jackets buoyed me up, and I gasped for breath as I broke the surface, salt water burning my eyes. Hudson, you idiot! Gavin yelled from behind me, but I was already swimming. My focus absolute, please. Let them both be okay. I surged through the water faster than I ever had before. The extra jackets a clumsy burden, but fear and adrenaline were powerful fuels. My heart hammered against my ribs as I reached the overturned prow and found the 2 girls clinging desperately to the hull. Their fingers were white-knuckled on the shallow keel, and the sheer relief of seeing them alive left me speechless. They were okay, stuck in a dangerous worsening spot, but breathing and bickering. How was I supposed to know it was leaking? The one in the pink top yelled at the girl in green whose back was to me, or almost out of fuel. And I definitely didn't invite you to leap into the boat as I was pulling away. What else was I supposed to do? The one in green answered, her voice eerily steady despite the clear clatter of her teeth. I was trying to stop you. Our father specifically said this dinghy was off limits.
I just needed 5 minutes of peace away from her, the pink-clad girl cried. And now she's going to murder us both when she finds out we wrecked it. You two ready to get out of the water? I called out, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I swam around the stern. Both girls whipped their heads toward me, wet ponytails slinging droplets as they turned. A trickle of red from the nearest girl's hairline snagged my notice. But it was her eyes that held it completely. They were strikingly large for her delicate face, the warm, deep amber of aged bourbon framed by thick lashes beaded with water. Her focus travelled over me, pausing briefly on the fasteners at my collar before lifting to meet my own stare. The moment our eyes locked, every coherent thought evaporated from my mind. I'd never been struck by lightning, but I was certain this was the sensation. And she was injured, right? Focus, you're bleeding? I began, a sudden, sharp concern clenching in my chest. Oh, thank heavens! The girl in pink launched herself from the boat toward me, and I caught her on pure reflex.
"I'm only 14, she announced, with theatrical despair, gripping my shoulders as she gazed up with wide, terrified brown eyes. "That is far too young to die because I forgot to check the gas gauge, or for holes also. I'm not a strong swimmer." And she decided to take a dilapidated rowboat out without a life vest. Incredible. "Just give me a moment and we'll get you fixed up," I said, kicking closer to the hull. "Hold on like everything depends on it."
She pulled back, her expression one of utter offence, her mouth falling open. "He's wearing 2 life vests, Eva," the girl with the whiskey-coloured eyes said softly. "You need to put one on before he can take you to his boat." "Oh, right." Eva seized the keel again as another wave lifted and dropped us, the boat groaning but staying afloat. "You'll come right back for Allie, won't you?" "I'll be perfectly fine, Eva," the other began to protest. "Actually, I think I need to take you back first," I said, directing my words to the girl in green, Allie, presumably as the icy water began to numb my core. "She's 16, and she's a much stronger swimmer than I am," Eva insisted, her voice rising. "That's completely accurate." Allie's teeth chattered violently. "Please, just take Eva. I can wait. You're hurt, and we don't have the luxury for a debate." I kicked hard to maintain position against the tug of the current.
"It's just a scrape on my head, not my arm or anything. I'll manage." Her anxious look flickered toward Eva. "I'm sorry. Since when was a head injury preferable? She genuinely can't swim well." "Please, get her to safety first," Ali implored, a faint pink tinge dripping from her chin. "What's your name?" "Hudson Ellis." We were wasting precious time. I released the top set of buckles, and Eva immediately grabbed the vest the second it came free. "Hey, careful, Hudson."
Allie's voice shook with cold. "I'm Alessandra. I don't know if you have brothers or sisters, but there is nothing in this world more important to me than my sisters. That explained her stubbornness. "Except for ballet," Eva muttered, wrestling her arms into the life vest sleeves as another swell jostled us. "Nothing," Alessandra repeated, her intense gaze refusing to release mine. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed in my mind. My own younger sister years ago, insisting I go first on the last sled down a snowy hill. That same fierce, protective love was shining in Alessandra's eyes now, a detail that carved itself into the moment far deeper than the cold ever could. "You have to take my little sister first. Please, I can't leave her here." Fear flashed in her eyes, tightening her expression, but she lifted her chin defiantly. "I won't go without her." Damn! It was exactly how I felt about Caroline and Gavin. I understood that fierce, bone-deep loyalty instantly. We gave each other endless grief, but we always had each other's backs, no matter what. Alessandra clearly felt the same way about her family. Something in my chest shifted, and all my practical judgment seemed to wash away with the waves, because that single, stubborn request made me feel like I already knew her. "I have siblings, too," I said, my hands moving to the next set of buckles.
"I get it." Her eyes narrowed in confusion. "What are you doing?"
I shrugged my right arm free from the life jacket, gripped the edge of the boat for stability,
then slid the rest of the bright yellow neoprene off my left arm and held it out to her. "Put this on." "No." She looked from the jacket to me and back again. "You need it. The water's too rough. I don't. I'm a strong swimmer, and this is the only deal I can offer." I tried for a reassuring smile.
"It'll take us less than 5 minutes to get you both into the boat." 5 minutes? Eva's voice spiked with alarm. "Less than," I repeated, keeping my focus on Alessandra. "Anything is manageable for 5 minutes. I'll stay right with you both. Take the jacket." It broke every rescue rule I'd ever heard, but I found I didn't care. "I can't let you do that," she insisted, shaking her head. "I'm a stranger," I reminded her. "No, you're Hudson Ellis." Her arms were trembling. "Then we're stuck, because you won't leave your sister, and I won't leave you." I pushed the life jacket closer. I'm incredibly stubborn, so waiting just means you're both in the cold water longer. "Come on, Allie. I'm freezing," Eva pleaded. Alessandra finally took the jacket. Once it was secured, the three of us began swimming toward Gavin. By the time I helped the girls into our boat, their lips had taken on a bluish tint, and the waves had swallowed the last remnants of their rowboat. "What the hell were you thinking?" Gavin snapped at me. "They're alive," I shot back. I handed my black rip curl hoodie to Alessandra, ignoring her initial refusal, and passed nearly all our towels to Eva before getting them both settled. "We really should get you to a doctor." Alessandra shook her head, zipping up the oversized sweatshirt. It practically swallowed her. "Our mother will notice we're missing." "Seriously?" My eyebrows shot up.
If you need a doctor, we have to go, Eva whispered. I don't, Alessandra stated firmly, her tone turning sharp with her sister. Can you imagine what she'll do to us? What the hell? Even when Gavin and I got caught doing something stupid, our mum's first reaction was always sheer relief that we hadn't managed to get ourselves killed. We could just call your dad. Wait, you're not going to tell her that, Eva began, her eyes widening with fresh panic. I never tell her, do I?
Alessandra retorted, her hands vanishing into the long sleeves of my hoodie. The whole scene felt strangely staged, like a performance where she was desperately holding a script together. "Can I check your head?" Gavin asked, moving past me as the boat rocked. Our hull sat deeper in the water than their little rowboat had, but we still shouldn't linger out here with the storm building. Alessandra gave a tight nod, and Gavin leaned in to examine the cut. "It's small and the bleeding's stopped."
"Probably doesn't need stitches," he announced, then shot me a look that promised a serious discussion about my judgment later. "Can you please just take us home?" Alessandra asked, squaring her shoulders and composing herself with a speed that was both impressive and unsettling. Her eyes, however, betrayed a nervous energy she couldn't quite hide. "We live? I know where you live," Gavin interrupted, his expression grim. "We'll take you." He did. My gaze snapped toward him. "Thanks."
Alessandra drew her knees up, bundling them inside my borrowed sweatshirt, and her eyes briefly met mine. "I mean it. Thank you, Hudson. Don't mention it. Damn, I really liked how my name sounded when she said it. We're maybe 15 minutes from the dock." Gavin caught my eye and jerked his head toward the console. I followed him to the seats behind the dashboard. "That was completely reckless, you know," he muttered, shaking his head. I barely had time to grab the handrail before he pushed the throttle forward, steering us past the public beaches toward the western cliffs. "And tone down the way you're staring at her. You do know who they are, right?" Gavin kept his voice low, just for me. "No, but you clearly do." I shot back, rubbing the towel over my arms to fight off the chill. The air was biting. "And I'm not staring." It was a technical truth, since I was facing forward. "I saw the whole thing."
"You're staring," he scoffed. "And it's a bad idea. They're the youngest Rousseau sisters. Alessandra and Eva, if I've got the names right, don't even think about asking her out. Their parents don't let them mingle outside their own crowd, especially not with locals. Rousseau, one of those old money families with the summer estates on the bluffs. My stomach did a weird flip. The ballerinas. That explained why I didn't recognize them."
They trained here every summer, but they were practically kept under house arrest until their mother paraded them out in August for the annual competition that flooded the town with wealthy dance tourists. "There are 4 of them, right?" I was pretty sure I'd glimpsed a couple of them in the coffee shop before, but my summers were usually spent on lifeguard duty. Yeah, Gavin confirmed. And you're eyeing the one Lena calls the quiet one. Just don't. Who's Lena? It was hard to picture Alessandra as quiet after the fierce way she'd defended her sister. He winced. The oldest, 19, unbelievably talented, stunning, and incredibly frustrating. She's built walls a mile high, and I've got a feeling it's a family trait. They seem to interact with some locals, I said, giving him a pointed look. Alessandra isn't Lena. She follows the rules, Gavin insisted as we cut through the choppy water. And this little rescue mission stays between us. Caroline absolutely despises them. Something about a spilled milkshake and them acting entitled. Great. The last thing I needed was to upset Caroline. I doubt Alessandra was involved. I'd only known her for 5 minutes, but she didn't strike me as entitled at all. So much for not staring. Seriously, they're not allowed to date, and I don't want to deal with you moping about it later, Gavin said, rolling his eyes before finally dropping the subject. I glanced over my shoulder and found Alessandra watching me with an intensity that suggested noticing the 2 life jackets earlier wasn't a fluke. She probably missed nothing, always that perceptive. Observant could easily be mistaken for quiet, especially in a big family. She tilted her head slightly, and a sudden, irrational desire for more time with her hit me square in the chest. Not in a romantic way. She was completely out of my league. I just wanted to know what music played in her headphones, which novels she reread, her top 3 movies. I wanted to know if the isolation ever bothered her, and what genuinely made her laugh. As the cliffs loomed closer, my chest grew tighter. Whatever I did or said in the next few minutes would decide whether I'd ever get a real chance to know her, or if this would just be a fleeting encounter I'd always wonder about. She hugged her knees with one arm, her other hand gripping the rail, and looked away when her sister leaned in to whisper something I couldn't hear. We finally reached a long wooden pier and boathouse nestled at the foot of the cliffs, where the grand summer homes perched above. 2 brunettes were waiting there, one looking anxious, and the other absolutely livid. "She's furious," Gavin murmured under his breath, his eyes fixed on the angry one as we coasted toward the dock's side. He cut the engine to a gentle idle as we drifted within reach. "How's it going, Lena?" he called out. The next few swells would bring us right to the ladder. If Gavin misjudged this, our dad would have our heads. "You've got my sisters in that boat, so that pretty much sums it up." Lena shot back, planting her hands on her hips. A flicker of something softer crossed her face. "Though I will say it's good to see you, Gavin." Noted. Was my brother actually blushing? I couldn't believe it. "How do you know them?" Eva shouted up from the boat. I moved quickly to the starboard side, tossing out the boys to protect the hull from scraping against the rough pilings, then leaned over, ready to grab the ladder when it was close enough. "That's none of your concern," Lena retorted sharply. "Now thank the Ellis boys and get up this ladder. Oh my God, Allie, are you hurt?" Her anger vanished in an instant as she dropped to her knees at the edge of the pier, peering down at us, bobbing on the water. The other sister, Anne, rushed to her side immediately. "Is she hurt? How bad is it? Can she climb?" "It's really nothing, Anne," Alessandra answered, her voice steady. "I promise." I seized the heavy wooden ladder, the old planks groaning in protest as I took the boat's weight. Looping a rope around it, I secured us to the middle cleat before the next wave could pull us away or slam us into the structure. "She knows them," Lena sneaks out, Eva whispered fiercely to Alessandra as Gavin killed the engine. "Sounds that way," Ali replied, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she and Eva moved toward me. Good for her. A sudden bright spark of hope ignited in my chest. Maybe Gavin was onto something. Maybe she wasn't a rule breaker. But I had a feeling she might just be the type to bend them. Eva tossed her soggy towels onto the deck, muttered a quick thanks, and scrambled onto the ladder between the swells. The following wave sloshed water over the swim platform and onto the seats. "You should get up there before the next one hits," Gavin said to Alessandra, and I seriously considered decking my own brother for stating the obvious. Right.
Thank you for coming to get us.
She offered me a fleeting, genuine smile. You're welcome. I held out a hand to assist her, but she was already moving, climbing over the seat with an easy grace and reaching the ladder effortlessly. She was a few rungs up when the next smaller wave rocked the boat, and she glanced down with a wince.
Oh no, I'm still wearing your hoodie.
2 options, I said, grinning up at her. The timing was tight, maybe 10 seconds before the next swell. Keep it, or bring it back, next time I take you out on the water. Damn, that's bold, Gavin muttered, just loud enough for me to hear. He wasn't wrong. She hesitated, her mouth opening and closing. I'm not allowed to date, and I'm only here for the summer. I kind of figured, I said, my grin widening, but can you have friends for the summer? Her forehead furrowed in thought. That's debatable. I'm not really great with people.
Just drop a note by the Ellis place, the cafe, if you decide it's worth debating, Alessandra. I kept my eyes on hers as I reached for the cleat to untie us. Okay, she said, and her smile then did something dangerous to my pulse. I had to remind my heart that friends were the absolute limit here. A friend would call me Allie. Yes, Allie it is, I said, slipping the rope free as Gavin fired up the engine.
She shook her head, as if surprised by her own admission about considering rule-bending, and began climbing toward her waiting sisters. By the end of that summer, she was my best friend. By the end of the next one, she hated me, and I couldn't blame her one bit. Chapter 2, Olai, 15 months later. My vision swam, everything tilting and blurring. A high-pitched ringing filled my ears, drowning out other sounds. What just happened?
You're okay.
Lena was saying, her voice strained as she pressed something cool and damp against my temple. I felt a trickle of warmth slide down the side of my face. You're going to be okay, Allie. Just hold on. I'm so sorry. I never should have taken that turn with such speed. Firelight flickered at the edge of my vision as I gazed up at my sister, my voice utterly lost. The harsh stench of smoke and scorched rubber burned my throat with every gasp. Lena looked down at me, a soft smile on her face. I love you, Allie. I'm so sorry. I tried to tell her I loved her back, but only a pained whimper escaped as agony erupted from my skull and shot like lightning down my leg. I attempted to shift, my left foot catching the muddy lip of the roadside ditch and jolting my frame, but my right leg lay utterly useless. Where were we? Some forgotten back road. A chill was seeping into my bones.
Listen to me, Lena commanded, her voice turning urgent, and the world tilted before her face swam back into view, though her words were swallowed by the relentless siren wailing in my ears. She pressed harder against my temple. Follow what you feel, and look after what I'm leaving for you. Leaving? How could she leave? How was I supposed to care for Anne and Eva? They needed her steady presence, not my uncertainty. Lena was our anchor. You have to keep going.
Lena slid her ring, our mother's ring, from her finger and tucked it into the pocket of my skirt, which had once been white but was now a grim tapestry of dirt, ash, and dark spreading stains. She placed my hands over the cloth, pressed to my head. I love you. Don't move. Someone is coming. Just stay right here. She stood, smoothing the hem of her blue dress, then turned and dashed down the embankment, her long hair streaming behind her as she broke into a full run. Stay. The command was crystal clear in my mind, but my lips remained frozen. Flames clawed higher into the dark sky, devouring the branches of the twisted oak she was racing toward. Not just a tree. Lena's car. It was a crushed wreck against the trunk, the passenger door hanging open, and fire was now vomiting from beneath the ruined hood. An accident. We'd had an accident. What on earth was she thinking? No. I tried to scream, but my voice failed as Lena reached the driver's side. Couldn't she see the inferno? What could possibly be so crucial inside? A sudden horrifying thought. Oh God, were Anne and Ava still in the world detonated. A wave of blistering heat slammed into me, turning the night into a false, furious dawn. Chapter 3. Ale, Risonto. OMG, she's incredible. I'm seeing her dance Giselle tonight, and I can barely wait. 10 years later, my finger hovered above my preferred playlist. Tonight demanded certainty, not experimentation. So I selected the reliable rehearsal track instead, placing my phone on the blanket beside me. Taking needle and thread in hand, I began the ritual puncture, guide, draw, puncture, guide, draw. The strains of Adolphe, Adams, Giselle filled my ears, the well-worn music silencing every worry except the performance ahead. I'd been a fraction behind on the travelling hops in last night's dress rehearsal, and that misstep could not be repeated. My hands worked on autopilot, securing the elastic of my tights to the prepared satin of my pointy shoe. This should have been Lena's moment, not mine. She was born for this role, a fact our mother had pointedly revisited throughout the entire 3-month rehearsal process, as if I needed the reminder: puncture, guide, pull. I sewed as if each stitch could mend the ancient, ragged tear of loss that still lingered. My unreliable ankle could go to hell. Tonight, everything had to be flawless. Mom would be in the audience, and any mistake would be all she'd choose to remember. My hand gave a slight tremor, and the needle plunged through the satin to prick my fingertip. I hissed at the sudden pain, instinctively sucking on the finger before inspecting it. Luckily, the skin was only offended, not pierced. My entire life had been a funnel leading to this single point. Every dawn at the Barry, every lost toenail, and that one fractured bone, every grueling month of physical therapy after the crash, even the persistent tendinitis that mocked the concept of recovery. For this part, on this stage, with this company, I'd offered up my body, my youth, my peace of mind, and any chance at a healthy relationship with the very woman I was desperate to impress tonight. I'd sacrificed it all. I'd even sacrificed him. A familiar, deep ache pulsed in rhythm with my own heartbeat, far more persistent than the sharp sting of the needle. The old question surfaced again. Unwelcome and sharp, had he truly sacrificed me? My hand stilled for a moment. "You okay over there?" Eva's voice was nearly swallowed by the music in my ears. I tugged out one earbud and glanced over my shoulder. She was perched on the lone chair in my dressing room, her sharp brown eyes meeting mine in the vanity mirror, a lip liner paused in her hand. "Allie?" One perfectly arched, painted eyebrow lifted. My little sister possessed a heart-shaped face and delicate features that could project an angelic innocence with terrifying accuracy. But beneath that sweet exterior, she was the fastest of us Rousseau sisters to retaliate when provoked, or even mildly inconvenienced. It was fitting. She resembled our mother the most, as Mum possessed a true gift for landing the first, most cutting blow. "I'm fine," I said, offering a practiced, polished smile. Dwelling on thoughts of Mum was not an option. If I did, my pulse would skyrocket, my breath would hitch, and my throat would constrict painfully. Crap. I tilted my head back, forcing down the tightening knot. Just like that. I drew a slow breath in through my nose and released it through my mouth, fighting the familiar pre-performance nausea that churned in my stomach. Tonight, it felt less like a wave and more like a full-scale oceanic uprising. Eva's reflection studied me, her eyes narrowing a fraction. Why do I not believe a word of that? There was no way I was giving her a reason to fret, not on the night of her debut as a company dancer. I knew of several sister pairs dancing in companies across the country, but we were the only ones here at the Metropolitan Ballet. Though there should have been 3 of us. "Really? It's nothing," I insisted, turning my focus back to the satin shoe in my lap. I left the left earbud on the soft grey blanket beside me as the orchestra swelled into the variation in the right, push, pull. The repetitive motion of the needle was a meditation. In my mind, I traced the choreography's pathways. It was a variation I adored, not that love made the execution any less demanding there. That was the precise moment last night, during the final dress rehearsal, when the adrenaline had faded and the pain in my ankle announced itself with a vengeance, making me falter and lose the beat. I was demanding too much from it, but the role left no other choice. "How's the Achilles holding up?" Eva asked, as if she'd been eavesdropping on my thoughts. "It's fine." Any other response would have sent her sprinting to our artistic director, Vasily, in a flurry of sisterly alarm. "Liar," she muttered, her hands growing more frantic as she rummaged through her makeup bag. Where is it? Pull. With one ear free, I could hear the music mingling with the soft click of Eva's brushes on the counter, the quiet rustle of my warm-up pants as I adjusted my position, and the steady hum of the space heater fighting the late January chill that seeped into every corner backstage at the Opera House. Last week, during a particularly frigid rehearsal, that little heater had been our only solace, a tiny island of warmth we'd huddled around sharing stories of our father's terrible, wonderful dad jokes. Where on earth is my lucky lipstick? Eva's voice climbed an octave. Check my bag, I said without looking up. You don't even wear ruthless red, she protested, her tone edging toward panic. No, but you do, I said, finally glancing back at her. A small, genuine smile touched my lips.
And I love you.
Her shoulders slumped in immediate relief. And you knew I'd lose mine. She released her own bag and reached for mine, a slight smile finally breaking through her frustration. And I knew you'd lose yours, I confirmed with a nod. Thank you. The tension visibly drained from her posture. A gentle knock sounded at the doorframe. Lacey stood there, her trusted clipboard in hand. I removed my other earbud, letting the music fade completely.
30 minutes to places, Lacey announced. Oh, and your sister is? Right here, Anne interrupted, leaning into the doorway with the warm, easy smile she'd gotten from our dad, along with his hazel eyes and the golden brown curls she'd expertly pinned into an elegant updo. Eva and I took after our mother in the hair department, with strands darker than the strongest espresso.
While Eva's hair fell in a sleek, pin-straight curtain, my own waves required a small arsenal of products and frequent salon visits to even approach submission. Anne's curls always looked perfectly effortless. The tightness in my chest loosened at once, and my smile grew to match her own in our family. So drawn to the sea, Anne was the steady palm tree, bending in the storm but never snapping. Anne! Eva sprang from her chair and flung her arms around our older sister. Easy there! Anne laughed, hugging her back, the diamonds in her wedding ring catching the light. Thanks, Lacey. We've got it from here, I said, and the stage manager gave a nod before walking away. You look wonderful, Anne said, holding Eva at arm's length for a brief inspection, her expression warm. That costume is a perfect fit. I'm so excited to watch you. I'm only in the ensemble, Eva replied with a shrug, moving aside. Alessandra is the one who's really shining tonight. Isn't that right, Allie? Just for this evening, I said, finishing the stitch and testing my foot to ensure it was secure. Every single night, as far as I'm concerned, Anne declared. She knelt beside me, her elegant black dress be damned, and wrapped me in a careful hug, mindful of my stage makeup. I hugged her back just as tightly, holding my needles safely between my fingers. I'm really happy you're here. Anne possessed a gift for smoothing over any trouble. Dad travelling for work? Anne had the itinerary. Mom critiquing our technique. Anne was there to redirect. She was a walking, talking comfort. Lena might have been the eldest of us four, but Anne had always carried that quintessential big sister aura. Me too, she whispered, pulling back just enough to give me the same approving look she'd given Ava. Stunning, as always, you're going to be incredible. I only want it to be perfect for her, I said, as she settled onto the blanket beside me. As if you have any other mode besides perfect, Eva mumbled. Anne shot her a sharp look, and I lifted my right foot into my lap, suppressing a wince at the persistent ache in my Achilles. Are you in pain? Of course Anne would notice. I began. If you even think about saying fine, she warned, her keen eyes fixed on my ankle. She got a cortisone shot yesterday, Eva offered, leaning close to the mirror to adjust her eyeliner. Anne's eyebrows shot up. Does Kenna know about this? As my closest friend or as the company physician? The answer is yes to both, I retorted, turning to Eva, I added, and you're 25 years old. Don't you think it's time to stop reporting on me? It's time you learned when to slow down, Anne chided gently. Tomorrow, I answered, my needle moving swiftly. Tomorrow, the production would switch from Giselle to Romeo and Juliet. While Eva would still perform with the corps, I'd have the next few weeks off from performing. I planned to rest my ankle for a day or two, as Kenner advised, before trying it out in rehearsal with Isaac. It's always tomorrow with you, Anne sighed. If Mom found out you were dancing hurt. Who do you think we learned it from? Eva quipped. I couldn't help a faint smile. She wasn't wrong. Pushing through pain was the first lesson Mom ever taught us, applicable to both the studio and life itself. Ironically, it meant our family wasn't just made of dancers, but of expert concealers too. I'm okay. It's been a demanding few weeks with all the rehearsals, shows, and my sessions with Isaac. Isaac? Anne glanced at Eva as my fingers lightly traced the thin silver scar on my tendon. For a split second, the sound of shattering glass echoed in my memory, but I shut it down firmly. Not tonight. Tonight I would dance for Mum, because Lena never had the opportunity. Isaac Burden, Eva supplied. Ah, the next Balanchine, Anne said, standing and brushing off her dress. Don't give me that look, Eva. Just because I'm not on stage anymore doesn't mean I'm out of touch with the dance world. I do read, Anne insisted, but Anne did far more than just read. She was the driving force behind most of the company's major events, having single-handedly built the Haven Cove Classic into a premier summer competition for dancers under 20, a legacy our mother had helped establish. I never said you didn't, Eva replied, raising her hands in mock surrender. I'm just shocked you're reading about Isaac being the next Balanchine. Don't let him hear you say that, I said with a grin, securing the final stitches on my shoe.
We'd need a bigger building for his ego.
I tested the repair, flexing my foot before carefully standing. Did you see the article mentioning Ali choreographed a piece with him? Eva asked, her voice laced with playful curiosity. Seriously? Anne's head snapped toward me, her eyebrows shooting up. It was hardly anything, I said, trying to sound casual. He was the artist in residence before Nutcracker season. Honestly, he did most of the choreographing. I just gave feedback on what worked. Memories of those studio nights and quiet mornings flickered through my mind, bringing a private smile. He wasn't a forever kind of guy. That possibility had vanished long ago. But as of for now, he was exactly what I needed. That's incredible. Anne beamed, her excitement palpable. Your own ballet? We'll see, I said, keeping my own smile restrained, much like my expectations regarding Isaac. I reached for my first act costume. My fingers brushed the amethyst ring in my pocket, a silent touchstone, before I slipped off my old frayed black hoodie and hung it over a chair. Stepping out of my warm-up pants, I carefully got into the costume. Must be nice having a zipper, Eva mumbled as Anne moved to help me. Core costumes still use those awful hook and eye closures for multiple dancers. I gathered my hair aside as Anne zipped me up, biting back a retort to Eva's complaining.
I'm sure you'll get a zipper next season,
Anne reassured her, giving my shoulder a pat. Mom is over the moon knowing you'll both be performing tonight. A fresh wave of nausea rolled through me. The vegetable soup I'd forced down earlier churned unpleasantly. She's in the family box? I asked, already knowing the answer, undoubtedly seated with Anne's husband. I grabbed the blanket from the floor and tossed it onto my bag. With Finn and Eloise, Anne confirmed, watching me like a scout as I rose onto Pointy a few times, testing the shoes and the protest in my arches. I thought Eloise was still teaching at the Vaganova Academy, I said, schooling my features against a sharp pain in my Achilles. She just retired. And you have an understudy for a reason? Anne whispered, her brow furrowed with concern.
If you push that tendon too far, I just need the music to start, I whispered back, my eyes following Eva as she moved toward the hallway. Any other role and I might consider sitting out. But Giselle, Anne met my gaze, her eyes glistening for a brief second before she pressed her lips together and gave a firm nod. Shall we? Eva called over her shoulder as dancers streamed past our open door toward the stage wings. Absolutely, I said, fixing a bright, artificial smile on my face.
Anne linked her arm with mine, keeping her voice low. You let her get ready in here? Shouldn't she be with the core building team spirit? Beneath all that confidence, she gets really nervous. To everyone else, she's still the new girl. I'd joined the company at 18, climbing from apprentice to principal by 25. Eva's path had been different years in Boston, then Houston, grinding her way up before getting her MBC audition. I'm just trying to make it a little easier for her.
You got her the audition, and you even agreed to that silly Seconds app she's obsessed with?
Anne said, giving my arm a gentle squeeze. I'd say you've helped more than enough. We stepped into the bustling hallway and found Ava waiting for us, standing beside Vasily Kozlov, the Metropolitan Ballet Company's artistic director. My breath caught in my chest. Vasily held the kind of influence that could define our careers. His silver hair was impeccably styled. His three-piece suit without a single wrinkle. It was difficult to reconcile the vibrant man with those lively blue eyes with the fact he shared my mother's 64 years. They had both started in this company as young dancers, yet Vasily had ascended into choreography and a marriage to our executive director while my mother had stepped away at the height of her career, turning to motherhood and later teaching.
Ah, there you are,
Vasily said warmly, extending his hand. I offered mine, and he delivered the familiar brisk kiss to my knuckles, a ritual before every performance since I became a principal. Prepared to enchant us all tonight, Alessandra? I'll strive to make you proud, I replied, my stomach churning. Keep it together. The last thing you need is to be sick in front of him. Since my own father's passing, Vasily had been the nearest figure I had to a paternal guide. She's dedicating tonight's performance to our mother, Eva chimed in. Sophia's here. His attention snapped to Anne, a faint crease forming between his eyebrows as if searching his memory. She scarcely leaves that private academy of hers except for the classic. Will she be? I'll be sure to pass along your regards, Anne cut in smoothly, preventing the inevitable awkward request for a visit. Ah, yes, he murmured, his brow still furrowed. Anneli, correct? The daughter who isn't a dancer. She also coordinates all company events, including the classic, I interjected, a protective edge sharpening my tone, despite knowing Vasily's comment stemmed from habit, not malice. He had a tendency to only fully acknowledge those directly within his professional sphere. That's right, Anne affirmed with a polished smile, then turned to Eva and me. I'll find you both after the show. We need to discuss summer arrangements for the beach house. But I can't possibly, Eva began. You can and you will, Anne stated, fixing our younger sister with a look that brooked no argument. We are not losing that property simply because you refuse to take a break. Her hazel eyes shifted to me. That applies to you as well. I'll see you later. Without another word, she melted into the bustling corridor filled with dancers in various stages of costume. The place in Haven Cove? Vasily inquired as we moved toward the stage, the sea of performers parting for him as if he were a stone in a stream. Mum placed the house in a trust last summer with this absurd clause, Eva explained before I could. It states we must sell it unless all three of us can prove we've spent time there together each year. Vasily looked genuinely puzzled. That doesn't sound like Sophie. She despised that house. And how your father insisted on summering there. So many potential training intensives missed. Though I suppose the classic did emerge from those days. He checked his Rolex. Oh, Alessandra, I've spoken with Isaac. He wishes to meet next week regarding the inclusion of his newly choreographed piece in the autumn lineup. My heart skipped. Equinox. Is that the title? A bemused smile touched his lips. Charming. He clicked his tongue at a young corps member who darted too hastily down the hall, the dancer instantly correcting her pace under his silent reprimand. I'm available to perform any sections for review if it would help, I offered, working to temper the thrill in my voice. Vasily valued poise above almost all else. I would appreciate that, he nodded as the hallway forked, leading to opposite sides of the stage. Make me proud, Alessandra, you as well, Eve. Ah, Maxim, there you are. He moved down the adjoining corridor toward his son, the notoriously difficult choreographer who was the spitting image of Vasily in his youth. It's Eva, my sister muttered once he was beyond hearing. He doesn't even see me, but I am thrilled for you. She slipped an arm around my waist. Thanks, I said, resting my head against hers. He'll know your name by next season. You outshine every other dancer in the corps, and he will notice. It took every ounce of my years of training not to shout with pure, unbridled joy right there in the hallway. The thought of a custom role in Equinox's fall lineup was a shimmering possibility just for me. Stepping into the shadowy embrace of the wings for our usual pre-show moment, the familiar backstage chaos, dancers stretching, stagehands murmuring, seemed to strip the years away with each step. Arriving at the curtain's very lip, where a sliver of light from the auditorium cut through the dark, I was instantly a child again, searching for my parents in the crowd. Only now it was just Eva and me, where there used to be 4. "I see her," Eva breathed, her taller frame easily looking over my head. "Me too." A familiar heat prickled my palms, my pulse quickening as I found the family box. Right, mezzanine, number 7. There was Mum seated beside her lifelong friend Eloise. Fantastic. She was already on edge. To the public, Sophie Langevin-Rousseau was the epitome of ballet royalty. All grace and poise. I knew better. I saw a primed explosive fuse sizzling. Her posture was regal, her dark hair with its silver threads swept into an impeccable twist, but her manicured fingers were tapping a restless rhythm on the railing as she scrutinized the orchestra below. She wasn't enjoying the prelude, she was conducting an inspection. Cue, her lips tightened at the sight of a flutist hurrying to their seat. Then Anne arrived, settling next to her husband in his sharp suit, and I could have sworn her eyes flickered toward our hidden spot before she opened her program. "Eloise looks well," Eva whispered, "and so do the gentlemen with her." "Eloise's taste has always been faultless," I agreed, feeling a draft as Eva moved back, leaving me alone at the edge. The old compulsion tugged, and I lost, glancing toward the very last row of the orchestra. The centre seat stood empty, just as my contract demanded. That hollow pang bloomed in my chest, relentless as it had been all week. The single time I'd ever performed that variation flawlessly, he had been there. No, I did it once. I would do it again tonight. I turned sharply from the vacant spot and found my place in the wings. Minutes later, the curtain rose, the music swelled, and I watched Everett, and then Daniel command the stage with the flawless technique our company demanded. The moment I stepped into the lights to the audience's applause, a surge of adrenaline drowned out the first whimper of protest from my ankle. The music and the glare of the stage lights swallowed everything, the pain, the anxiety, even the heavy pressure of my mother's stare, until I wasn't merely dancing Giselle, I became her. But as the adrenaline faded 20 minutes in, a sharp ache travelled up my leg with every rise to my toes. I caught Eva, in the corps de ballet, miss a half-beat as her eyes darted up to the family box. It was a tiny, almost invisible error, but our mother would undoubtedly lecture her about it for hours. I shot her what I hoped was a steadying smile when the audience couldn't see, but it did nothing to ease the flush colouring her cheeks beneath the makeup. The music transitioned to my variation. I took a deep breath, extending my arm first to my stage mother, then to Albrecht, and then I danced. I lifted into the first arabesque on pointy, and a white-hot bolt of pain shot through my right ankle. Damn! My smile held, teeth clenched, the sharpness faded, but that arabesque had been perfect, and that was the only thing that counted. Moving across the stage, the ache dulled, only to roar back to life when I repeated the movement, like a fire fed by gasoline. It waxed and waned, growing more intense with each passing minute of the variation, every step a battle against my own expression and endurance. A bitter, sarcastic thought cut through the artistic trance. Anne had a point. I really did need an understudy. The stage wasn't just for me tonight. This performance was for Lena and for Mum. I'd made a silent vow to my own body, a desperate bargain. Just get through this one night, and tomorrow I could rest. Let my understudy take over. But I couldn't fail, not with her watching. As I spun through a sequence of turns, my smile twisted into something strained, and I caught Eva's wide-eyed stare from among the peasant girls. I tore my eyes away, fixing them on the dark expanse of the audience, and launched into a diagonal series of hops on my left foot. Each hop was a small mercy, a fleeting moment where the agony in my right ankle dulled to a grinding, sickening throb I could almost manage. Just the piquet turns left. The music swelled, cueing the 18 turns that would carry me around the stage's perimeter. 5 minutes. You can do anything for 5 minutes. The old unbidden thought surfaced. This was mere seconds. Faces melted into streaks of colour as I spun on point, my head snapping to my spotting points. A frantic metronome against the vertigo, fire erupted from my ankle. Climbing my leg with such vicious clarity, I bit my lip until I tasted copper and kept spinning. By the 11th turn, I was near the stage's left wing, my eyes darting to the empty chair in the back row, my phantom anchor. 12. My arms wavered, my breath hitched. A man was in the seat. It couldn't be. Only one person had those tickets, and he hadn't used them in a decade. 13. My head whipped around with the momentum. The seat was vacant. The pain was making me hallucinate. 14? Or was that a flash of sun-bleached, wind-tousled hair? 15. A memory detonated sea-green eyes, a dimple in a left cheek, sending a fresh wave of fire from my ankle straight to my core. Was he here? 16. That chair was empty. It had been for 10 years, and it would stay that way, as hollow as the space inside me, since the night of shattering glass and crumpled steel, Focus 17. I was no longer a dancer. I was pure, distilled pain. My ankle shrieked in protest as I forced the penultimate turn, the tendon stretched to its breaking point. In the quiet space between the orchestra's final sharp notes, I heard it. A muffled, definitive pop like a bubble bursting deep underwater. I collapsed into the final pose, right knee down, arm outstretched to my stage mother. I did it! Lena, thunderous applause rolled over me as I tried to rise, but my body betrayed me, pitching forward. My palms slapped the cold, slick stage, and Eva's gasp cut through the noise. It took 2 heartbeats to comprehend my foot. It was disconnected, a foreign, useless thing. Then the pain arrived, a white-hot, consuming tsunami that dissolved my bones and flooded my veins, erupting finally in a scream that swallowed all other sound in the theatre. My career was over. Chapter 4, Hudson. A comment from NYFWET92 scrolled on the screen. Seriously, has anyone actually seen Alessandra Rousseau since the break? And I don't mean some recycled photo. I'm betting the injury is way worse than the company is admitting Rousseau Sisters 4 liked the post. 4 months later, off the coast of Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Knock it off, I yelled, my voice battling the roar of the churning ocean and the frantic, piercing screams of the man in his 40s I was trying to keep from drowning. Honestly, the screaming I could handle. His determined efforts to use me as a human life preserver, however, were testing every ounce of my patience. I got a mouthful of salty Atlantic as he shoved down on my shoulders again. That's it. I wrestled his hands off me, broke the surface for a sharp gasp of air, and then muscled him around so his back was against my chest. Stop fighting me, or you're going to send us both under. I don't want to die, he wailed, his voice cracking with terror. No way, me too. I wrapped my arms around his, keeping a sharp watch on his golden retriever, which was fighting to stay afloat near the overturned boat we were drifting toward. Based on the distress call timeline, they'd been in the chilly water for nearly an hour, and the dog was barely keeping her snout above the churning waves. Stay still, and let me get you to the rescue basket. I'll come back for your dog. To hell with the dog. He scratched at my arm, thrashing wildly. For a split second, I actually considered which of them deserved saving first. The dog was clearly the better candidate.
You're getting dangerously close to that wreck, and we're almost out of fuel.
Ortiz's voice crackled in my earpiece, but I couldn't spare a hand to key the mic and reply to the pilot hovering just off to my side. Instead, I kicked hard, pushing us away from the sinking vessel, what looked like a brand-new 21-foot ski boat, and directly into the rotor wash from the helicopter. Icy salt water slapped us in the face, which only made the man panic more. He tore one arm free and drove his elbow upward, cracking me square in the jaw. The sting was distant, but I knew it would ache later. Get in the damn basket now! He practically climbed over me to reach it. I kicked clear of the line and signalled up to Beachman that the basket was ready for hoisting. "Copy that," Beachman responded over the comms from his spot on the hoist, bringing him up. The basket lifted from the water, and I immediately turned back toward the wreck.
Just where do you think you're going, Ellis?
Ortiz scolded through my earpiece, undoubtedly glaring down from the cockpit. "Getting the dog." I pressed the button to reply, then dove forward, swimming straight for the capsized boat. The morning sun glinted off its showroom-perfect hull. It was obviously a recent and clearly unwise purchase. I could almost hear Ortiz's exasperated sigh through the static.
"You really going to tell me not to save the dog?"
I released the button and kept swimming.
"Make it fast. We've got maybe 10 minutes of fuel left. We'd been on a routine patrol when the call came in. Otherwise, we could have stayed on station for hours. Battling the swells, I reached the spot where the dog was futilely trying to scramble back onto the hull, and I cursed under my breath. She was too near the unstable boat. I pursed my lips and forced out a sharp whistle. The dog's ears twitched just before a rising swell engulfed her. Damn it!
"Don't you even think about," Ortiz warned, but I already had my mouthpiece in. I ducked beneath the surface and swam perilously close to the listing craft, snagging the dog's collar and pulling her surprisingly light body tight against mine before kicking back toward the light. I'd either misjudged the breed or she was just a pup. Thankfully, the dog gulped a breath the moment we broke the surface, because I am definitely not certified in doggy CPR. I tucked her against my chest, spat out my mouthpiece, and swam backward, putting distance between us and that ill-fated ski boat that never should have left the safety of the bay. "You did great," I murmured to her. My own breath coming in ragged gasps. "Passenger secured," Beachman announced over the comms. "Sending the basket back down for you, Ellis?" "Roger." The dog didn't even twitch as we entered the violent rotor wash again, and her breathing was disturbingly slow. Hypothermia. Early May around here is brutally unforgiving to anyone in the water. "Almost there." "Good girl." I stroked her head with my gloved hand. Once the basket was lowered, I gently placed her inside first, then clambered in myself with all the grace of a man wearing swim fins. With her settled in my lap and a secure grip on the cables, I keyed the comms. "Passenger secured. Ready for extraction. Copy that. Raising the basket," Beachman replied. Moments later, we had a perfect, heartbreaking view as the ocean finally swallowed the ski boat whole. I've witnessed 100 scenes just like it over the past decade. "Glad you weren't on that," I said softly, though the pup couldn't possibly hear me over the roar of the helicopter. Beachman guided us in, pausing his relentless gum-chewing to flash a huge, helmet-framed grin when he saw our furry passenger. "All passengers are aboard, roger that." "We're returning to base," Ortiz called from the pilot's seat. "And we've got a furry passenger," Shadrick added, glancing back with a quick smile. "One very wet canine." I gave a nod, settling into a seat and swapping my wet shoes for my boots while Beachman bundled the puppy in a dry blanket. Out of the water, her oversized paws were obvious. She couldn't be more than 8 months old. He passed the damp little bundle to me so he could check on her owner, who was staring blankly out the window with that hollow, distant look I knew all too well. "Cape Cod Station, this is Echo 68, Ortiz reported over the radio. "Coming in with one individual requiring medical care. Signs point to hypothermia." A response crackled through as I cradled the shivering puppy against my jacket. She was fighting to stay awake, even as I gently rubbed her coat to stimulate some warmth. The flight back to the air station took about 20 minutes, and I let out a quiet breath when I felt her still breathing as we landed. Beachman and I helped the man off the helicopter and toward the waiting ambulance while the pilots began securing the aircraft. Once we were a safe distance from the slowing rotors, I raised my voice. "She's around 7 months, I asked. "Something like that," the man mumbled, clutching the blanket around his bright green polo shirt. "Hard to recall."
What's her name?
I shifted her in my arms as we neared the medical team and our commanding officer. Captain Hewitt usually wore a look of mild irritation, but today his expression was pure thunder. "Sadie," the man muttered. "My ex-girlfriend picked it." He finally looked at me. "Any chance the boat's still floating?" Was he actually serious? "Not a chance. It's gone." Beachman cut in, saving me from answering before briefing the paramedics. "They don't call this area the graveyard of the Atlantic for nothing." "You endangered an air crew for a dog?" Captain Hewitt asked me, his thick silver eyebrows drawn together, arms folded tightly over his immaculate uniform. I was clearly in for another lecture about my judgment, but my philosophy had always been clear. It's better to take a calculated risk and bring someone home than to play it safe and lose them. The crew was never in danger. "We made it back with 5 minutes to spare," I replied, carefully transferring Sadie to a paramedic. A spike of irritation hit me when the owner didn't even glance at the dog. "She needs a veterinarian now." The paramedic nodded. "You dodged a bullet, little lady," Beachman said, giving her head a quick scratch as he passed by. "Or maybe out-paddled one." Captain Hewitt's sigh was almost louder than the rotor wash. "Care to explain why it's consistently your name that ends up on my incident reports, Petty Officer Ellis?" "I just have a knack for being where the action is," I said with a shrug. It was a gift, and occasionally a genuine pain. "The luckiest guy you'll ever meet," Beachman chimed in, tapping my helmet. Eric and I had both been assigned to Air Station Cape Cod about 3 years back, and the easygoing Californian had become my closest friend here. Captain Hewitt just rolled his eyes. "Go get dry. I'll see you both in 24 hours. Perfect. A full day off before our next shift." "Yes, sir." "You heading out tonight?" Beachman asked as we walked toward the hangar. His helmet tucked under his arm, his free hand smoothing over his short brown hair. "Just a reminder, Jessica's sister is absolutely determined to meet you." "I'll consider it," I said, and I genuinely meant to, until I opened my locker and saw the text from Caroline. A couple of hours and a change of clothes later, I walked into the kitchen through the unlocked side door, carrying 2 grocery bags. My older sister had bought this house from our parents 5 years ago when they left her the cafe and moved farther inland. But no matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't shake the habit of thinking of it as theirs. "I'm here," I announced, raising my voice over the classical music pouring down from the second floor. I dropped the grocery bags onto the worn linoleum counter of the kitchen island, my keys clattering beside them. The room was a time capsule from my high school days, a relic of my mother's intense apple-themed phase. The wallpaper, the curtains, even the tiny drawer knobs were all variations on that same fruit. Caroline had talked about redecorating for years, but never followed through. Returning to this house 3 years ago felt like stepping into a past that no longer fit, leaving me perpetually out of sync. "Thank you." Caroline rushed in, hastily securing her blonde hair behind her ears with a few pins before planting a quick kiss on my cheek. "You're a lifesaver, Hudson." She adjusted her white button-down, the name the Ellis stitched neatly over her heart. "Any sign of him?" I adjusted the brim of my Bruins cap, working to keep the irritation from my voice. Saturdays were crucial for Caroline's business, and Gavin knew it perfectly well. His absence was a low blow. "Likely still in bed, recovering from last night," she said with a shrug, grabbing her purse from its hook by the door. "You know Gavin?" "Unfortunately I do," I replied, which was why her frantic text this morning hadn't shocked me. His reliability was on par with the flimsiest toilet paper. Someone always ended up dealing with the mess when he bailed. "Just shoot me a message if he miraculously appears. I finish at 5. She checked the clock, its hands nearly meeting at the top. "Can you manage until then? She's not having a great day." "She's 10 years old," I pointed out, just as the 3-bulb light fixture above us gave a faint shudder and the music abruptly stopped. "Says the one person my daughter actually tolerates," Caroline retorted, slinging her purse strap over her shoulder. "I bet she spotted your car. She's been using that symphony as a weapon against me for the last 2 hours straight. I swear, in her eyes, I'm the villain of the week." "Maybe you'd get less resistance if you just enrolled her at Madeline's studio," I suggested. Given the musical selection, another battle over dance lessons was the obvious culprit. And let my kid turn into one of those entitled little performers, she scoffed. Light footsteps on the staircase behind me halted. Not a chance. It's bad enough that the Rousseau family turns this town into a spectacle every August with that competition. But watching local girls get their hearts set on beating those professionally trained kids who swoop in and snatch up every scholarship opportunity at that fancy academy, it's just pathetic. Her posture went rigid. The answer is no. And so it begins. Juniper has real talent. You'll never see it if you don't let her try, I said, sidestepping her usual dig at our summer visitors. A familiar weight settled in my chest as I shoved my hands into my jeans pockets. Only one of the Rousseau daughters returned each summer now, Anne, never Eva or Allie, which was absolutely for the best. A familiar creak sounded on the step behind me, the third one that had always betrayed my sneaking around as a kid. And you've never complained about the business that competition brings to every shop in Haven Cove, I added. The weight sharpened into a specific, aching hollow. How was it possible to miss someone this intensely after a full decade? The memory of her eyes, the colour of aged bourbon, the way her nose would crinkle with genuine laughter, and that true, unguarded smile she reserved for so few, it all rushed back. She had possessed a rare gift for actually listening. It's their parents' money, not theirs. Just be on my side for once, Caroline insisted, pointing a finger at me, her eyebrows arched. With you and Gavin constantly giving June everything she asks for. Her shoulders slumped with a tired sigh, and the morning light caught the dark shadows under her eyes. I need someone in my corner. That's what uncles are for. If you want an ally, maybe call Mom and Dad, I said with an unapologetic shrug. Had we both been overly permissive since Sean's death left Caroline to raise June alone? Absolutely. But did I feel any remorse about it? Not for a single second. I had made a promise to Sean on his deathbed that I would try to balance out Caroline's constant anxiety about everything involving Juniper, so the kid could actually have some fun in her life. I was determined to keep that vow, no matter what. "What's in those bags?" Caroline asked, tilting her head as she eyed the groceries. I reached into one and pulled out a bunch of bananas. "You'd better get going." 5 hours, Caroline assured me, and thank you. Seriously, Hudson, I couldn't manage any of this without you. The truth was, she could. She just stubbornly refused the help our parents offered time and again. I kept that opinion to myself. I've got it handled. I nodded toward the door, and Caroline walked out, the screen door slamming shut behind her. Once I heard her car crunch down the gravel driveway, I turned toward the living room doorway. "You can come out now, Uncle Hudson." Juniper spun around the newel post at the bottom of the staircase and dashed into the kitchen, launching herself at me in a whirlwind of long limbs and messy brown hair. "Hey, June Bug!" I caught her easily, gave her a quick, tight hug, then set her down and tried to look stern. "Were you fighting with your mum again?" "She's suppressing my artistic freedom," she declared, pushing her hair out of her face, her eyes narrowed. "What happened to your jaw?" I touched the spot gently. "Someone punched me while I was trying to help them." "What kind of person does that?" She wrinkled her freckled nose. "Fear makes people do weird things," I said. "What kind of 10-year-old uses classical composers as a weapon on a Saturday morning?" "It was Stravinsky," she corrected, lifting her eyebrows with a look that was pure Caroline. June might have been adopted, but she'd absolutely inherited my sister's defiant attitude from the rite of spring. "Just because I can't take ballet class doesn't mean I can't watch it," she crossed her arms. "It's a ridiculous rule anyway. It's still her rule." Juniper had a point. My sister's ban on ballet made about as much sense as the time our parents grounded Gavin and me as teenagers, completely ignoring the perfectly good ladder right outside our bedroom window. But I wasn't the parent here. "Did you text Uncle Gavin?" I asked, changing the subject, as June hopped onto a bar stool at the kitchen island. "No, I'm not supposed to have a phone," she said, biting back a smile and trying to look innocent. "Like Gavin doesn't know about it?" I moved the bananas and started unpacking the secret stash from the bags, with Caroline working herself ragged at the cafe. Giving June a way to call for help seemed like the responsible thing to do. Besides, Gavin would always answer for our niece, even if he was avoiding calls from Caroline or me. Juniper's eyes went wide. Pop-Tarts! She grabbed the variety pack and hugged it to her chest. You're my favourite. I said, ruffling her hair before stashing the rest of the snacks in the cabinet behind the mixer. Caroline never touched. Maybe it made me a terrible brother to be my niece's unofficial sugar supplier, but I was a fantastic uncle, and I was perfectly fine with that trade-off. She tore open the foil wrapper and shoved half a strawberry pastry into her mouth. Uncle Hudson? Yeah. I tossed the reusable bags onto the pile atop the fridge and leaned back against the honey oak cabinets, bracing myself. If there was a way to change Mum's mind about ballet, would you help me? She broke off a tiny, precise piece of the second pastry. A dead giveaway she was plotting something. There isn't a way, I said, shaking my head. She frowned. But if there was, you'd help me, right? The new session starts in less than 2 weeks, just to end the circular conversation, I agreed. Sure, Junebug. If there was a way to change your mum's mind, I'd help. It was an easy promise to make, knowing the odds were exactly 0. Juniper had a better chance of convincing Caroline to get a tattoo than to let her step foot in a dance studio. Pinky promise. She held out her hand, fingers curled except for her pinky. I reached out and linked mine with hers, sealing our usual pact. Pinky promise. A wide grin spread across her face, that familiar dimple appearing high on her left cheek, and a shiver ran down my spine.
See, she said, popping a bite of her frosted pastry into her mouth. I believe she dislikes ballet because she dislikes the dancers themselves. That seems like a reasonable conclusion, I agreed with a nod, turning to the refrigerator for the orange juice. Considering she spent her youth serving wealthy visitors at the local diner. She swallowed another sugary piece. Something along those lines. I poured 2 glasses, the carton making a soft thud as I returned it to the shelf. Have you ever considered trying tap? Or maybe jazz? But you don't hate ballerinas, she pressed, completely sidestepping my attempt to steer the conversation elsewhere as I handed her a glass. Correct. A familiar tightness gripped my chest. I desperately needed an exit from this topic. I took a large gulp of juice as if it could cleanse the persistent memories that had haunted me since returning to this town.
Because you were in love with one? June stated softly, her voice barely above a whisper. My stomach lurched violently. I choked on the juice, barely managing to swallow it down instead of spraying it across the kitchen tiles. Excuse me. The glass made a sharp sound against the counter as I set it down. You loved Alessandra Rousseau, June announced, tossing around words I'd never dared speak as a teenager, as if they were ordinary as the pebbles on the beach.
Or you at least really, really liked her. What in the world? I was utterly stunned into silence. My 10-year-old niece had completely robbed me of speech. How could she possibly? Caroline didn't know she would have caused an uproar. My parents never suspected. Only Gavin was aware of what happened those 2 summers. I was going to strangle him, and that means she can't possibly be spoiled or stuck up. June continued, her nostrils flaring as if scenting triumph. Ollie was, in fact, both of those things, and somehow neither. She was the ultimate contradiction, selfish yet fiercely protective of her sisters, privileged yet genuinely kind, incredibly ambitious yet hesitant, an open book of feeling on stage and an enigma away from it. At least, that was the 17-year-old girl I remembered. And if you were even just her friend, then she couldn't be a mean person, June reasoned, folding her hands in her lap, which means if Mom actually met her and talked to her, she'd see that I could be just like her. She let out a dreamy sigh, turning those large, persuasive brown eyes on me. Have you ever watched her perform? She's stunning and so elegant, one of the youngest principal dancers her company has ever had. She's perfect. She was all of that and infinitely more. Allie was meant for the stage. She was practically engineered for it. I had to regain control of this discussion and shut it down. Listen, June. Whatever Uncle Gavin might have said, Don't try to deny it." She slipped off the kitchen stool, dug into the back pocket of her jeans, and slapped her hand on the counter, leaving a faded photograph behind. My eyes dropped to the Polaroid, and a visceral pain tore through me. It had been a decade since I'd seen that image of Ali and me outside the Haven Cove Classic, my arm draped over her shoulders, her hands cradling the simple bouquet of roses I'd grabbed from the supermarket on my way. Even now, I could remember every detail of that stolen moment, Lena creating a diversion with Mrs. Rousseau so Gavin could quickly snap the picture. It was the deceptive peak of our story. The instant I truly believed anything was possible for us, just before everything shattered completely mere hours later. "You went through my boxes in the attic." It was a statement, not a question. She nudged the picture closer to me. "They were just sitting there. You've been back for years, and never moved them to your own place." Her voice grew quiet, her gaze dropping to the floor. "I went through your private things," she murmured. "That's like someone reading your diary. It's a serious invasion of privacy." What else had she uncovered? "I know," she whispered. She took a deep, steadying breath and looked up, meeting my eyes. "And I'm sorry. Well, sort of. Sort of." My eyebrows shot toward my hairline. "Come on, Uncle Hudson." She slid the photograph across the counter, but I refused to even look at it. "You clearly had a thing with one of the most famous ballerinas on the planet. We can drive to her place and have her explain everything to Mom." I held up a hand. First, we never dated. She had been my closest friend, which only made what I did so much worse. Second, the Rousseau family owning a vacation home here doesn't mean she's actually in town. And third, believe me on this, I am the absolute last person she would ever want to see. The familiar crushing guilt I carried over Ali tightened in my chest, making it hard to breathe. "She's been here for an entire week." June jumped down from the stool and grabbed my keys off the counter. She got hurt back in January and came here to rest. My stomach dropped. "A whole week? And how exactly do you know that hurt, since January?" "Seconds." Juniper gave me a look that said I was being painfully slow. "She and her sister have an account. You're on seconds?" My voice dropped and I stared her down. "Isn't there a minimum age for that app?" "Give me a break," she said, rolling her eyes. "I only had to add a few extra years to make a profile." I just stared. Moments like this were proof I had no business being anyone's guardian. Caroline was going to skin me alive when she found out. "Let's go," June insisted, jingling the keys. "It's like a 5-minute trip, right?" 4, I corrected under my breath. Showing up at Ollie's door was the worst idea imaginable. "Perfect." Juniper pushed the keys toward me. I shook my head and said the word I'd vowed never to use after Sean was gone. "No, you pinky swore." She rattled the keys, her lips set in a stubborn line, her eyes full of hopeful insistence. "You promised you'd never break a pinky promise. Damn it all, a pinky promise trumped my own dread." I raised a finger. "One condition. If she's not there, you return that photo and we forget this ever happened. Please, let the house be empty. Deal." She snatched her purple backpack from the hook and nodded. Crap. Wait. Did Seconds mention which Rousseaus are actually here? If her mother answered the door, "Just Anne and Alessandra," she said, swinging her pack onto her shoulders. Why? She knew Anne's name. She'd really dug into this. Was I seriously going to undo a decade of carefully maintained distance? Confront the single biggest mistake of my life? Juniper looked up at me, her whole face radiating a trust I didn't deserve. "Yeah."
"For June, I would. Let's just get this done." A little over 5 minutes later, I turned my truck off the main road that traced the edge of the bay and onto the long gravel drive I'd actively avoided since returning home. The Rousseau place. Calling it a house was an understatement. It was a sprawling estate with 7 bedrooms, a guest cottage, 2 acres of pristine beachfront, and that famous private pier that had miraculously survived the last 2 brutal coastal storms.
And hell? It looked exactly as I remembered from the last time I'd crept over and scaled the rose-draped lattice to Ali's second-story window. the same soft grey-blue siding with crisp white trim, the same floral pattern on the porch swing cushions. A wave of nostalgia hit me like a physical blow. Every muscle tensed as I parked in front of the sweeping porch, ignoring the side drive that led to the cottage. If I didn't adore Juniper so completely, if I didn't cherish her blind faith that someone would keep their word, I would have turned the truck around and sped away. Instead, June was already out and marching up the porch steps, her purple backpack bobbing with each step. What was in that bag, anyway? Did she pack for an overnight stay? I killed the engine, stuffed the key in my pocket, and got out, half expecting to see Mrs. Rousseau. Standing on the porch of the old house, I half expected Allie's mother, Mrs. Rousseau, to materialize in the doorway and chase me off with sharp words and icy glares. Juniper pressed the doorbell as I climbed the 4 steps, the wood groaning under my weight for the first time in years. She knocked firmly as I settled beside her. My heart hammered against my ribs, my palms were slick, and my stomach churned with a familiar sickening dread. In that moment, I was 17 again, walking her to the door with good intentions. Yet I was also 18, feeling the sharp ache of losing her all over again. Returning to this doorstep had never been part of any plan, leaving me utterly and terrifyingly exposed. I was a person who prepared for everything. This was, without question, the most impulsive act of my life. After a silent count to 30, a wave of relief washed over the pang of letdown. She's not home. She has to be, June insisted, jabbing the bell once more. Maybe that app is glitching. She hasn't lived here in years, Junebug, I said, my voice low. Juniper shot me a look tangled with despair and urgency before whirling around. She has to be here, she called back, leaping off the porch and darting toward the side of the house. She couldn't be serious. June, I caught her in a few strides, right at the infamous rose-covered trellis that had left its mark on my hands years ago.
We can't just go onto the property.
She might be out back, she declared, marching onward. Let's just check, please. I need to see her. I really need to, she pleaded, turning those impossible-to-resist eyes on me. Fantastic. Just one more complication in a day full of them. I hesitated. It wouldn't be my first unauthorized visit to that backyard. Besides, at this hour, Allie would typically be in her studio, which was right by the front door. She would have heard the bell. The app was wrong. She wasn't here. All right, I relented, if only to end this futile mission. A grin spread across Juniper's face. So how did you two even meet? She asked, as we rounded the corner of the back porch, past the spot on the roof where Ali and I had spent countless nights talking under the stars. You don't exactly seem like you'd run in the same crowd. I was just in the right place at the right time, I repeated, the phrase feeling worn. And why aren't you friends anymore? June blinked, shielding her eyes with her hand, as we moved from shade into the full sun of the backyard. The pristine lawn ended abruptly at the cliff's edge, where a weathered wooden bridge descended to the beach and the old pier below. That part is complicated, I murmured, my eyes sweeping over the empty yard, the glittering pool, and the lush spring blooms. Did you do something dumb? She squinted at me, instinctively taking Allie's side in a conflict she knew nothing about, and started toward the cliffside steps, expecting me to follow. Mom says Uncle Gavin is the one who does stupid stuff, but you're supposed to be the one who always knows the right thing to do. That stung. The trouble with being in the right place at the right time is that sometimes there isn't a right thing to do. We reached the top of the steps, and I tugged my Bruin's cap down to shade my eyes as we looked out over the beach. My gaze tracked along the pier and snagged on a dark shape moving in the water beside it. That doesn't make any sense, Juniper argued. You're telling me, I muttered, leaning forward, every sense narrowing to that bobbing form in the ocean below us. It disappeared beneath a wave, and I started counting silently in my head as June launched into a lecture about the fundamentals of maintaining a friendship. When I hit 49, the figure surfaced again, only to be pulled under once more. A cold, absolute certainty seized me. That was Allie, and she was in serious trouble. Sitting on the sandy bottom, I kept my eyes shut tight behind my goggles, my fingers clenched around the cold iron of the kettlebell I'd tossed over the side of the pier. It was my only anchor against the buoyant pull of the Atlantic, 34. The ocean's roar was a welcome, deafening symphony, each crashing wave a crescendo that pushed me toward the beach before receding, leaving a temporary quiet in its wake. In that submerged silence, the constant noise of my life, the questions about my recovery, the pressure to return to the Barre, the expectations I couldn't meet, finally fell away. 35. I hadn't answered them. I just walked away. 36. The water muffled the world, leaving only the thud of my own pulse and the building, exquisite burn in my chest. That was proof I was still here. Every frantic trip to the surface for air was a dual humiliation, a glaring reminder of how my fitness had eroded after months of inactivity, and a blunt, undeniable confirmation that, against all odds, I still wanted to breathe. 37. There had been weeks, dark and shapeless, where I hadn't been certain of that at all. 38. A sharp, full-body shiver racked me. I was an idiot for skipping the wetsuit. The early spring water was brutally cold, my skin long past stinging and into a deep, unsettling numbness. 39. My chest was on fire. I was embarrassingly out of shape. I should have been able to stay down for a full minute, even with the current fighting me. 40. An iron grip locked around my waist and yanked, tearing my hand from the kettlebell and flooding my system with pure, undiluted panic. My scream was a torrent of bubbles as my eyes flew open, searching the murky green for a fin. A shadow, anything, then I was moving, ripped upward through 10 feet of chilling water. I fought against the impossible strength. Wait, those were arms, as my back was hauled flush against a solid chest. My lungs screamed for the air I'd foolishly lost, but the hold was unbreakable. We burst into the blinding light, and I gulped a ragged breath, then immediately drove my heels into the stranger's stomach, kicking free from the vice-like grip and putting several feet of open water between us, right beside the weathered pilings of the pier. "What in God's name do you think you're doing?" I yelled, treading water and glaring at my so-called rescuer. "Saving you," he shouted back. Sea-green eyes, impossibly familiar, locked onto mine as a swell lifted us both. My heart stuttered. Hudson! Had the lack of oxygen finally made me snap? The world seemed to tilt. That had to be it. Why my stomach lurched. Why I lost all sense of up and down. Why my heart stumbled over itself. I stopped moving and sank like a stone. The water closed over my head. I jolted back to reality, kicking furiously to break the surface, just as his hand reached for me. I came up, sputtering, and slapped his hand away. There was no way in hell I was letting Hudson Ellis think I needed to be saved. I wasn't drowning, you jerk. Those stupidly handsome eyes of his widened. You want to bet on that? My God, it really was him. The sandy hair was shorter, styled neatly, instead of falling into his eyes. But the voice, the concerned furrow of his brow, even the absurdity of him being in the ocean wearing jeans and a t-shirt, it all confirmed this wasn't a hallucination. Bet on you being a jerk, gladly. And I'm 100% sure I wasn't drowning. The years had sanded away the softness of the boy I'd known, revealing the sharper, more defined angles of a man who was now a stranger. A strikingly handsome stranger with a strong jaw lips I'd never touched, and eyes that had drifted through my dreams for close to 10 years. And damn the shattered pieces of me, but my traitorous heart gave a wild, painful leap. Then what would you call that performance? He jerked his chin toward the depths, his own arms working to keep him afloat. It didn't look like any stroke, I know. It's called lung capacity training. How was this my reality? Of all the beaches in all the states, he had to show up here. Unbelievable. That was the only word for it. Of all the rehearsed speeches I'd prepared for a run-in with him, this chaotic scene was never part of the script. Every tightly locked emotion concerning Hudson burst free, swamping me with a dizzying mix of disbelief, longing, and a fierce, burning anger. That anger became my anchor as I swam past him toward the ladder fixed to the 3rd pylon. After so long feeling utterly numb, the heat of my fury was almost a relief. Wait, you were actually swimming out here? He began moving through the water toward me as I found the familiar wooden rungs and started hauling myself up and out.
Where is definitely the operative word. I called back, not slowing my climb. The afternoon sun did nothing against the breeze on my ocean-cooled skin, and my teeth chattered as I reached the top and scrambled for the towel I jammed between the weathered planks. The water's barely 55 degrees. The old wood protested under his weight as he followed me up.
And I've got 3 months left to rehab an injury that should have taken 6 more. I shot back, wrapping the towel tightly around me. I was painfully aware that my practical black one-piece was better suited for lap lanes than a surprise meeting with whatever Hudson was to me now. And since when do you get to lecture anyone about water safety or anything else?
You nearly gave me a heart attack. I genuinely thought you were in trouble, Hudson said again, his head appearing over the pier's edge. So you've mentioned. I pulled the towel closer. So much for that one satisfying revenge fantasy where... Oh, Hudson pulled himself fully onto the pier, and he was enormous.
He'd been just over 6 feet when we'd met, but he'd added a few more inches, and what looked like 40 pounds of solid muscle, his damp white Bruins shirt clinging to a chest, and abs that hadn't been there before. I was trying to help you, Allie. He had the audacity to look wounded, as if I were the one out of line. I thought you needed saving. Saving me now, after all this time? Rage flushed up my neck, heating my chilled cheeks. Yeah, you're about a decade too late for that.
And you don't get to call me Allie, not anymore.
Well, that came out sharper than I'd planned. His eyes closed briefly, as if pained, and he took a slow breath before opening them again, his gaze holding me firmly in place.
Been sitting on that one for a while, have you? A few heartbeats passed as I mentally raced down every possible path this conversation could take. I was too exhausted for a fight with him, with anyone, about 10 years. I finally conceded.
Sounds right, give or take,
he said, the slump of his broad shoulders almost stirring a pang of sympathy. Almost. Then I remembered the hospital room, the endless physical therapy, and the quiet funeral, and the anger cheerfully smothered any hint of guilt. What are you even doing here? I shifted my weight off my throbbing ankle. The top surgeon in the country had handled the Achilles repair, but that didn't make the slow, frustrating healing or the cautious prognosis any easier to swallow. I was lucky to be walking without a boot, not that I'd ever say so aloud, certainly not to Hudson. I live here, he said, running a hand through his wet hair and sprinkling droplets around. He glanced over the edge into the water. And there goes another hat, still in the habit of leaping into the ocean to rescue people who were doing just fine. I ran a hand down my damp ponytail, wringing out cold salt water. First of all, you were not doing fine the first time I jumped in after you. He looked away from the water, clearly writing off the hat the cove had claimed. That was 11 years ago, I argued. And second, yes, it's literally my job to jump in and rescue people, though I thought I'd learned not to wear my favourite hat when I do. He let his arms fall to his sides. And I am a perfectly capable swimmer, I finished, then paused. His job? The quiet stretched between us, heavy with the weight of his statement. You're a rescue swimmer? You actually did it? A part of me, that hopeful 16-year-old, wanted to celebrate for him, but the jaded woman I'd grown into quickly silenced her. Yeah. A brief, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips before he dripped another puddle onto the weathered boards. I probably should have offered him a towel, considering his motives seemed decent. And you're the famous ballerina, he said, tilting his head as his gaze held mine. Or is it the star of seconds? I let out a short breath. That's all Eva's doing. I just let her use my name and appear in a few clips to support her. We were discussing seconds now. This conversation was officially topping the charts for strangest encounters. I had a feeling. You were always more interested in one person's approval, not an audience of millions. He twisted the hem of his soaked shirt, squeezing out more water. He did not just go there. I was pretty sure my therapist in New York City just felt a disturbance in the force. It's only 1.1 million, I corrected, my voice tight, and you lost the right to make pronouncements about what I am a long time ago. Wrapping my towel more securely, I moved past him on the broad pier, thankful for my father's insistence on the extra width. You didn't answer me, Hudson. Why are you here? To apologize, to tell you why I vanished. That was the fantasy, wasn't it? He followed me down the pier and across the large platform where the old boathouse had stood before a storm claimed it. I'm keeping a promise to my niece. What? I glanced back, my eyebrows arching in pure skepticism. Honestly, I was betting she was wrong about you being here. Now I'm just winging it, he admitted, running a hand through his damp hair. Well, we certainly can't have this being inconvenient for you. I shot back, the sarcasm in my tone as solid as the pilings beneath us. I started up the wooden stairs toward the house, Hudson close behind. Halfway up, the dull ache in my ankle sharpened into a persistent throb, and I reluctantly let a slight limp show, just a little.
I wouldn't have come except, he trailed off. Are you okay, Juniper? My niece said you were here recovering. Was that concern in his voice? Absolutely not. I remember her name. Caroline and Sean finalized the adoption that last summer I was in town. Not that his sister had any idea we were friends. She wouldn't have let me within 10 feet of her child if she had.
I looked back to find him staring at my ankle, at the 2 pink scars framing the older silvery one before I continued climbing. I'm fine. Your Achilles? Again. Again. I spun around on the step, my wet ponytail whipping my shoulder as I stared down at him. So you knew. It felt like a different kind of scar tore open inside me, leaking a fresh, searing pain from an injury that had never truly closed. You knew it was torn in the accident? You knew there was an accident. Every buried fear and bitter suspicion came rushing to the surface. He'd known. He had actually known, and he'd still chosen silence. For years, part of me wondered if you were angry I didn't meet you that night, if that's why you left for basic without a word. But you knew what happened to me. His silence was a confession. I tried to grasp for any feeling other than rage, but all I found was a cold, sinking sense of betrayal. I was too exhausted to fully feel. I think I liked it better when I wasn't sure. Allie, he flinched. I mean, Alessandra, damn, that doesn't fit now either. How did he have the audacity to look so genuinely shattered? Don't you look at me like that, I said, gesturing at his annoyingly handsome face and nearly dropping my towel. Of course, he'd improved with age while my own body seemed to be staging a mutiny. I wasn't even 30 and already falling to pieces. You don't get to look wrecked. Not when you chose to walk away. Do you have any idea how many messages I sent you? The call came from my hospital bed, and you couldn't be bothered to answer. His face went pale. I don't have the words to tell you how sorry I am, how sorry I've always been, and I know that doesn't fix anything. For years I'd ached to hear those words. Now they meant nothing. You're right. It doesn't fix anything. I don't need an apology. My fingers tightened on the wooden banister. I need to understand why my best friend vanished when I needed him. You had a whole week before you shipped out for basic training. He started to speak, then stopped, his gaze dropping. If we'd been a couple, I could have called it a messy breakup, hurtful but simple. But losing your closest friend without a single word? My voice cracked. Nothing had ever cut deeper. I'd always kept people at a distance, but he'd gotten closer than anyone.
I was just a scared 18-year-old kid, he said, his grip turning his knuckles white. I made what felt like my only choice, and it was the wrong one. By the time I realized how badly I'd messed up, I was already at basic, and I knew you'd never forgive me. My heart felt like it might collapse. A kid, that's your excuse. Forget this. Hudson Ellis didn't deserve to see how deeply he'd hurt me.
I shoved all that pain, the betrayal, the fading hope for some reasonable explanation, into a mental box and locked it tight, the same way I learned to compartmentalize physical pain during long rehearsals. I wouldn't let it touch me. Then I fixed my familiar, polished public smile in place. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. It doesn't matter any more. I said with a shrug, climbing the last few steps. Maybe calling us best friends is stretching it. We were just a summer fling. That summer ended. No point digging up ancient history. The words felt empty, but I forced them out. I'd believed much bigger lies before. You deserve an explanation, though. Wait, was that anger in his voice now? I didn't turn to look. The sooner I got away from him, the better. I don't think I want one anymore. Nothing you could say would make it right. So let's just drop it clearly. You weren't mature enough to handle what happened to me. Life goes on, right? I'm only in town for the summer. You should stay busy saving people. Avoiding each other should be easy. A cool breeze swept over us as we reached the top of the steps and stepped onto the manicured lawn. I stopped short. A young girl stood waiting, clutching a cell phone in front of her small frame, her wide brown eyes locked onto mine. There was something familiar about the curve of her button nose, the subtle hints of amber in her eyes, but I couldn't place it. Had we met at a workshop?
A performance? And why was she standing in the middle of the backyard?
I blinked, confused, as Hudson moved past me to stand behind her, resting his hands on her shoulders before turning those green eyes on me with a look of quiet pleading. Hudson Ellis never pleaded for anything. We're here because Juniper really wanted to meet you. Oh, this was his niece. No wonder she looked familiar. He'd shown me pictures when she was a baby. She'd been adorable, from what I recalled. Juniper stared up at me, then handed the phone to her uncle. "Did you save her?" she whispered, glancing up at Hudson. He kept that pleading look fixed on me. What did he think I'd be rude to a child? Maybe I had a reputation for being reserved, even a bit distant, but never cruel. Only Hudson seemed to pull that side out of me. I wasn't drowning, I told the girl gently, adjusting my towel before offering my hand. Her uncle might be a jerk, but that wasn't her fault. "Hi, Juniper." The corners of my mouth lifted as her face brightened. She brushed her wind-tousled hair from her eyes before shyly taking my hand. "I'm Alessandra Rousseau. I know," she replied, beaming a gap-toothed smile. "You're the youngest principal dancer the Metropolitan Ballet has ever seen, even compared to your mother, who was a legend herself before she retired," she exclaimed, her words tumbling out in a rush as she squeezed my hand.
"Your Juliet was flawless, and those fouettes you did in Swan Lake last season were absolutely incredible. When I grow up, I want to be exactly like you." Hudson flinched, seriously, as if I were some kind of cautionary tale. I felt a spike of irritation, but kept my expression neutral. "Well, I'm not dancing much these days, but thank you." I was pretty sure my fingers were starting to go numb from her grip. She shook her head emphatically, her hair whipping around. "You're just recovering."
"You'll be back on stage by next season." Releasing my hand, she battled the sea breeze to tame her hair and lost. "That's very generous of you to say. Good grief, did Hudson's niece have to be the most endearing kid on the planet? I'm guessing you dance. Is Mrs. Madeline your instructor?" "Not really." She worried her chapped lower lip with her teeth. I looked up at Hudson and instantly wished I hadn't. That expression of his, the way he watched me, as if he could see straight through all the armor I'd built up over the years, sliced right through my defenses. It was as jarring and inevitable as a weight cutting through water, and I resented it. Whatever connection had bound us all those years ago, friendship or the ghost of what might have been, had frayed down to a single stubborn thread. It was time to sever it for good, get some closure, and move on. "This is where things get a little uncomfortable," he said, his eyes tracing over my face like he was committing every detail to memory, just in case. "Oh, are we only now crossing into awkward territory?" I raised an eyebrow. "Fair enough," he conceded, the jerk fighting back a smirk. "Go on, ask her." Hudson gave Juniper's shoulders an encouraging tap. "I did my part and got you here, but she can't agree if you don't actually ask the question." Juniper looked up at him with the same absolute trust I'd once foolishly offered, and it made my heart soften with a pang of concern. I knew exactly what Hudson tended to do with trust. "So, Juniper," I said, tightening my grip on my towel and crouching down to meet her gaze, What did you want to ask me? Her eyes, little copper sparks catching the light, locked onto mine, and she took a deep, steadying breath.
I need you to help me convince my mum that not every ballerina is a terrible person. Well, that was unexpected. I'm sorry. She thinks they're all spoiled, and vicious, and just plain mean, Juniper explained, her head nodding along with each point, her cheeks flushing. She says if I do ballet, I'll turn into a stuck-up, body-obsessed snob, just like the tourists we see. Not that I think you're like that. I know you're not. Thanks.
I rose slowly, my heart sinking at the thought of disappointing her. Listen, Juniper, I would honestly love to help you with your mum, truly. But as wonderful as she is, and as much as she clearly adores you, unless she's had a complete change of heart in the last 10 years, I have the wrong last name for this job. She wasn't particularly fond of the Rousseaus. Caroline had despised our entire family, my mother most of all.
No, it's just your little sister she hates, Juniper corrected in a hurry. Eva, not you. Hudson let out a low groan, briefly closing his eyes. Well, that's a relief, I said dryly, pressing my lips together to stifle an irrational laugh, a sound I hadn't made in months. Eva can be an acquired taste, regardless. I'm afraid I'm still not the right person to ask. You'd have much better luck finding a dancer from a local family to talk to your mum.
And you?
I added, directing my words at Hudson as I took a step back toward the house. Probably need a towel. My sister Anne would be back from her appointment soon, and she'd have a fit if she knew I'd been in the ocean alone without my wetsuit. I'm used to, he began.
No, it has to be you,
Juniper cried out, her voice rising with panic as she pulled away from him. You're the only one she'll actually listen to.
It wasn't simply that you're the best, or the kindest, she insisted, her voice climbing with each frantic word. If you tell her I should be allowed to dance, she'll have to say yes. She won't have a choice. The plea escalated into a near shout. I don't have that kind of influence, I told her softly. Please, just hear me out, she begged, desperation cracking her tone. Someone needs to finally listen to what I have to say. A sharp, familiar pain tightened in my chest, right behind my ribs. How many times had I felt that exact same scream trapped inside me? Juniper. Hudson began, his tone a gentle warning, but the girl jutted her chin out defiantly and closed the distance between us. I'm listening, I promised her, but why are you so sure your mother would care about my opinion? Juniper took a shaky breath, her eyes darting to her uncle, who wore a look of pure bewilderment that mirrored my own, before her serious brown gaze settled back on me.
Because, she said, squaring her small shoulders with a resolve that felt far too old for her, you're the woman who gave birth to me. Chapter 6. Ali. The genetic lottery in this lineage is absolutely unreal. Are you people just delivered wearing ballet slippers? I replayed her words in my head, certain my ears were playing tricks. I don't understand what you're saying. I've studied every one of your performance recordings. She rushed out, the sentences tumbling together in her excitement.
We have the same way of moving. We look alike. Our hair and eyes are the same colour, and we even share the same birthmark. To prove her point, Juniper pivoted, gathering her hair to expose the faint, familiar stalk bite at the base of her neck, an exact match for mine. My fingers clenched in the towel as I sought out Hudson, who was staring at his niece as if she'd suddenly sprouted wings. Apparently, this revelation was just as shocking to him. Juniper, I began, please don't say it isn't true. She pleaded, her lower lip trembling before she caught it between her teeth. You're my mother. I know you are. It's the reason I love ballet this much. It's in our blood. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Oh no, she was on the verge of crying. How on earth was I supposed to handle this gently? The thing is, we even smile the same way, and our hands are identical, she cut in, waving her fingers toward me. I know you're probably shocked to see me, and I shouldn't have surprised you like this, but you're my only hope left. But I have never. I tried again. Wait, I can show you proof. She shrugged off her backpack, letting it fall onto the grass. I sent in a DNA test. All you need to do is take the same one, and it will show the connection. You did what?
Hudson stepped beside me, levelling a stern look at his niece. I took a DNA test, obviously, she stated, her brow furrowing as if we were the ones being unreasonable, completely unfazed by her uncle's glare. Does your mother know about this? He demanded. And how did you even manage it? I ordered a kit online and... she started. Let me guess, you clicked that you were over 18, he interrupted, crossing his arms. This isn't some online game, Juniper. If these companies really didn't want minors using their services, they'd make the safeguards a lot harder to bypass, she retorted, mimicking his posture perfectly. I just swabbed my cheek and mailed it back. She pulled her phone from her pocket, tapped an app open, and thrust the screen toward Hudson. See? And of course Mom doesn't know. She'd completely freak out. She says I have to wait until I'm 18 to even look for my biological family, which is a completely unfair rule. I never should have gotten you this phone, Hudson grumbled, taking the device and scrolling through the information. Like I wouldn't have found another way. The school library has computers, and Uncle Gavin gave me a prepaid card for my birthday. She kept glancing at me as she spoke. You're a clever kid, I conceded, despite the surreal situation. I'm your kid, Juniper stated, looking up at me with utter conviction. It all fits. You gave me to your friend's sister. It's the simplest explanation. Occam's razor. Do they teach medieval philosophy in grade school around here? I asked Hudson. He started to reply, but Juniper steamrolled right over him. I'm in the gifted program, she informed me, pronouncing each word with dignified offence. And it's a top-rated school district, which is why Mom decided to stay here instead of moving closer to my grandparents. Duly noted, I said, dragging a hand across my forehead to keep the salty ocean water from my hair from stinging my eyes. The whole scene felt lifted from a particularly absurd daytime drama, yet the girl's unwavering certainty was a tangible, terrifying force in the quiet backyard. One of my friends is adopted, and we talk about it a lot. I know how to search online, so I'm not angry you placed me for adoption, though I have a few questions that, statistically, might shorten my future therapy sessions. She gave a firm nod. Honestly, I love my mum. She's amazing, except for not supporting my dancing. But if you told her I should dance, she'd listen. That hopeful light returned to her eyes. My shoulders slumped, and against every promise I'd made to myself, I glanced at Hudson for help. Our eyes met for just a second, his brow furrowed, and then he knelt in the grass, placing his hands gently on Juniper's shoulders. Junebug, you know I would never lie to you, right? Right. Her eyes darted between us. Ali, Alessandra isn't your birth mother. He said it softly, and a part of me that had wanted to push him off a cliff moments ago softened. It isn't possible. You don't know that. Her voice cracked. I do, he said, nodding. Your birthday is May 14th, just a few days ago. I saw her a couple months before you were born. She was here on spring break, and she wasn't pregnant. Maybe you just didn't notice, she argued, then looked to me as if I would contradict him. I've never had a child. I shook my head slowly. I'm so sorry, but I'm not the person you're hoping to find. I don't believe you. Her forehead creased, and a flush spread across her cheeks. We have the same birthmark. Stork bites are common, and they can be genetic. I looked it up. She pulled away from Hudson's grasp and grabbed her backpack, tugging hard on the zipper. A moment later, she pulled out a softball-sized white box, sealed in plastic. Just take the test, and then I'll believe you. She thrust the box toward me. It's the fastest one available. I checked. I'm sure you did. You can't ask her to do that. Hudson stood and ran a hand through his hair. Some nervous habits never change. If he'd been wearing a hat, he'd be fiddling with the brim. She can't say yes if I don't ask. Isn't that what you always say? She glared up at him. Gravel crunched in the driveway, and we all turned to see Anne pulling her blue Mercedes into the carriage house. I was completely caught. So, will you do it? Juniper pressed, undeterred by my sister's arrival. How long have you been planning this? Hudson asked her. 4 months, she answered, her eyes fixed on me. Will you? I am not your mother, I said quietly. Prove it. She shook the box, and I took it because refusing felt ruder than agreeing. Triumph flashed in her eyes, and I blinked, hit again by that strange, unsettling sense of déjà vu. I must have met this girl somewhere before. Absolutely not. Hudson snatched the box before I could get a proper grip. We're done. Go get in the truck. Uncle Hud, now Juniper. I knew that tone. It brooked no argument, and from the immediate slump in her posture, she knew it too. She shot me a pleading look, then grabbed her backpack with both hands, ignoring the zipper entirely, and strode off toward the northeast side of the house, away from Anne. I'm so sorry, Hudson said, watching Juniper disappear around the corner of the porch. Please tell me you didn't know. I turned my head slowly to look up at him. I had no idea. Stunned was an expression I rarely saw on him. I reached for the box, and to my surprise, he handed it over. She actually ordered DNA tests. I never even knew she was searching for her mother. He twisted the hem of his t-shirt, wringing it out, and I looked away at the first glimpse of skin. I can get you a towel. I did a double take when I caught him staring at me in disbelief. What? I can manage to have manners while also ignoring how thoroughly you wrecked me when we were teenagers. It's called growing up. Our gazes held, and I tried to claw back the anger, to find any feeling that might armor me through this moment, but all that rose up was the bone-deep weariness I'd carried since winter began. There's a towel in my car. He finally looked away, gesturing toward the box. Could you toss that for me? Who knows who she'd aim it at next? I can handle that. Thanks. A throat cleared from the back porch. We both turned to see Anne leaning against the railing, her eyes sweeping over the pool area before landing on Hudson. She shook her head slowly. Did I accidentally drive through a time warp? Feels like a decade just vanished. Always a pleasure, Anne, Hudson said, tipping an imaginary hat. Her attention snapped to me, eyes widening. Tell me you didn't go swimming alone at the beach again. Possibly. I offered a weak, guilty smile. But I was perfectly safe. And, for the record, Hudson is a certified rescue diver now, so it was a non-issue. She looked back and forth between us with the exasperated expression of someone catching kids about to TP a house. Which explains why he's soaked to the bone in street clothes, no less. My bad, Hudson conceded. Fantastic, Anne replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I'll just let you two reminisce then. Her heels tapped sharply on the porch wood as she retreated. Hudson, as a personal favor to me, try actually saying goodbye this time before you vanish, okay? I'd hate to finally act on the many, many violent daydreams I've had about your untimely end over the years. The screen door banged shut behind her. And that's my exit, I said, hefting the box. I cut a path through the damp grass, skirting the pool's edge, letting every unanswered question from the past 10 years dissolve unspoken. Allie, his voice followed me. Alessandra. I stopped, but didn't turn. Looking forward was the only strategy that had gotten me through the last decade. I'm so sorry for all of it. I closed my eyes, waiting for the apology to land, to somehow drain the poison from an old, aching hurt. Instead, the words dropped into a hollow place inside me, like a penny down a deep well, a small, insignificant gesture, momentarily bright but ultimately useless. Just see she gets home safe. I walked into the house without a word, taking the carpeted back stairs past Eva's room and the carefully preserved shrine of Lena's, finally reaching my own across from Anne's. Under the shower's spray, I tried to wash away the salt and the shock, scrubbing hard as if I could peel the memory of him from my skin. I emerged pruned and raw, pulling on soft leggings and an old sweater, ignoring all the stylish clothes Anne had insisted on packing. Who was I trying to impress here, anyway? The rhythmic thwack of a knife on a cutting board met me in the kitchen. Anne had shed her dress jacket and was attacking a bag of carrots with grim focus. Something at her meeting had clearly gone south. I padded barefoot across the cool floor, fetched 2 bottles of water from the fridge, and settled onto one of the tall stools at the massive marble island. I opened one bottle and waited for a break in her vegetable slaughter before sliding it over. She caught it, finally setting the knife down. Thanks. How did the meeting go? I asked, opening my own drink. Finn wants the brownstone. Says I can have everything else, she said, looking away just a fraction too late. I saw the glint of tears. So my lawyer is thrilled. Apparently, ending up financially ahead is the real victory in these things. A win for some people, I suppose. A heavy, sorrowful silence filled the space between us. I'm really sorry, Anne. She took a long pull of water as if it was something much stronger. Maybe it should have been. Then her hand went back to the knife. When you can't give your husband the one thing he's asked for throughout your entire marriage, he ends it. There's really nothing to apologize for. Life is about more than just having children, I said, taking a sip of my drink. Not to Finn, Anne replied, attacking another carrot with her knife. Having a family means everything to him. You deserve someone who believes you are everything, I told her, picking at the label on my water bottle and imagining it was Finn's face. She stopped chopping. He told me I failed him. The knife clattered onto the cutting board, and she pressed her palms flat against the cool grey marble. How messed up is that? I'm the one who endured the miscarriages, the fertility treatments, all the hormones. Her voice broke as her head dropped. But he's the one who feels disappointed. As if my heart isn't shattered too? I slid from my chair, walked around the kitchen island, and wrapped my arms around her from behind. You are not a failure. You're a brilliant lawyer. Who gave up her career after 1 year because Finn thought it would reduce stress and help us get pregnant? She said with a bitter laugh. You are beautiful, kind, intelligent, and 1,000 other wonderful things. You are absolutely the best of us. I rested my chin on her shoulder. She reached up, squeezed my arm, and let her head lean against mine for a quiet moment. And since I'm clearly the only one here who can cook without causing a disaster, why don't you sit down and let me finish making you some soup? You probably need it after nearly freezing in the pool. She gave my cheek a gentle pat with her left hand, and I returned to my stool. It was only for a few minutes.
The pool doesn't offer the same resistance as the ocean, I argued, finishing my water and reaching for the celery. Absolutely not, Anne declared, snatching the bag away. I've witnessed the chaos you create in a kitchen. Besides, you're supposed to be letting me take care of you. That's the whole reason we're here. We're here because of Mom's strict occupancy rules, I said, drawing one knee to my chest as I watched Anne expertly slice the celery. True enough, she conceded.
Of course, we had delayed until the last minute. Mom's decree was that the beach house had to be used for an entire summer by at least one of us every 3 years, and all 3 sisters had to be together for 1 full week. I suppose it was her way of forcing us to spend time together, though sometimes I wondered if it was also a subtle dig at our father, setting a rule we might fail, risking the loss of the house he adored. Until now, Anne had been absorbed with her job and her marriage, only visiting for the annual Haven Cove Classic in August, while Eva and I were always too busy with the company. Maybe if I had visited over the last few years, I would have run into Hudson sooner. How long had he been back? It didn't matter. I needed to let it go. Has Eva mentioned when she's arriving? I asked. I think she plans to stay for the whole week of the Classic, but I'm hoping she comes for the 4th of July, Anne answered, transferring the chopped vegetables to the pot. She better show up. I love this house, and I'm not about to lose it. You know, you could just live here full time if you wanted. Neither Eva nor I would mind if it made you happy. And leave you 2 alone in New York. I don't think so, she said. Then her tone softened, her concerned expression reminding me so much of our father. Want to tell me what Hudson Ellis was doing here? His niece wanted to meet me, I said. The rest of the story felt too absurd to burden her with after the day she'd had. I guess she follows Eva on seconds. It's your account, too, she pointed out, pulling a cooked chicken from the refrigerator and nudging the door shut with her hip. And did he happen to offer any grand explanation for why he vanished off the face of the earth while you were in the hospital? Was it a sudden abduction by aliens, perhaps? No, I said, resting my chin on my knee. But he did apologize. Well, that just fixes everything, doesn't it? She said.
the chicken landing on the board with a solid thud. Did you tell him to go to hell? A small smile touched my lips. Anne never cursed.
I told him it would be best if we just ignored each other while I'm here. It's been years. I'm past it.
She began cutting the chicken with quick, practiced motions. What's that supposed to mean? I watched each slice, fascinated by her skill. It means I can't recall a single instance where you and Hudson were in the same city and managed to avoid each other. She tilted her head thoughtfully. You two were practically inseparable, more than Gavin and Lena ever were, and they were an actual couple, only when Mom wasn't paying attention. Being back in this house made everything rush back with painful sharpness, as if the wars themselves were grinding my memories to a fine, dangerous edge. A wave of afternoon tiredness washed over me, and I stretched my arms. When Mom wasn't paying attention, she echoed. Gosh, she and Gavin carried on in secret for months that summer before she lost interest and ended it. She paused, knife hovering. Was that right before she started with San Francisco, or was it NBC? A mix, but mostly NBC, I said, since neither of us would voice that it was the summer before she passed away. I lost the battle against a massive yawn. I guess the swim wore me out. She set the knife down. Did you return Kenna's call? She's tried you at least 3 times this week.
I'll call her later, I said, not meaning it. Did I feel bad about avoiding her? Absolutely. Was I going to fix that by actually talking to her? Not a chance. She's your best friend, Allie, Anne said, and it was the concern in her voice, not the lecture, that stopped me from snapping back. And the company's orthopedic specialist, I reminded her, grabbing the empty water bottle and heading for the pantry's recycling bin.
We both know I'm not improving as fast as she'll expect, and she'll have to tell Vasily. He'll cancel my fall ballet with Isaac, and I can't let that happen. I'm not cutting corners. I'm doing everything. The Pilates, the weights, the resistance bands, but my ankle still won't support me on demi-point. Did you ever consider she might just want to talk to her friend? Anne countered as I leaned against the doorframe, taking pressure off my foot. No one thinks you're lazy.
I'm not sure you even know how to be lazy. Everyone at the company sees you pushing yourself to the limit to get back. It's all you do. I hoped coming out here would help you unwind, maybe even crack a smile. Did you visit Mom on your drive back? Don't dodge the question, she fixed me with a look. I held her gaze. If our family had ever held a contest for enduring awkward silences, I'd have the trophy, and we both knew it. Yes, I stopped by the school and saw Mom. Her sigh was surrender, though I'm not sure school is the right word for it. It felt more like a clinical facility. Want to take a walk after I finish this? Nice try, but I think I need a nap. Exhaustion took over, as it so often did. Sleep is restorative, or so they say. What about catching a movie after dinner? They're doing a Brat Pack marathon. Nothing lifts your spirits like a John Hughes film. She offered a gentle smile. Just the thought of getting dressed, of mustering the energy to perform as Alessandra Russo in public, made me suppress another yawn. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, Anne agreed, her smile fading. Get some rest. I'll make sure you're up for dinner. Thanks. I left the kitchen and climbed the stairs, my eyes drifting to the wall of casual photos. I stopped at the final one. Dad had taken it, capturing the 4 of us lined up on the pier, our backs to him, in a rare quiet moment where even Ava was still. She reclined on the far right, hands behind her, her 15-year-old face tilted up to the sun. Lena and Anne were in the middle, 19 and 18, turned toward each other and laughing over some shared secret, while 17-year-old me sat with Lena's arm around my shoulders, my head resting against hers as I gazed out at the water, lost in my own thoughts. The memory was so vivid I could almost feel the old wood of the pier beneath me and hear the distant cry of gulls, a detail so sharp it was like a pinch to the heart. I missed that feeling deeply, that sense of calm and knowing what came next. For so long we had been as solid as the pilings holding up the boardwalk, standing firm against the tempest of our mother, bracing each other when the tide of her demands grew too high. That fleeting moment of tranquility, vanished as I recalled Lena had passed away just weeks after Dad took that photograph. Life could be brutally unjust. She ought to be here right now, or performing on a stage in New York, or anywhere her heart desired. She deserved to be living. Lena would have understood exactly how to comfort Anne, and whether I should test my ankle or let it heal. She would have known how to steer Eva and handle Mom. Honestly, she would have taught all of us how to navigate this whole messy affair of growing up. I trudged into my bedroom and collapsed onto the mattress, then slipped under the familiar heavy warmth of my rose-coloured quilt. Maybe someday my body would reclaim all the rest I'd robbed from it over the years. For now, I'd let it have the sleep it was determined to take, whether I agreed or not. As I turned to set my phone on the white wicker nightstand, I made sure Lena's amethyst ring was still secure in the drawer, and my eyes landed on the DNA test kit Juniper had insisted I use. A sharp ache of empathy hit me. She simply wanted to find her place. For a split second, I even felt a twinge of pity for Hudson. That little girl had looked utterly shattered by it all. I'm truly sorry. For everything. Well, at least he'd said the words. There was a time I would have forgiven him instantly, trusting that whatever kept him away was beyond his control. I trusted him more than my own sisters. But just as I would never comprehend why Lena was taken so young, or why I walked away from the crash and she didn't, I had to accept that I would never really know why Hudson left my life without a word. We were just kids back then, let it go. I picked up the box and scanned the instructions. It seemed straightforward. Download the app, swab my cheek, mail it in. Given I'd never had a child, I wasn't exactly afraid of the outcome. Hell, I was a virgin until I was nearly 20, long after Juniper was born. Maybe life wouldn't give me the answers I needed, but I could at least give her one by proving I wasn't the answer she was looking for. 6 days later, a notification popped up on the app. My stomach dropped. Chapter 7. Hudson on point E34. You all are really out here correcting a professional dancer in the comments. I'm deceased. The only ones who could outdance Rousseau Sisters 4 are, well, the missing half of that duo. Hey, Eva, produce your sister before we organize a search party. I rolled the cool glass bottle of Yuengling between my palms, grating its ridged base against the wooden table as Kurt Cobain's voice poured from the ancient jukebox in the corner, the one where Gavin only permitted his curated grunge and occasional punk tracks. 6 days. Somehow, I'd survived 6 whole days without driving straight to Allie's and pleading for forgiveness. Our history needed far more than a mumbled apology or some weak excuse. It demanded a lot more.
What I did to her called for genuine penance, maybe on my knees, and likely a slice of my soul, and even that might not cut it. A sharp nudge against my shin snapped me back. Across the dim booth, Eric Beachman lifted his eyebrows expectantly. "Right, Ellis?" he prompted, nodding toward the woman beside me. "Right? Damn. I was supposed to be on a double date. It was the first night all week our schedules aligned for a drink, and he'd brought his girlfriend's sister. What was her name again?"
And what had Eric just asked? He doesn't have to answer,
the brunette said with a quick, polite smile. Jessica, Eric's girlfriend, narrowed her eyes at me. Every lifeguard loves to boast about their rescue count. Eric chimed in, saving me while simultaneously shooting a "what is wrong with you" look across the table. I cleared my throat. Honestly, I don't really keep track. That came out smoothly, even though I'd completely zoned out for the last chunk of our chat. Pretty much my standard operating procedure all week. Whether I was ordering new equipment for the shop, dealing with Juniper's phone, or doing laps in the pool, my mind kept drifting to Allie. She used to occupy a quiet corner of my thoughts, but lately she was front and center, impossible to ignore. I think that's kind of humble, Beth said, her smile growing as her fingers tapped a rhythm against her empty glass. I like that in a guy. Ali would have laughed at that. She knew I was anything but humble. She'd seen me at my most impulsive, my most overconfident, my most downright arrogant, and she'd liked me anyway. I'm sure he appreciates you appreciating that, Eric chimed in, taking a sip of his drink. I wasn't so sure. Beth was stunning, with bright blue eyes and hair the colour of warm chestnut, so different from Ally's rich, dark coffee tones, I had to stop. I'd spent the whole evening doing this, stacking my charming, lively date up against the woman who'd defined my idea of a partner over a decade ago. It wasn't fair. I was being a total jerk, and she had no clue. "How about I get you another drink?" I offered, already sliding out of the booth before Beachman could point out we had a waitress. I wove through the Friday night crowd, giving a nod to a couple of guys I knew from high school who were clustered around the dartboard, definitely not on the list of perks for being stationed in my hometown. I headed for the bar where my brother Gavin was working. He wasn't always in the perks column either. Gavin was down at the far end of the 12-seat bar, so I grabbed one of the 2 empty stools at the narrow corner and sat. "What is your deal tonight?" Eric asked, taking the seat beside me. "Just distracted," I said, adjusting the brim of my ball cap. "You've been a million miles away all week," he shot back, then glanced over his shoulder at a group of guys in expensive suits, yelling for Gavin's attention from the other end of the bar. "Who wears a $2,000 suit to a place like this?" he muttered. "Holiday season?" I shrugged, watching my brother navigate the line of customers. He had a couple inches on my 6'2" frame, which helped him see over the crowd, but I still had him by 20 pounds of muscle handy whenever I needed to put him in his place. "It's only going to get busier in here next week," I noted. Memorial Day weekend always kicked off the tourist surge, and the Grizzly Bear Bar was a reliable gauge. By the 4th of July, this place would be bursting at the seams. "You worried about your test results?" Eric asked, mirroring my posture as he leaned his elbows on the bar. "Nope, the exam scores from last week, which would determine our promotions, weren't due for a couple more weeks, but I was confident I'd aced it. Then are you worried that even if you make the list and get promoted, there's no room to advance here at Cape Cod with 11 other swimmers, so you'd have to transfer to another air station and leave your family?" He fixed me with a knowing look. That's weirdly specific and usually on point, but also no. Now, of course, I was thinking about it. You could request Port Angeles and try the Pacific Northwest or San Francisco to see why I'm so obsessed with California, or even head up to Sitka, like you've always talked about. He tilted his head, waiting for my reaction. Eric's specialty was pinpointing what got under people's skin, shielding his friends from it, or needling his enemies until it hurt.
"I'm good right here,"
I said firmly. It had taken me 2 other East Coast assignments before I landed Cape Cod, and I wasn't planning on leaving any time soon, not while Caroline still needed me nearby. "Is it the date?" Eric tried again as Gavin approached to take our order, my brother's eyebrows furrowing as he gave me a puzzled look.
"It's not about the date."
I watched Gavin pull a couple beers from the tap a few feet away. His head tilted toward us in a way that made it clear he was listening. "Beth is perfectly nice." "Nice!" Eric's eyebrows shot up. "She's a knockout, and that's without any family bias. She's a teacher, so she's sharp. You've heard how quick she is, and she clearly likes you, not that you ever struggle in that area. So what's the issue?" I shifted on my stool.
"She's not Ally Rousseau,"
Gavin answered for me, sliding 2 beers to the group in suits to our left. "Shut up." I shot my brother a look and reconsidered my exit strategy. He was obviously in the mood to stir the pot.
"But she's not."
Gavin shrugged and reached for a bottle on the top shelf. Brown hair, great smile, petite, exactly his usual type, but she isn't Ally. He poured 4 shots of tequila. "You see, Beachman?" "Beachman," Eric corrected, whatever. Gavin pushed the shots toward the suits, then picked up the tablet to charge their tab. "You brought him a solid local girl." "He means year-round," I cut in. "But my little brother has been stuck on Ally since he was 17, and there's nothing you or I or that lovely teacher back in the booth can do to change it." He set the tablet down on the back bar and turned to us, flipping his grizzly bear cap around backward, which is exactly why he's planted at my bar instead of getting another drink back there. He gestured toward the dining area. "Hudson might be the toughest guy in the Coast Guard, but you put Ally Rousseau in the same room and he'll stumble over his own boots." "Who is Ally Rousseau?" Eric's face scrunched in confusion as he looked between my brother and me. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? I narrowed my eyes at Gavin. It's the sacred right of an older sibling to embarrass the younger one whenever the mood strikes. He grinned without a hint of shame and reached for a pint glass under the bar. Who is Ali Rousseau? Eric repeated. Sometimes I can't decide if I love you or hate you. The harder I glared, the wider Gavin's smile grew. Both, little brother. He nudged the brim of my cap like I was a kid again, then poured a Yuengling. I'm not doing my job right if it's not both.
Who the hell is Ali Rousseau?
Eric raised his voice. Gavin lifted his eyebrows at me, a clear challenge, and slid the lager my way. You're a real piece of work. I took the offered beer. Alessandra Rousseau? The dancer? The suit nearest to us chimed in. All three of us turned in surprise.
What?
The man loosened his silk tie. I live in New York and my wife is into ballet.
Wasn't talking to you.
I nearly snapped. I was. Beachman turned his whole body toward the man.
Tell me more.
I took a long drink of my beer, while Boardroom Guy showed Eric something on his phone. No way. Beachman whipped the phone in my direction. This is who you're talking about. A Google image search displayed several pictures of Ali, mostly on stage, her body flawlessly arched into breathtaking poses. He pointed to her official headshot for the company, which was, of course, absolutely stunning. The photographer had captured her unsmiling, her eyes wide, as if awaiting instruction. That's the one, Gavin remarked, starting another drink, and completely ignoring the customers at the far end, who were clearly waiting for a refill. Eric handed the phone back and thanked the suit before swivelling back toward me. And you never mentioned her to me because... My mouth opened, then closed. This right here was a definite downside of being stationed back in my hometown.
Because he's still hung up on her.
Gavin set a drink down in front of me that looked a lot like Beth's rum and coke. For all his unreliability, his memory was razor sharp. No, I'm not. Even another swig couldn't wash the bitter taste of the lie from my mouth. Yeah, you are, he is, he confirmed to Eric with a slow nod. That's exactly why her name never comes up. For the love of God, can you drop it? I shoved back from the bar. He's either your best friend or he isn't. Gavin let out a derisive snort. I am. Eric leaned in, the posture of a man settling in for a story, all feigned concern and thinly veiled curiosity. She was my best friend, I said, if only to cut Gavin off. Her family has a house here. We met when we were just kids, spent 2 summers inseparable, and then... The words dissolved, as they always did. That entire night remained, and would always remain, something language couldn't touch. And he was head over heels for her, Gavin announced in a stage whisper, pulling a Coors Light from the tap. Don't you have other people to bother? I motioned down the length of the bar. Don't you have a date you're dodging? He shot back, sliding the beer to Eric. Fair point, Eric conceded, taking the glass and casting a nervous look toward the booths. Look, Bateman, Gavin began, assembling a vodka cranberry. Beachman, Eric corrected for what felt like the 100th time. That's what I said. Gavin plunked in a straw and gave it a swirl. That perfectly nice woman you introduced to my brother doesn't have a prayer. She never did. The kindest thing you could do is let her down easy now, before he does something truly idiotic, like actually try to build a life with her. That's not how it is. I stood and reached for my own beer. It absolutely is. Gavin turned his full focus to Eric, deliberately shutting me out. You see, barman, I've been in those shoes, hung up on a Rousseau girl. It's a special kind of obsession. He looked away briefly, clearing his throat. My fingers tightened around the chilled glass, the condensation slick against my palm. I wasn't the only Ellis who treated those summers like a locked box. But the Rousseau sisters always had that untouchable aura, backed by a mother who'd end you if you tried. I let my torch burn out. Hudson. He's still carrying his, and now that she's been back in town for a few weeks, he flung his hands out, mimicking an explosion. Hudson's the Death Star. And that woman is Luke Skywalker about to fire the shot that takes him down. That's a terrible comparison. I took another swallow, mentally calculating the drive to Ali's. I'd barely made a dent in my beer. I was fine to drive. Is it, though? Gavin tilted his head. We could switch it up. You're the Titanic. She's the iceberg.
Or she's Oppenheimer. And you're the New Mexico desert. Message received. I reached for my wallet. Hold on, Eric interjected, stepping off his stool. Did you just say you had a thing for Ali, too? God, no. Her older sister. Never. Ali. Gavin's eyes met mine, a decade of shared history flashing between us in an instant before his mouth quirked into a smirk. Ali was way too young for me, too high-strung. Sure, she was a pretty little thing. My shoulders went rigid.
But too reserved, too proper, too quiet, too mousy, too damn well mine, I cut in sharply, slapping a 20 onto the polished wood. And she was none of those things. You never actually knew her. A hot flush crept up my neck. There he is! Gavin threw his arms up in triumph. I was wondering when you were finally going to wake up. Damn it! I'd played right into his hands, given him the reaction he was baiting for. Eric's gaze volleyed between us like we were in a championship match. Now, go find the guts to tell that lovely brunette she's trying out for a part that was cast more than 10 years ago. He pushed the 20 back toward me. And you know your money's worthless here. How did you even know she was back? I picked up my rum and coke, leaving the bill on the bar. Small town. News travels. Gavin shrugged, already backing away as voices called for him. Plus, our niece is a chatterbox. You know she's going to pester that woman for an autograph. Juniper! It figured. What else had she let slip? You're watching her tomorrow morning so Caroline can open the shop, right? Are you pulling a double shift? Gavin countered as the noise from his waiting customers swelled. Yes. I only pulled that duty about once a week, sometimes less. Guess I'm out of options then. He gave me a casual two-finger salute and moved off toward the far end of the bar, a worn towel dangling from the back pocket of his cargo pants. Eric and I began weaving our way back to our table. So, what really went down with you and the dancer? He asked as we navigated the thickening crowd. This was exactly why I'd kept it to myself. Eric was a problem solver by nature, and now he saw me as a project with a ready-made answer. We had a falling out right after I turned 18, just before I shipped out for basic training. Let me guess, she wasn't on the same page. A familiar knot tightened in my gut. It wasn't that simple. Story's over? But the story isn't over if she's magically in the same town as you. You have the most ridiculous luck of anyone I know. Believe me, it's done. Ali isn't someone who revisits the past or lets anyone get too close. I caught sight of Jessica and Beth and dropped my voice. Some things you just can't escape, man. Do me a solid and drop it. We fell silent as we reached the booth. I slid in next to Beth, handing her a drink with my best attempt at a contrite smile. For you.
Thanks.
She accepted the glass, then tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You're from here, right? We moved to town my junior year. I think you'd already left by then. I began to nod, the timeline matching what she'd mentioned earlier. But then I stopped. Gavin had a point. I could go through the motions with this woman, maybe even enjoy some of it, but it would never go anywhere because I couldn't offer her a real shot. Not with Ali living just a 13-minute drive away.
Right,
I said slowly, feeling a familiar tension coiling in my chest as my mind raced. Listen, Beth, I'm really sorry, but Hudson. The rest of my words evaporated, instantly erased by the sound of her voice. I turned, and my gaze travelled over a pair of jeans that made my hands ache to trace the shape beneath them, past a soft green sweater slipping off one slender shoulder, revealing a pale pink bra strap, and finally up to meet the exact shade of whiskey-coloured eyes I'd never forgotten. The tension in my chest ratcheted up to a near breaking point, and every coherent thought except the urge to sweep her out of here and plead my case in private vanished from the jumble I called a brain. Well, I'll be damned. You're the ballerina, Eric declared. Just end me now. Ali's eyes went wide, and she quickly looked away from me. I am excellent. Beechman flashed a grin and extended his hand. Eric Beechman, Hudson's best friend. Alessandra Rousseau, nice to meet you. Ali shook his hand, but offered no smile, not even her polished, polite, public one. Or, I suppose I should say, his current best friend? He winced, and she retreated slightly, gripping the strap of her purse with both hands. Not that I'm implying he talks about you replacing me, or that you're somehow interchangeable, or, you know what? I'm just going to stop talking now. That would be ideal. I shot him a lethal glare. The jerk just smiled back. Okay. Ali's eyes flickered between the four of us before finally landing on me, and my ribs ached with the impact. God, had it always been this visceral around her, like the air got thinner just from her glance. You're not a kid anymore. Pull it together and think, I'm sorry to barge in, but could I possibly speak with you alone? Yes, 1,000 times, yes. To hell with a plan. Whatever she wanted, she could have it. Sure. Smooth talker, idiot. I left my beer behind and slid out of the booth as she took a few steps back to make room. Backroom work? She gave a quick nod, then turned and started toward the bar. I forced my eyes away from the sway of her hips and used every second of the walk to strategize my responses to whatever she might say. Logic and all the solid reasons I'd disappeared didn't stand a chance. Every scenario I imagined began and ended with the one thing I'd never done for anyone, complete and utter begging. She pushed open the door tucked near the bar's corner, as if no time had passed at all, and for a moment I was right back there at 18, sneaking around with her while Gavin was on duty, cramming for that entrance exam and sharing conversations that felt like everything and nothing, all at once. I followed her inside, the familiar mix of air freshener and old beer hitting me, and shut the door. The place was tidy despite the smell, everything in order from the file cabinet in the corner to the desk on my left. I perched on the edge of that surprisingly solid desk, giving her a clear path to the door so she wouldn't feel cornered. Nothing's changed in here, I said. She turned slowly under the flickering fluorescent light, taking in the room with that quiet, watchful gaze I remembered. I'd always believed her survival in that house came from being so perceptive, sensing trouble before it arrived. But you... She crossed her arms, her eyes studying me without the heated anger I'd seen earlier. Honestly, that anger would have been a welcome sight compared to this hollow, distant look. You seem to fill more of the space now. A few extra inches and rescue swimmer training will do that, I said, a slight smile tugging at my mouth. You look great, by the way. More than great. She was stunning, with those wide eyes, that perfect bow of a mouth, and the scatter of freckles across her cheeks. The girl I'd always found beautiful had become a woman who surpassed the word entirely. She let out a dismissive sound. I look like I've skipped 4 months of class and haven't slept since I was 12, she stated flatly. You never could take a compliment. A flicker of that old fire flashed in her eyes, and I had to stop myself from grinning. She was still in there.
That's not the point, she said, shaking her head so her deep brown hair fell around her face like a soft curtain as she rummaged in her purse. It was longer now, those waves brushing past her collarbone. I came because Anne mentioned Gavin still worked here. I thought he could tell me where to find you. You were looking for me? A real smile broke across my face. So much for any plan. I was running on pure instinct now and hoping it wouldn't let me down.
Well, yeah, she said, sweeping her hair back with one hand while pulling out her phone with the other. I didn't know who else to turn to, or who to tell, or even who you might have told already. Told about what? I leaned forward. You need to talk to Caroline. I'm not Juniper's mother. Her fingers moved over the screen. Obviously you're not, she said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She held up the same app Juniper used. Turns out I'm her aunt. Chapter 8. Ali, Point Princess, 50363. That Balanchine technique is painful to watch. Bring your sister back to show you how it's done. Rousseau Sisters 4. 2 days later, I curled my legs beneath me in the oversized chair, staring at Hudson from across the vast, formal living room. The steady tick of the grandfather clock measured the heavy silence between us, marking the slow crawl of the late morning. After Gavin had barged in barely 30 seconds into our talk at the bar, we'd agreed to meet somewhere private. I'd thought the delay would make things less awkward, give us time to collect ourselves. I was wrong. 5 minutes, Hudson said, breaking the quiet. I'm sorry. This might be easier if you pretend for the next 5 minutes that you don't hate me. He leaned forward on the blue and cream striped sofa, resting his elbows on his knees and ignoring the steaming coffee cup on the table between us. At least one thing hadn't changed in 10 years. He was still wearing that Bruins cap. 5 minutes isn't enough, I replied, and I doubt pretending would make this any less uncomfortable. Let's try it, he said, pulling out his phone to show me the timer. We'll take it 5 minutes at a time. 5 minutes, fine. I sort of expected you'd still be in your uniform, coming straight off a 24-hour shift. I pulled the cuffs of my sweater down over my hands. Before long, the summer heat would make my favourite knits unbearable. June was practically here, its warmth already pressing in. If you wanted to see me in uniform, you could have just asked, he said, a teasing grin playing on his lips. Heat rushed to my face, and I glanced away. Flirting had always been something he reserved for other people.
Is Caroline coming?
I haven't told her yet. His smile faded. My posture went rigid. First, he said, holding up a finger, I haven't seen her in person, and this is the kind of conversation you need to have face to face. Second, she's been completely against the idea of Juniper searching for her birth family before she turns 18. But I also believe Juniper has a right to know things like her medical history, so I'm stuck in the middle. If Caroline gets even a whiff that Juniper's been looking, let alone that she found you, she'll clamp down so hard a maximum security prison would seem relaxed by comparison. Because our family is pure evil? I tilted my head, trying not to let the implication get under my skin. Because from the moment the adoption agency called to place Juniper, she's been terrified someone would come and take her away. I stiffened. We would never. I know that. You know that. But you can't always reason someone out of a fear they didn't reason themselves into. He adjusted the brim of his hat and looked down at the expensive area rug. Mum had splurged on. My thought was we gather all the facts. We can, then figure out a plan before we bring it to Caroline. My phone vibrated on the chair's armrest. Kenna's name lighting up the screen, pushing down a pang of guilt. I declined the call. That was the second time today she'd tried to reach me, and as much as part of me wished she'd stop, I knew I'd only sink deeper into my own gloomy thoughts if she did. And then we let Caroline decide whether to tell Juniper. In the meantime, that young girl would just keep wondering, what a mess. I shifted, my ankle tender from overdoing it on the Peloton. That morning I'd added extra resistance, then foolishly tried to edge my calf raises toward relief. Reaching for the bottle of smart water on the side table, I could almost hear Kenna in my ear, nagging me about staying hydrated. Have you told Anne? He raised his eyebrows. She's in a fragile place, I said, tracing the bottle's label with my thumb, weighing how much to share. How much does a person change in 10 years? There was a strange, almost poetic irony to us being pushed back into each other's orbits, from close confidants to strangers, and now to whatever this was. She's navigating a divorce, and her feelings about kids and being a mother. My eyes drifted to a photo of Anne cradling baby Eva. It's complicated for her right now, which was exactly why I'd planned this meeting for when she wouldn't be home. Hudson nodded, his gaze moving over the collection of black and white photos in silver frames lining the built-in shelves. You want to say it, or should I? I followed his look to a picture of the 4 of us as little girls, all in tutus. For the past 2 days, my mind had raced through every possibility, landing on the same unavoidable conclusion each time. Juniper couldn't be Eva's. Eva was never out of my sight for more than a week back then. Neither was Anne. She left for college the same month I started my apprenticeship with the company, a full year before I even finished high school. She has to be Lena's. As undeniable as that truth was, I still couldn't fully grasp it. couldn't reconcile how little I really knew my older sister. I tore my eyes from the photographs and found Hudson watching me, patiently waiting for me to finish the thought. That quiet patience had always been one of the things I loved most about him. He was bold, even impulsive, when it came to making a move. Yet he had consistently paused to hear my thoughts first, a quiet consideration I hadn't realized was absent in a home filled with 4 siblings and parents always on the go. If Juniper arrived in May, I murmured, putting words to the calculations that had circled in my head for the past day and a half, then Lena would have become pregnant in September. I let the sentence hang.
That's exactly when she started with the San Francisco Ballet.
The company you wanted, he said quietly, pushing up from the sofa and moving toward the shelves. I bit my lip to stop myself from objecting. You did want it. He looked back at me, lifting a silver frame that held a picture of Eva and me from the Haven Cove Classic when I was 16. You once told me you refused to dance in anyone's shadow. Since your mother had performed in Paris and London, San Francisco was your top pick. I was there. I remember. I managed standing and setting my water glass down before circling the coffee table to join him. So what changed? My eyes swept over the professional portraits lining the shelf, nearly all of us in costume, as if the only moments deemed worthy of display were the ones spent on stage. You already know what changed. Lena died. He slid his hands into his pockets. So you turned down every offer you received that day and signed with the Metropolitan Ballet Company instead, just like your mother hoped. Was that a trace of disapproval in his tone? I don't exactly see you stationed in Sitka, I shot back. That had been our half-serious, half-dreamy plan, him living in remote Alaska as a rescue swimmer, me in San Francisco visiting when schedules allowed. Sean died too, cancer. I came back to help Caroline with Juniper.
Did you make a choice, or was it all your mother, slotting whichever daughter fit the role at the time? He crossed his arms. She had just lost her oldest child. I chose to respect her wishes. It came out sharper than I intended. We weren't even 10 minutes into this conversation. Anyway, I saw Lena at Christmas, and she seemed normal. No hints, no changes. The next time we were together was that summer.
She'd turned down a contract renewal in San Francisco and came home in June to train with us, prepping to audition for NBC again. She was driven, focused, but completely herself, genuinely happy, especially after the August auditions. She got the invitation to join the company, and that was what, 2 weeks before the classic? I shook my head. I know the evidence points to Juniper, but I can't accept that Lena would have a baby and not tell a soul, not even Anne. They were close, much closer than Eva and I, but unless there's another sibling I don't know about Juniper, has to be Lena's. Is it possible Anne knows and never said anything? He rocked back on his heels, gaze drifting toward the window before he muttered under his breath. Sure, it's possible, I conceded, but why keep it a secret all this time after Lena's gone? None of it adds up. You have got to be kidding me. Hudson was already striding toward the front hall. What is it? I rushed after him, my socks slipping slightly on the polished floor. He filled the doorway as he yanked it open, but I ducked under his arm to see Juniper dropping her scooter at the base of the porch steps. Something ignited in my chest, a slow, stubborn warmth like a campfire fighting damp wood as Juniper unbuckled her purple helmet and tossed it beside the abandoned scooter. "You're supposed to be in school," Hudson said, his voice firm. "Mrs. Ashbury is going to be furious when she finds out you slipped away." She lifted her chin defiantly, the morning sun catching the fiery glint in her narrowed eyes as she mounted the steps, staring him down without a flinch. She looked fearless, stubborn, and more than a little offended. The warmth in my chest spread, raising goosebumps along my skin. This wasn't just a feeling of familiarity, it was recognition. All those little details about Lena that had felt familiar, but I'd never truly pieced together, suddenly clicked into place. My God, I'd been completely oblivious. Juniper was the spitting image of her. Last night, I used Mum's email to send a message saying you were taking me to an appointment this morning, she declared, stepping onto the porch and fixing Hudson with a defiant stare. With the Gibbons twins keeping her busy, We both know she's not exactly broken up about having one less student to watch today. You have your mum's password. Hudson arched an eyebrow at his niece. Our niece? I studied the wind-tangled brown hair, the curve of her cheek and jaw, seeing my sister in every line. Juniper 0514 isn't exactly Fort Knox, she said, with a slow, deliberate drawl. I leaned back slightly, the back of my head grazing Hudson's arm. That small point of contact grounded me, but it did nothing to slow the frantic rhythm of my heart. Juniper wasn't some distant notification on an app or a theoretical topic to debate. She was Lena's living, breathing daughter. You can't just ditch school and go roaming around. Hudson's voice took on an edge. It isn't safe? Oh, absolutely, Juniper shot back, crossing her arms tightly. I was in mortal peril, cruising my scooter a whole 6 blocks from where Mom left me at school. By the way, Mr. Lobos says hello. He was out watering his roses when I rode by. Terrifying stuff. The exaggerated eye roll was pure Lena. How had I never noticed it before? My legs felt unsteady, and Hudson's arm slipped around my waist before I could embarrass myself by stumbling. Breathe. Just breathe. That's not the point. How did you even know I'd be here? I still have your phone. His tone was firm, yet the hand at my side was nothing but gentle.
I didn't know you were here until I saw the truck, Juniper said, nodding toward the royal blue pickup in the driveway. I came to see her. Her hand swung in my direction. Just because you confiscated my phone doesn't mean I can't log into the website when Mom's laptop is free. It sends alerts to both people when it finds a match, you know.
She turned her gaze to me, her confident expression melting into something hesitant and uncertain as she swallowed hard, letting her hands drop to her sides. You weren't lying. You're not my mom, but it says we're connected. How? So much for waiting for Caroline. I drew a deep breath and braced myself for everything to shift. I'm your aunt. So you really have a ballet studio here? Juniper asked about 10 minutes later, her eyes wide as she stared at the double doors leading off the foyer. We do, I confirmed, handing her a glass of lemonade. Hudson followed me out of the kitchen after a frantic, whispered conference that yielded exactly 0 workable plans. I took a sip of my own drink, hoping the sudden hit of sugar would steady my shaky knees and the overwhelming sense that I was in way over my head. My dad inherited this house. It was his sanctuary. But my mom only agreed to summer trips out here if he converted the old ballroom into a studio so we wouldn't fall behind on our training. Reaching past her, I turned the handle and pushed the door open, revealing the spacious L-shaped studio. Juniper's sharp intake of breath was audible, and her eyes lit up with a genuine wonder I'd never felt for this room. It looks narrower from this doorway, but it stretches all along the side of the house, I explained, walking past her into the studio and flipping the light switch out of habit. The overhead fixtures glowed, though they were unnecessary in the midday sun. The 20 by 30-foot space was bathed in natural light from the wall of windows that formed the front and southeast sides of the house, complemented by the long, flawless line of mirrors on the opposite wall. The hardwood floor gleamed. The mirrors were spotless, without a single smudge. No stray water bottles or discarded dance bags cluttered the space. The ceiling speakers were silent, yet a sudden, almost instinctual urge hit me to rush to the bar before some invisible instructor caught me idling. It's incredible, Juniper whispered, stepping inside with something like reverence. No shoes, I reminded her softly, shaking my head. Right. Lemonade barely touched the rim of her glass as she slipped off her sneakers and hurried inside, as if I might change my mind. I turned to Hudson as he followed. That goes for you too. He gestured to his own bare feet with his free hand. I remember the rules. It's just been a while. I took a sharp breath. The last time we'd shared this space, he'd spent hours watching me rehearse the Giselle variation for the classic. He was my biggest cheerleader, and though he never knew it, my greatest distraction. Honestly, who could focus with Hudson Ellis in the room? You can now. You're not a teenager anymore. Juniper moved past me, peering into the main area. You even have a gym back there. The last section. Yes, I said, catching up to her and watching her face shift from awe to intrigue. What happens there makes everything we do out here possible. So this is how you're training away from the company, Juniper observed, placing her lemonade on the windowsill and stepping over the Pilates machine near the mat's edge. Eva made it sound like you were giving up by coming out here. I stumbled slightly, caught off guard. She watches seconds, Hudson murmured, stepping closer. Oh, of course. Most dancers rehab with their company, Juniper noted, giving me a pointed look as she passed the free weights lined against the mirror. It was both a question and an accusation. I'm not quitting, I said, my posture tightening. I heal better alone, without the constant hungry scrutiny of rivals, an audience. I took a steadying sip of the tart drink. Besides, Eva understands the algorithm. Anything controversial or negative drives engagement. What she truly craved was followers. So you'll be back for the fall season? Juniper asked, her fingers tracing the barre. That's the plan. In time to debut Equinox, provided Vasily approved the recording. Isn't that pushing it? Juniper walked past Hudson and me, moving toward the photographs hanging between the windows. It took Michaela de Prince a year to recover. You think you can manage it in 9 months? My procedure was more advanced, and it's 8 months since you're counting, I said, joining her at the wall. I'll need a full month of rehearsal at full capacity beforehand. I know the statistics. Our family tends to defy them. Our family? Juniper whispered, her eyes lifting to the oldest photo in the room. All 4 of us were at the barra in tights and leotards, hair in perfect buns. Eva couldn't have been more than 2. You're all named for principal dancers, right? Correct. Our mother believes in establishing expectations early. Alina is my mother, isn't she? Her gaze drifted to my eldest sister. The words landed like a physical blow. What makes you say that? I felt Hudson's presence behind us, silent and observant, as Juniper looked at the next picture, us in matching leotards and skirts. I was 7, making Lena 9, just a year younger than Juniper was now. Looking between them, my chest tightened. The similarity was startling. I should have seen it immediately. For a moment I thought it might have been Eva, Juniper admitted, moving along the line of windows, studying each image. Our eye shape is similar, and she doesn't exactly seem the maternal type. Grandma's eyes. The shape of your eyes likely comes from my father's mother, your great-grandmother. And following someone online doesn't mean you truly know them, though, admittedly, her observation wasn't entirely wrong. Juniper glanced at me, pausing as if considering my words, then turned back to the pictures. But you would have known if she'd had a child, right? You seemed pretty surprised to see me.
That's true.
My gaze drifted to the next photograph, where just 3 of us were in costume, clutching bouquets after a show. Anne stood beside us, smiling for the camera with nothing in her hands. She'd stopped dancing at 14 after our mum told her she'd never be good enough for a professional company. Back then, I felt as much pity for her as I did envy for the freedom she gained. Anne doesn't dance, so she can't be my mother, Juniper said with a sigh, moving along the wall. That's not how it works, I replied, following her. And she can dance. She's incredible. I felt a defensive edge sharpen my voice at her doubt. It's tough, growing up in a home like this. Hard to feel like you measure up when... I stopped myself before saying anything unkind about my sister. When you're surrounded by phenomenal talent, Juniper finished for me, pausing at another frame. This one showed all 4 of us outside the very first classic, yet again with only 3 in performance wear. She walked to the final window and looked up at the last picture. Eva and I were in practice clothes, teaching a summer workshop, while Anne stood beaming beside us in a little black dress, her engagement ring catching the light. How old were you here? Juniper asked, retrieving her glass from the windowsill. 20? I couldn't ignore the hollow look in my own eyes in that photo, and I wondered if I could even muster a smile like that today. I'd just returned after my first Achilles rupture. The words faded to a whisper. Juniper's shoulders slumped slightly as she looked up at me, both hands wrapped around her lemonade. My mother is Alina, the statement was firm, yet tinged with a deep sorrow. I believe so, I said softly. We called her Lena. She was the oldest, had the brightest smile, and the loudest laugh. She gave the best hugs, too. The kind where you felt love pass right through you, as if she could fill you up with her own joy. My throat grew tight. Juniper's eyes shifted past me to where I knew Hudson was standing. I'd always been able to sense him in a room without even looking. He had a magnetic pull drawing everything toward him, including me, always had. He and Lena were alike in that way. And she's gone. I nodded, my stomach churning. I was probably handling this all wrong. There should be therapists here, and Caroline and a whole team of people who knew the right things to say, like Anne. Instead, Juniper was stuck with me. I never knew what to share or how much, which is why I usually chose silence. "How did it happen?" she asked. I swallowed, the twisting in my gut tightening into hard knots. "Juniper," Hudson's tone held a warning, and I heard the distinct buzz of a phone.
She has a right to know,
I said over my shoulder as he pulled his phone from his pocket. He silenced it and put it away. Our 5 minutes had somehow stretched to 30. "How did it happen?" Juniper repeated. "It was a car accident." I forced the words past my dry throat. That much was in the articles. Her fingers tightened on her sweating glass. "But how? You were with her, right? That's what the news said." "I don't remember." I lifted my own glass, but it was empty, which didn't help the constricting feeling that always seized me when I tried to recall that night. I know we were driving back from celebrating after the classic. I was told she lost control on a curve. We hit a tree, and I'd gone over this in therapy countless times, but the words still stuck in my chest, and my heart began to pound. I lived. She didn't. "You left her there to die," my mother's voice screamed in my memory. The screech of tires, the shatter of glass, the crunch of metal. No matter how much of that evening was lost, the moment of impact never left me, and some fragments I could recall didn't line up with the official report, which made me doubt everything else. "Ollie," Hudson murmured, suddenly right in front of me, filling my vision. He swapped our lemonade glasses, pushing his toward me. "Here, drink this." I took a long swallow, focusing on the sharp, tart taste as I tried to steady my breathing. Keeping lemonade on hand was an old trick. The sudden, sour punch was meant to ground me, to pull me back from the edge when my anxiety spiked. At least, that's what my therapist had always said. "You deserve to know everything," Hudson told Juniper, his voice low. "But right now, you need to change the subject." "I'm okay," I said, forcing the words out as I returned his glass. My memories felt distant, like pages from a book I hadn't written, and I pushed them aside before turning to Juniper. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, concern etching her forehead. "Please don't feel guilty," I told her. "If I could remember more clearly, I would tell you." "How is it possible not to remember?" Juniper asked. Hudson went rigid beside me, and his pocket began to buzz again. "The impact was so severe, it wiped out most of my memory from the hours before the accident," I explained. "I didn't even wake up for days. Smooth." I brushed my hair back and angled my head to show her the pale scar tracing my hairline. "Oh," she murmured, her eyes softening. "I'm sorry." She looked from Hudson to me as he silenced another call. "Do you have any idea who my father might be?" I wish I knew, but I don't. She must have been seeing someone back in San Francisco. Juniper took this in with a slow, thoughtful nod. "Will you tell me about her? About my birth mother?" "Of course," I said, "if that's what you want, but we really should talk to your mum first." "No!" Juniper's shout was sudden, and Hudson moved swiftly, catching her glass before it could tip. "You can't tell her!" Hudson's phone buzzed once more, and this time I reached over, taking all 3 glasses from him and tucking one awkwardly against my side. "Just answer it, for heaven's sake." He gave me a rueful glance, then accepted the call as he stepped a few paces away. "What? I'm off today. He did what with the dog?" Hudson's voice was sharp, and we both turned as he spun his baseball cap around backward. Great, as if Hudson Ellis needed to look any more attractive. What was it about a reversed cap that suddenly made me feel like a teenager again? "Absolutely not," he sighed into the phone. "I'm in the middle of something, but I'll be there as soon as I can." He ended the call and shoved the phone back into his pocket as he returned. "Sorry about that. Juniper, we have to tell your mother." He took 2 of the glasses from me. "Thanks." I nearly asked if everything was all right, but getting any more tangled up in Hudson's life seemed like a spectacularly bad idea given the delicate balance we were trying to maintain. "He's right. We have to tell her." "No," Juniper insisted, shaking her head fiercely. "If she thought you were my mum, she might have listened. But if she finds out you're my aunt, she'll never let me see you again." Her eyes widened with alarm. "She's been perfectly clear. I'm not allowed to look for my biological family until I'm 18. So Hudson hadn't been exaggerating about Caroline's stance. A heavy weight settled in my chest. Discovering Juniper only to be told I couldn't be part of her life felt like losing Lena all over again. And if things had gone differently that night, it would be Lena standing here, not me. "But you've already found family," I said quietly. "If we aren't allowed to know you, then what does that leave us?" I looked up at Hudson. "Where do we go from here?" Hudson's jaw tightened. "Caroline has a right to know. What about what I have a right to?" Juniper cut in, her eyes glistening. "My mum wanted to adopt me. Alina chose to place me for adoption. They both got what they decided."
Why does what I want not count? Why do I only start mattering when I turn 18? You matter, I whispered, my fingers tightening around the cool glass. The injustice of it all was a physical ache. "What you want absolutely matters," Hudson reassured her, balancing both glasses in one hand and gently smoothing her hair with the other. "Good," Juniper said, wiping her eyes with her forearm, "because I want to know my biological family."
"I don't see how we can do that without telling your mother," I said as gently as I could. "We will tell her," Juniper promised, her gaze shifting between us. "Just not yet. She needs to warm up to you first. That was never going to happen. And that would also show your mother that not every ballerina is arrogant." Hudson raised a brow, seeing right through her scheme. "Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Juniper confessed, tilting her head up.
I believe you're seriously underestimating your mother's opinion of my...
I cringed at the mistake. "Our family? You can win her over." A faint crease formed between her brows, her eyes darting away as if calculating. The grin that slowly appeared was pure trouble. "Uncle Hudson can bring you to my birthday celebration." "Hold on, what?" My heart plummeted. "That's typically just for classmates and close family," Hudson pointed out. "Your birthday was last month." The mere thought of being near Caroline while hiding this secret made my palms damp. "We always have my party on Memorial Day weekend, so everyone can come," Juniper explained, turning a beaming smile toward Hudson and bouncing slightly. "That's what makes it perfect. Bring her as your date. Mum let Uncle Gavin bring his girlfriend last year." My stomach seemed to vanish entirely. "His girlfriend?" "No way," Hudson stated flatly, his eyebrows lifting. "Not happening."
"It's just pretend," Juniper said, tilting her head at me in a way that was uncannily like Lena. "You'll meet my family. I'll get to know you, and once Mom sees how amazing you are, we'll tell her the truth." I stared. The plotting, the rule-breaking, the sheer defiance of authority, that was pure Lena as well, though Hudson's influence was undeniable. But pretending to be a couple just to earn Caroline's approval was ridiculous and deeply dishonest. "Juniper," Hudson began.
A faint rustle came from the doorway behind us. "I thought I heard voices in here." Anne's cheerful tone was unmistakable. I turned instinctively, Hudson mirroring the motion. She peered around a large practice centerpiece in her arms, a vase bursting with pink and green blooms. "Interesting company you're keeping." The colour drained from her face, leaving her as pale as the door's fresh paint as her eyes locked on the space between us. "Lena?" The vase slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. Chapter 9. Hodson, walking up the steps to Arlie's porch for the 2nd time that day, I heard Anne's voice, sharp and strained. "You will do this." My eyebrows shot up in surprise. In all the years I'd known the Rousseau family, I'd never once heard Anne raise her voice. Eva, constantly, Lena, on rare occasion, but Anne, never. She must have been pressuring Arlie, trying to force her agreement to Juniper's wild idea. A protective anger stirred in me and Sadie, The little golden retriever at my side let out a soft whine. She hadn't stopped trembling since I'd collected her from the vet's office 30 minutes prior. "It's okay, girl," I murmured, giving her a reassuring pat over her leash. The front door swung open abruptly, and Anne's frantic eyes jumped from me to the dog. "Where is she? I don't appreciate that tone, Anne," I said, my voice low. "I told you I was taking her back to campus." I spoke slowly, as if we hadn't all been part of the same tense discussion just an hour earlier, where it was decided, 2 votes to 1, that the adults needed to talk alone. Anne had been outvoted, but she'd still been there. Let him pass. Ally's voice came from inside the house, utterly devoid of emotion, just as it had been when I arrived before. That flat tone made me wish she'd shout or cry, anything to prove she was still present behind those eyes. "He has a dog with him." Anne moved aside, revealing Ally sitting on the 2nd step from the bottom of the main staircase, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. "Dogs aren't allowed in the house." "By all means, we can talk out here on the porch," I offered. Ally's gaze was fixed on Sadie. "My mum isn't home, so we set the rules now. Let them in." The fact that her mother was absent was the sole reason I was being permitted past the threshold. Anne let out a heavy sigh, then gestured sharply for us to enter. "If that dog makes a mess, you're the one cleaning it," Anne stated flatly. I simply nodded and moved past her into the entryway, settling onto the staircase step beside Ally, as if it were the most natural place for me to be. "You brought a dog?" Ally asked, her hand reaching across my legs to gently pet Sadie's head. The sight of that wagging tail filled me with a relief I hadn't felt in days. "She's not mine. I found her during a boating incident last week. The owner told the veterinarian he wasn't coming back for her, so she's with me now. Her name is Sadie." "Hello, Sadie," Ally murmured, and almost instantly the little dog's shivering ceased. Sadie shuffled closer, nudging herself firmly between our knees and resting her chin on Ally's lap. "Bold little thing, aren't you?" A faint, genuine smile touched Ally's lips, and I felt my own expressions soften in reply. It struck me then that this was the first real spark of lightness I'd seen on her face since pulling her from the water. A knot of concern tightened in my stomach. "Now that we've met the dog," Anne said, closing the front door with a firm click, "maybe you can explain how your family ended up with our niece." "Anne, enough," Ally said softly. "He had no control over what Lena decided to do. Are you certain about that?" Anne leaned against the door, arms crossed. "Are you Juniper's father?" Ali's hand stilled on Sadie's fur, and I felt my muscles tense. That would be biologically impossible, as I was never involved with Lena. My gaze locked with Anne's. My heart had ever only belonged to one person in this room. So our sister just magically had a child no one knew about and handed her to your sister? Anne shot back, her eyes narrowing. "I was just as shocked as you are when Ally shared the test results with me."
"I only learned about it the day before." The words tumbled out, and I instantly regretted them, realizing what I'd revealed. "You told him before me?" Anne's voice cracked, rising in pitch. "He didn't just bring her over today. I told him first," Ally confirmed, her hand still resting on Sadie. "Maybe it was a mistake, but he already knew you should have told me." Anne dragged her fingers through her curls. "I know," Ally whispered. "How could you keep this from me?"
"Our Lina has a daughter out in the world." Anne's voice climbed higher. "If you let her get a full thought out, she might actually share things with you," I interjected, letting Sadie's leash fall to the floor. "Don't speak to her that way." Ally stiffened, and both sisters turned their glares on me. Damn, I'd walked right into that. I should have remembered never to step into an argument between the Russo sisters. "Take me to see her," Anne demanded before I could muster an apology.
"I barely got 5 words in before you rushed her out of here, like I was some kind of monster."
"Absolutely not," Arlie said, shaking her head. "It was already too much that she came here without Caroline's knowledge. We are not going to crash into this girl's life, which is exactly what. Is she healthy? Is she happy? What are her grades? Do the other kids treat her well at school? Anne rapid-fired the questions.
Will happen if you charge in there, Ollie finished, scratching under Sadie's chin. Yes, I answered, when she gets her way, they're decent, and yes, from what I understand, she's well liked. Ollie is right. If you go barging in, Caroline will get a restraining order. She'll see you as a threat, and she is terrified of losing Juniper. I have every right to know my own niece, Anne argued. No, Ollie countered. Caroline has every right to protect her daughter.
We have no rights when it comes to Juniper, not legal ones, whether we like it or not. Lena didn't leave her with us, and there must have been a reason Lena never even told us she existed. I just want to talk to her, Anne said, her posture slumping against the door. Allie's shoulders sank in response. The entire situation was a monumental mess. Caroline is a wonderful mother who would do anything for that girl, I added. Juniper is in very good hands.
And we're just supposed to take your word for it?
Anne snapped in my direction. Don't, Ollie warned her sister, her voice low and firm. If you're looking for a fight, I'm right here, I challenged, but Ollie's raised hand cut me off before I could finish. Anne's voice softened, though her resolve remained firm. You'll do this, she insisted again. Please, Ollie, just play the part of Hudson's partner if it means staying near Juniper. Ollie's attention stayed fixed on Sadie, ignoring Anne completely. It felt wrong to pressure her like this, but I respected her enough to stay silent. So she really doesn't have a home, Ollie? Asked her somber eyes meeting mine. The dog? Her sudden shift caught me off guard. Not yet, I admitted. My place doesn't allow pets, and my work schedule is brutal, but I'll find her a good home. Don't you dare take her to a shelter, she said, her tone turning sharp.
I wouldn't, I assured her, studying her face. She looked worn out. I didn't know her well enough to say if the shadows under her eyes were normal, but I'd bet anything her family was driving her into the ground, never letting up for a second. You'll do this for me, Alessandra, Anne repeated, pulling me back into the conversation. The guilt trip was laid on thick. Allie let out a weary sigh. Do you honestly think Caroline would keep us from Juniper if we just told her the truth?
She asked, her fingers gently rubbing Sadie's ears. I adjusted my hat, thinking it over. I really don't know. She's been fiercely overprotective since Sean passed, and I don't see that easing up anytime soon. Juniper might be onto something. Caroline is more likely to accept you if she gets to know you first, assuming this whole scheme didn't blow up in our faces spectacularly. So you think this deception is a good idea? Ollie pressed.
You want me to sneak into your family with a fake story just to get on your sister's good side? Sounds pretty awful when you phrase it like that, I admitted, turning my hat backward. I'm conflicted. If it were anyone else, I'd tell them to get lost, but it's you. I swallowed hard, the words sticking in my throat. Juniper deserves to know where she comes from. If Caroline sees that her biological family isn't something to fear, it could lift a huge burden from her.
But lying to my sister makes me sick. And if your mother finds out... My stomach churned, a familiar dread from years ago resurfacing. Mum is buried in her teaching work, Anne interjected, and Allie glanced away. She won't get involved. Anne's voice grew quieter as she moved closer. Juniper is the last, the only piece we have of Lena. This is our chance to know her. Then you do it, Ollie said, her hands smoothing down Sadie's neck. No, I blurted out before I could stop myself.
It wouldn't work, Anne agreed. He doesn't look at me the way he looks at you. That's the only reason this admittedly juvenile plan has a shot. He could sell the whole act just by glancing your way. Was I really that obvious? And it's reckless, Anne continued, but it's all we have. Juniper isn't wrong. You could win Caroline over. You have a way of winning people over with that heart of yours. What's the worst that can happen?
Caroline finds out, and we're back where we started, banned from seeing Juniper. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Go to the party, Allie, please. I'm not going to change her mind in one day, Ollie stated flatly, not even looking up as Anne dropped to her knees on the foyer floor in front of her. True, I nodded. Knowing my sister, it could take weeks, maybe even months. Then you'll do it for as long as it takes to convince her, Anne said. placing her hands on Ali's feet, her words rushing out. We have to know Juniper is okay. We owe that to Lena. If I can't be the one asking the questions, making sure Lena's little girl is thriving, then you'll do it for me. You have to, Ali. Juniper had asked you, and refusing would have felt like turning Lena down all over again. That's hitting below the belt, I cut in, hearing Ali's sharp intake of breath. I won't agree to anything she isn't completely on board with. Anne stiffened. When is this party? Ali asked, her gaze shifting toward me. You really don't have to do this. I'm not even convinced we should. I looked into her eyes, searching for that spark I'd seen when I helped her from the water or when I'd challenged her at the bar. Instead, I found only a steely resolve, or if we're even capable of it. We are. She lifted her chin. I'm here and Lena isn't. This is a small part of what I owe her. So are you going to help me or not? My jaw clenched. I would have promised her anything to see that light return to her eyes. What wouldn't I have given to see a genuine smile, to know she felt some happiness after everything? Perhaps escaping this tense house, spending time away from the studio with my eccentric yet intensely close family, might draw out a laugh. We could be good for her, Juniper most of all. But pretending to be in a relationship with Ali? My chest felt tight as she waited. How was I supposed to be that close without completely losing my way? Maybe I had to. Maybe this was my atonement. There was no real future for us. She'd never forgive me if she knew the whole truth. But this could be a chance to make up even a fraction of it. I could help her find that spark again, even if she turned it all on me. Saturday at noon. My parents' house. It's Caroline's place now.
Alessandra will need to be perfect. My family notices everything.
All right, she stood, and Sadie got up beside her. 5 minutes at a time. Isn't that what you always said? As long as you keep your word, I can pretend. I'm good at playing a part. She bent down and picked up Sadie's leash. Juniper needs to know I'm returning to New York by mid-August. We can't let this drag on forever. If Caroline doesn't warm to me by then, it's pointless. Ali gave a slight shrug. But we've always been good for a summer, right? That landed like a punch to the ribs. Okay, a summer it is. So we were really doing this. I nodded, committing fully. If this was what she wanted, I'd do it for her. For all of them, even for Caroline. And it wasn't as if I had to pretend to want her. I was apparently terrible at hiding it anyway. I'll more than keep my word. Good, I'll be there Saturday. Right now, Sadie and I are going to rest. Don't bother finding her another home.
She's mine now.
Ali started up the stairs with the dog. Her voice and movements were so devoid of emotion that my own chest ached as I turned to watch her go. Oh, and Hudson, she said from the top step, looking back down. If we're going to be perfectly convincing, you should unblock my number. I assume that's why you never answered when I called.
Yeah.
My stomach dropped, because that was exactly what the foolish 18-year-old I'd been had done. I can do that. She walked into her room and closed the door. I think she just claimed your dog, Anne said, standing and brushing off her knees. She was never mine. I just found her. And I couldn't imagine a better place for Sadie to be. I stood and walked down to the foyer. Now, what's really going on with Ali, and why aren't you stepping in? Chapter 10. Hudson. Anne pulled her cardigan tightly around herself. Nothing is going on with her, and I am helping. She refused to go to the company's rehab facility, so I'm here, making sure she doesn't. Slip further into it. I fought every instinct to follow Ali upstairs. That's the deal, isn't it? She asked, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. What's Juniper's favourite food? One answer for one answer, Ellis. I considered my choices, and Ali won out. Pizza. She's 10 years old. Pizza, Anne repeated, with a melancholy smile. You're correct about Ali, but she's on medication and seeing a therapist regularly. It's not unusual for athletes when they're sidelined and can't do what they love. She'll come out of it once she's performing again, just like last time. Last time. She'd gone through this after the accident, too. A familiar heavy guilt settled in my shoulders. I should have been there for her then, but I was here now. What's her favourite movie? Anne inquired. That seemed harmless enough. Star Wars. A full marathon if she's homesick. Just episode 5, if there's only time for one. Is Ali seeing anyone? I instantly regretted the question, squeezing my eyes shut. Forget. I asked that. When I looked again, Anne raised an eyebrow. No, she said carefully. She isn't. No one sticks around past a casual fling, and there are always other dancers. She claims it's because she's focused on her career or gets bored easily. Personally, I think someone gave her some pretty serious trust issues. The words hit me like a physical blow, that someone being me. That would be my assumption. What is Juniper afraid of? That was too personal. Try a different question. You're not getting details from her private journal. I moved toward the door. It was almost funny how many times I'd walked out of it today. That's not fair, Anne protested. I told you about the depression. Yeah, I agreed, my hand on the handle.
And I'm a lot more protective of Juniper's secrets than you seem to be of Arlie's. Ask something else. The door groaned as I opened it. What does she want to be when she grows up? I let out a short, humourless laugh. A ballerina, for God's sake. She's a Rousseau, isn't she? Every part of me hated leaving Ali to sleep, but the longer I stayed, the more Anne would pry into Juniper's life. Not every Rousseau is a dancer, Anne argued, catching the door as I stepped onto the porch. What do you actually get out of this arrangement? I paused on the top step. Juniper's happiness, Caroline's peace of mind eventually, and a chance to earn Ali's forgiveness. How uncharacteristically noble. You know, I saw you, right? That made me turn to look back at her. That morning before the classic, she continued, her knuckles white on the doorframe, hidden away with Lena in the back hallway. Whatever was happening, it wasn't something you wanted an audience for. A muscle tightened in my jaw. Nothing happened between Lena and me, and yet your family ended up with her daughter. Anne straightened her shoulders. I looked up at the sky, muttering a quick plea for patience before descending the porch steps. You know, Ali's walls were about 6 feet high when she was a teenager, just short enough for me to peek over. I was never naive enough to think she let me all the way in, not with how you Rousseau girls guard each other's secrets. Ali had only ever let me into the spaces she deemed safe. I turned at the bottom of the steps to face Anne. But now, those walls are solid as concrete and a good 20 feet tall, if not more. That's fine. I know how to climb, but we both know I'm not the only one who supplied the bricks. Anne went pale and glanced away. I don't know what you mean. I'd almost forgotten how good you all are at lying, too. What did your mother do?
Did she wait a day? Or was it a whole month before she expected Ali to step into Lena's roles? Was she even given time to grieve? Is that why she's pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion now? I took a guess with the last part. The way Anne flinched told me I'd struck a nerve, says the man who left for basic training without even stopping by the hospital. Yeah, I nodded, absorbing the sting of her truth. I messed up, but have you admitted the same? I should have been there, but you were. My jaw clenched. I was. Anne yanked her cardigan so fiercely I thought the fabric might tear. I'm watching her training, watching her. Now, I appreciate you doing this, Hudson, but understand something. I want to know my niece, but not if it means wrecking Ali. If you even consider hurting my sister again, I won't stay quiet. I'll tell her I saw you with Lena. Feel free to tell her, I said, walking toward my truck.
It seemed Anne hadn't needed ballet shoes to pick up a few things from her mother. I glanced back, fishing my keys from my pocket. We're on the same side here, Anne. What's best for Juniper, and Ali is what I want. The only place we differ is Caroline. I'll choose her over you every single time, just like you'd choose your sister. I gestured between us as I moved around the hood. Same team. Stop looking for a fight. Walking away from Ali the first time took everything I had.
Are you positive she's coming?
Juniper whispered that Saturday, hopping down from the truck. She said she would, I replied, grabbing 2 oversized bags from the 7-Eleven from the truck bed, hopefully enough ice for Caroline. And I've never known Alessandra to break her word. Juniper bit her lip, then gave a slow nod. And you really think you can convince Mum? Having second thoughts about your master plan?
No, she said, staying a step ahead as we navigated the crowded driveway toward the kitchen door. Worried you'll mess up your part and sink the whole thing. Absolutely. Your vote of confidence is truly heartwarming. I adjusted my grip as the bags began to slide. The day was a pleasant 77 degrees, nice for late May, though the ice had already started to soften during the drive. Any pointers for upping my game?
Gavin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray of cupcakes to the backyard. But I wasn't concerned about him overhearing. He was fully in on Juniper's ballet ruse. He just didn't know the family history behind it. Girls like it when you offer them a drink or ask if they're hungry, Juniper instructed, her hair tossing in the breeze. The wind had picked up, heralding the storm forecast for tomorrow. At least Mom always liked when Dad did stuff like that.
I'll remember that,
I said, shifting the slipping bags again. And you should touch her. Couples are always doing that. A hand on the back, holding hands. She spun around, index finger raised. But only if she says it's okay. Noted. I nodded toward the house. Want to get the door? Gladly. She held it open, and I stepped into chaos. Those are the tablecloths. Caroline was telling our cousin, the picnic tables get disgusting this time of year, and, yes, those are the clips, thanks. She turned to our uncle. Could you check if Gavin's game station is ready, and if it's kid-friendly? We've got the ice. 2 relatives hurried past as I set the bags in the empty side of the sink. Hudson, sweetheart! Mom lifted her hands the moment I turned, and I bent down so she could cradle my face for her usual inspection. She stood 5'3" on a tall day, with shoulder-length blonde hair that only revealed its silver strands in sunlight, laugh lines framing her green eyes and her signature cat-eye glasses dotted with red. Oh, you look wonderful. Are you eating enough? Always. Her smile was contagious, and I leaned in for a hug, just as Dad clapped my back. There's my boy. Dad pulled me into a brief, firm embrace before releasing me. Saved any lives lately? George, hush. Mum gave his arm a playful tap with the back of her hand. He doesn't live to supply your poker night stories. Dad's face brightened when he spotted Juniper. The guest of honor! He swept her into a hug, lifting her off her feet as if she were still a little kid. Did you see my shirt? Hi, Grandpa, she laughed, pushing her hair back to read the sequin-covered monstrosity that was his carnival director shirt. My grin widened. This was precisely the kind of distraction Allie needed. Loud, joyful chaos. Juniper, sweetie, head upstairs and get changed so we have time to put your hair up. I'm almost positive your uncle was unpacking silly string earlier, and I'm not spending my evening picking that out of your curls. Caroline motioned toward the staircase with a pointed look on it. Juniper took off for the steps the second her feet touched the floor. Cupcakes have landed, Gavin declared from the doorway, shuffling aside as our aunt and 2 cousins hurried past, their arms loaded with balloons. Perfect. Caroline lifted her clipboard, her pen gliding down a list that undoubtedly featured perfectly aligned checkboxes. All right, if we can get all the activity stations ready in the next 30 minutes, we'll be set. The kids start showing up at noon. How many are we looking at this year? Dad asked, his arm resting around Mom's shoulders.
42. Basically the whole incoming 5th grade class.
Caroline tucked the pencil above her high ponytail. With families, that makes 59, Dad. Did you get enough for the grill? Plenty, with leftovers, he confirmed. Actually, make that 60, I said, leaning against the kitchen counter. Caroline's attention whipped from me to Gavin. Another one? Didn't you just end things with the last one? Not me. He pointed right at me, a mischievous smirk spreading across his face. You? Caroline set the clipboard down on the island with a soft thud. You have a girlfriend. I do. Here we go. While I usually prized honesty, This wasn't the first time I'd bent the truth for Ali's sake. She was the one person who made me rewrite my own rules. Is it Beth Pierre? Caroline's face lit up with such hopeful expectation that I felt a pang of guilt. I heard you two were together last weekend. Nope, it's not her. I shook my head, mentally kicking myself for the oversight. That wasn't a date. Gavin reached into an open bag of potato chips. Take my word for it, I was there. Beth and her friend Jessica must have had some miscommunication because Beth was really disappointed to learn Hudson was already seeing someone. He delivered the lie effortlessly. Oh. Caroline's shoulders slumped a little. Well, who is it then? Alessandra Rousseau. I tapped my fingers against the counter's edge, the sudden quiet in the room feeling immense as Caroline and my parents fixed their stares on me. As in Sophie and Thatcher Rousseau's daughter? Mum's eyebrows lifted above her glasses. Yes? I nodded. You mean one of the Rousseau sisters? Caroline's jaw went slack. I'm only dating one of them, but yes. Let's all stop pretending there's more than one Alessandra Rousseau in this tiny town. You know exactly who I'm talking about. I held each of their gazes lingering on Caroline, and she's incredibly nervous about coming today. So everyone will be kind. She matters to me. It felt surprisingly freeing to say it out loud, like releasing a breath I'd been holding for over a decade. Caroline paled. She matters to you? She's been back in town for what? A few weeks? And she already matters that much? Hudson? She's leaving when summer ends? What are you doing? A Rousseau? Such warmth and understanding. Gavin remarked dryly, grabbing more chips. With this kind of family support, it's a mystery why we don't introduce more people. Now, hold on. Mum shook her head, reached over, and gave my arm a reassuring squeeze. We will absolutely be welcoming. She adjusted her glasses and turned to Caroline. And we don't get to choose our family name, Caroline. Just then, the door flew open and Uncle Jared, Dad's brother, hurried inside.
We're all set for the ice in the coolers. Wait, what's happening?
I couldn't help but notice his equally glittery shirt that read Carnival Operator. I prayed there wasn't one lurking around here with my name on it. Hudson was just informing us that his girlfriend, Alessandra Rousseau, will be joining the party, Gavin answered, clearly relishing the moment. Uncle Jared blinked, then let out a hearty laugh as he walked further into the room.
Good one, Hudson.
I'd just been thinking Gavin was the one who liked to pull pranks. But the soft knock on the screen door proved me wrong. Everyone turned, and Gavin was quick to swing it open. Well, look who it is. Welcome to our special brand of chaos. Ali stepped inside, and my heart immediately kicked into overdrive. She wore khaki shorts that showed off those amazing legs, and I stared a second longer than any friend should. Her white button-down had the sleeves rolled up, and her hair fell in soft waves just above her chest. For a fleeting moment I wondered how it would look fanned across my pillow, wrapped around my fingers. I shook the thought away. There was nothing pretend about how much I wanted her. I'd never stopped thinking about her, missing her, wishing we'd gotten a real chance instead of hiding behind friendship. But I remembered everything, and she didn't. That was a painful kind of luck. She pushed her oversized sunglasses up into her hair and offered my family a hesitant smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, a gift bag held tightly at her side. Her shoulders dropped a little when she spotted me. Hey, this was how it should have been years ago, me bringing her home to meet my family, walking together in the open instead of sneaking around after dark. This was what we could have had if I'd been brave enough to fight for her. You're brave enough now? But I was a decade and one colossal mistake too late. She gave me that polished, performative smile as I walked toward her, and I shook my head. That act wasn't going to work here. My family needed to see her, not some character she thought they wanted. I slid an arm around her waist and pulled her close against me. Her fake smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, real gasp, her eyes widening with surprise that quickly flared into irritation. And maybe, just maybe, a flicker of interest. So I wasn't the only one who wouldn't have to fake the attraction. There you are, I said, grinning, glad you could make it. Forget carefully scaling her defences, I planned to dismantle them piece by piece. This arrangement might be pretend for her, but my goals were completely genuine. Allie had given me the summer, and I intended to use every second of it to remind her how to really live. You can't seriously be dating my brother unless Caroline wrecked everything first. Arlie, his control was absolutely breathtaking. Stunning even, honestly, better than his sister's. For a second, I forgot how to breathe. All my nerves about walking into unfriendly territory vanished. Who cared about his family watching when Hudson had me pulled tight against his solid chest? Friends. We're just friends. Ex-friends, really. And this was all an act. But damn, he felt completely real. Maybe it was the determined pep talk I'd given myself in the car about fully committing to this role, or the fact that I'd actually put effort into my appearance this morning for the first time in months. It could have been that I hadn't been with anyone since before. Giselle hadn't even wanted to be, but my whole body suddenly woke up and tuned into Hudson, like someone had just flipped a master switch on my long-dormant libido. He wore a different Bruins cap, black board shorts, and a plain white athletic shirt with the letters SAR stretched across his broad chest. A chest I really, really wanted to see without the shirt. There you are, he grinned, and my brain completely short-circuited at the sight of that dimple in his cheek. Glad you could make it. No, no, no. I scolded my utterly inconvenient hormones. He was the absolute last person on earth I should feel attracted to. But the uncomfortable truth was, he'd been the first real friend, first crush, first unreturned whatever, followed by the first heartbreak that actually left a lasting mark. I needed to play the part of the smitten girlfriend, not actually become one. You can't seriously be dating my brother, Caroline said, glowering directly at me. The moment shattered, and I was abruptly reminded we had an audience, as Hudson stepped beside me, levelling a sharp look at his sister. I knew his family from photographs and a few fleeting encounters years ago, and my fingers tightened around the gift bag for Juniper as I fixed a bright smile in place. This was just another role, and I was a professional. It wasn't the first time I'd felt sparks with a co-star.
If you're Caroline, then that's me,
I answered, my voice steady as Hudson's hand settled warmly against the small of my back. A shiver traced my spine at the simple touch.
I'm Alessandra.
I gave a small wave since he kept me anchored close. They all stared back, a collective look of stunned silence hanging in the air. Allie is fine, I added, but the offered shorthand didn't seem to help, judging by the slight tension in Hudson's posture.
For God's sake, say something.
Gavin chimed in from my left, munching on a bag of chips.
You're all making this more awkward than a first date. Hey, Allie.
He flashed the same disarming grin that had once charmed Lena. Gavin, I replied, my smile unwavering. And you knew about this? Caroline turned an accusing stare on her brother. Obviously, I knew. Who do you think gave him the nudge? Gavin shrugged. Wait, were we really going with the version where Hudson made the first move?
Fantastic! We hadn't even discussed our cover story specifics, and already on day one we were fumbling. It's wonderful to meet you, Allie, Hudson's mother said with genuine warmth, then plucked a clipboard from the kitchen island and practically pressed it into Caroline's hands without glancing her way. We're all so thrilled Hudson has finally brought someone home. She shot her daughter a look. Close your mouth, sweetheart. We have guests arriving soon.
My gaze swept over his family, and a flush crept up my neck. They were all in relaxed tees and casual shorts. I really should have asked about the dress code. Let's put this with the other gifts, Hudson suggested smoothly. We've got about half an hour before the crowd arrives, right, Caroline? 23 minutes, she corrected, watching me as if I were a suspicious insect that had wandered too near. 23 minutes, Hudson echoed, taking the bag. His hand stayed firm on my hip as he guided me outside into a driveway packed like a concert lot. How's Sadie settling in? She's perfect, even if she sounds like a freight train at night, and I'm completely overdressed. Going home to change wasn't an option, but I hated feeling conspicuous. "You look incredible," he said, and the sincerity in his tone nearly disarmed me. "You don't need to do that," I murmured. Low enough for only him. The compliments. "It's just the truth, Alessandra." His fingers pressed lightly into my side. "You also don't have to keep your hand there. No one's watching us now." The gravel crunched under my favourite pink sneakers as we navigated between the parked cars toward the backyard. "Does it bother you?" We slipped into the narrow alley between the house and the garage. "No. Yes. I'm not sure. What bothered me was how much I didn't mind it, especially after months of feeling utterly detached from any spark of attraction. Maybe we need some ground rules. I wouldn't last if he decided to turn the charm on for real. All right, lay them out." His grin was hot enough to melt polar ice. "If memory serves, you were never much for following rules. Normally I'd protest that I've grown into a responsible adult since we last spent real time together, but since my commanding officer would probably side with you, I'll let that slide. Go on, set your rules." His smile faded as he stopped us midway down the garage side, and I quickly checked that we were alone before meeting his eyes. Teenage Hudson had been trouble when he smiled, but the full, focused intensity of the man before me, that was downright dangerous. Rules, right? And now I had to actually come up with some, "You can touch me in public to keep up appearances, but that's the limit." I tilted my head back, trying to seem taller than I felt. Understood. His hand dropped, and I was annoyed at how quickly I felt its absence. What else? My thoughts scrambled, looking for flaws in our arrangement. "You can't be seeing anyone else while this is going on, or it defeats the whole purpose." Wait, was he dating someone, that woman from the bar? My gut said no. He wouldn't have agreed to this if he were not an issue. I'm single, and honestly, even if I weren't, it's difficult to notice anyone else once you enter a room, he stated, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Seriously. My brows shot up. Don't say things like that. I stepped back, my shoulders hitting the garage wall. "You'd prefer I was dishonest?" The intensity in his gaze made my throat tighten. "Isn't that the whole point of this charade? Only for everyone else, not between us. That's my condition." He moved closer, his presence filling the space between us without contact. "Anything we say to each other has to be real, because you're such a champion of honesty." Ah, there it was, the anger, far safer than the attraction simmering beneath. I clung to it. "Like you're an open book." He stepped back with a weary sigh. "I made a mistake leaving without a word. I've regretted it every single day since." "That's the truth. Can you set it aside just for the next few months?" A small part of that old hurt seemed to mend, as if his words were sutures. It was naive to trust him, yet I did. "I can. You certain you're ready for this performance? I know it's a lot, but our priority today is selling the idea that we're a couple." His eyes sparkled, clearly trying to get a rise out of me. Challenge accepted. I rolled my eyes. "Please, after you've perfected faking an orgasm, any role is a breeze. This is nothing." His eyes widened for a split second before his expression smoothed over. "All right then, let's get to it." I definitely scored that round. We stepped into the backyard, and my mouth fell open. The property bordered Founders Park, and the entire 2-acre space had been converted for Juniper's celebration. Various booths lined the edges, leading to picnic tables draped in vibrant colors. "It's a bit over the top, but we have fun," Hudson explained, guiding me into the park-turned-carnival. Juniper, Mason and Melody, my cousins, twins, are the only kids in the family, so we go all out for their birthdays. Juniper picked the carnival theme, so everyone contributed something. We passed a massive bounce house with an attached obstacle course slide. Caroline handled that one. You should have seen her freak out when we thought the extension cord wouldn't reach. A slight smile touched his lips as he nodded to the right. Aunt Jo and Uncle Mark are manning the balloon dart booth. They both waved mid-balloon inflation. "And their teenagers are doing face painting. I waved to the teens as we walked by. Over there, Hudson pointed to the opposite side. We've got a 3-legged race lane, Gavin's bottle toss game, and a Nerf dart target, a game I'm already banned from because everyone knows I dominate. He placed Juniper's gift beside others on a picnic table as I tried to absorb the scene. The twins are bringing out folding chairs for the center. Something about musical chairs. Your family just pulls this together? My voice caught. My own family couldn't even manage a regular meal. I mean, it's not some fancy event at the plaza. He adjusted the brim of his hat. It's better. I watched his family bustling around, finishing their setups. You'd better double-check your station, Hudson's dad advised, carrying out a tray of food covered in netting, heading toward the grill beside a table laden with dishes. While Gavin took after their mother, much like Caroline, Hudson was the spitting image of his father. If Caroline shows up and you're not ready, she'll never let you live it down. That's a fair warning. Hudson's hand brushed the small of my back, sending an electric shiver straight up my spine. Grills all set? He asked. Absolutely, I confirmed. He raised a pair of silvery eyebrows and gestured toward an empty camping chair near the smoking barbecue.
If he acts up, just come take a seat right here with me.
Yes, sir, I replied, nodding as he guided me away to a clear spot a short distance from the picnic tables. The area was covered with a thick foam mat, roughly 12 feet square. Might have borrowed it from the station's gym, Hudson admitted with a shrug, crouching beside a pile of beige and brown things. What is all this?
Welcome to the T-Rex battle arena, he declared, standing and holding up a deflated costume head that unfolded before him. The T-Rex, what? I asked. Sure, I'd misheard. There were at least 8 more lumpy shapes on our side of the mat. Okay, I might have gone overboard, but I wanted every size covered, he said, his grin popping that familiar dimple in his cheek, a dimple that has always been my complete undoing. This one, he announced, patting a particular costume, is yours.
I opened and closed my mouth, utterly speechless. You heard me, Hudson whispered, his eyes sparkling just like they used to when he'd talk me into some mischief. Let's knock a few bricks out of those fortress walls you've built. Is that your official mission? I asked, my eyebrows shooting up. 100%, he confirmed, still grinning. I told you I wouldn't lie. You're not allergic to a little fun, Alessandra. I let out a skeptical laugh. Good luck with that. And given your idea of fun involves jumping from helicopters, I'm not sure I trust it. But the chance to kick your butt without consequences does have some appeal. I bit my lower lip because he wasn't wrong. The costumes looked strangely entertaining. Explaining a re-injured ankle from an inflatable dinosaur fight, though, not a conversation I want to have. Vasily would murder me. I won't let anything happen to you, Hudson promised, his dimple deepening. Come on, Russo. My girlfriend would suit up and take a shot at me in a heartbeat. Admit it, you're curious. Oddly enough, I was. 5 minutes later, I was enveloped in the distinct smell of vinyl, peering out from a clear plastic window inside a puffed-up dinosaur costume, the elastic snug at my wrists and ankles to keep the air in. This is completely absurd, I muttered to myself. What on earth was I doing? And yet here we are. Hudson's voice came from my right as he circled me in his own costume, looking out from the window beneath his T-Rex's jaws. Make it convincing. I think Caroline's watching. You cannot seriously expect me to charge at you, I said, whirling to face him, the costume's tail throwing me slightly off balance. My ankle gave a faint warning twinge, but no real pain. I have no problem with you losing, he teased, and then he was running right at me. I sidestepped, but our inflated bodies collided with a crinkling thud, bouncing us apart. I scoffed, regaining my footing, but Hudson was already on me again, bumping me backward. Damn, he was fast. I stumbled, and gravity won, pulling me down. This is what I get for acting like a 10-year-old in a blow-up suit. The vinyl crinkled loudly, and then an arm wrapped around my back, spinning me so I fell forward, right onto Hudson's chest as he absorbed the impact. The air whooshed out of our costumes faster than the fans could blow it back in. I felt his other arm hook under my right thigh, keeping my knee bent and my ankle protected. "I win!" he grinned up at me from beneath his deflating dinosaur head. "I'm on top!" I fumbled against him, trying to find some leverage. "I'd still consider this a win for me," he said, his smile telling me I might have finally met my match in playful deception. "Save the horseplay for later, you two." Hudson's mum called out, "The kids are getting here." "She thinks we're fooling around," he said, his eyes alight with pure, unadulterated mischief. "See? The plan is working perfectly." I rolled my eyes and promptly extracted myself from the tangled, deflating mess. For the next hour and 20 minutes, I assisted children and a few grown-ups into the T-Rex costumes, completely captivated by the sight of them launching each other across the padded floor. I made a conscious effort to absorb the joyful energy in the room, and for that entire stretch, ballet didn't cross my mind, not even a fleeting thought, until Hudson's mom announced it was time for lunch. "Let me grab you some food," Hudson offered. I started to shake my head in refusal, but he was already speaking. "Looking after you is the bare minimum I can do right now, and my parents would insist on it. I'll be back in a second." He gestured toward the sole picnic table not overrun by kids before diving into the crowd gathered around the barbecue. I made my way over and settled onto the bench. Alessandra. Juniper sprinted over, her outfit a burst of color, vibrant pink shorts and a rainbow-striped tank top. A butterfly in shades of turquoise and pink was painted on her cheek, and her hair was neatly done in a French braid. "You actually made it. I told you I would." I couldn't help but smile at the rosy excitement lighting up her face. She was the entire reason I'd come, though I had to play it cool, happy birthday, kiddo. "Thanks." She slid onto the bench beside me, placing a soda and a paper plate heaped with barbecue and an assortment of desserts on the table. "I'm sitting right here with you. You know my daughter?" Caroline asked, taking a seat directly across from me. Hudson's mum settled to her left, and to my relief, Gavin sat on her right, each person arranging their lunch. "There's no call for that tone." Hudson's mum chided, peering over her glasses, though her words lacked the sharp edge my own mother would have wielded. Caroline shrugged. "I think I have a right to know who my brother is bringing around my kid," she countered. Just as Hudson sat down on my left, and his dad filled the last spot on our bench.
"Hey, Caroline," Hudson said smoothly, sliding a plate in front of me. "When I watch Juniper on weekends so you can work, sometimes we hang out with my girlfriend. Mystery solved." He pulled 2 water bottles from his pockets, setting one by my plate and keeping the other. "Thank you," I said quietly, picking up the utensils he'd provided. The plate held a generous piece of grilled barbecue chicken, a big helping of salad, some fresh veggies with a side of ranch, and a brownie.
Another small piece of that hollow ache inside me seemed to mend and settle. He'd remembered details about my preferences I never would have expected him to notice. "Junebug, are you sure you don't want to sit with your friends?" Caroline asked, her tone genuinely curious and not pushing. "Nope, I'm good right here," Juniper declared, beaming at me. Then, with all the subtlety of a fireworks display, she added, "Mum, did you know Alessandra is a super famous dancer? Smooth move, Juniper?" Guess it was my turn to uphold our little deal. I cut into my chicken and braced for Caroline's reaction. "Is that so?" Caroline speared a bite of potato salad with her fork. I took a slow bite of my food, saying nothing. "She's like internationally famous," Juniper confirmed, nodding emphatically as she gripped her cheeseburger with both hands. "Some people say she could be the next prima ballerina. There are only a few in the whole world, you know." She then managed to fit an astonishing amount of burger into her mouth. Caroline turned her focus to me. "So what's a world-famous ballerina doing in a place like Haven Cove? Shouldn't you be in New York City, living that star dancer life?" "I'm recovering from an injury," I explained, pushing my fork into the salad. "I ruptured my Achilles tendon during a performance back in January. Did her stance soften just a fraction? So once you're healed, you're heading back." She flicked a glance toward Hudson. "That's the plan," he answered, utterly unfazed. I quickly took another bite to occupy my mouth in case she had more questions. My sister Anne would have handled this so much better. She had a gift for putting people at ease. Caroline's eyes narrowed slightly. "I still can't wrap my head around you two dating," she said, waving her fork between us. There's just something off about it.
The only thing weird is that she finds him attractive,
Gavin joked, earning a playful glare. Please excuse our daughter, Hudson's mum said, giving Caroline a look that needed no explanation. The sun must have scrambled her sense of decorum. So how exactly did you two get together? Caroline pressed on, while Gavin watched me eat as if it were prime-time entertainment.
Great, my stomach dropped. I rescued her,
Hudson answered between mouthfuls. Did you fall off your father's yacht? Caroline raised her eyebrows in my direction. No, I said with a shrug. We usually keep that particular boat in the Mediterranean. Gavin coughed and took a quick gulp of his soda. Hudson fought back a smile. She was out past the cove in a dinghy that was taking on water. I was 16, only because Eva was determined to go alone if I didn't get in with her, and I felt responsible for her. I shook my head at the recollection. His promise, you won't leave your sister and I won't leave you, had made me trust him with my life completely in that instant. That's your younger sister, right? Caroline inquired. The one who deliberately spilled an entire milkshake at the cafe because she didn't approve of how I made it, then left me to mop it up while she and her friends laughed all the way back to your home studio. That definitely sounded like Eva, Caroline, Hudson said sharply. My fork paused above my plate as a flush of heat spread across my cheeks, a mix of humiliation and defensive fury. You have my apology, I said carefully. She was a challenging adolescent. But Alessandra is genuinely kind, Juniper chimed in. Oh, look, it's Maya. I'll be right back. She slid off the bench and dashed toward her friend, some ally she turned out to be. What is it you actually see in my brother? Caroline asked, scrutinizing my expression. Hudson stiffened, and I took a sip of my drink, wishing fiercely it was something stronger. He's decisive. You're attracted to him because he's decisive. Her forehead creased in confusion. Because I'm the opposite, I confessed. It usually takes me forever to make up my mind, and then I doubt every choice afterward. It's one of my biggest flaws. But Hudson. I glanced toward him and allowed myself to truly recall him, to see past the fog of resentment I'd used to obscure him. He makes the call, he acts, he carries this air of absolute conviction that I doubt I'll ever possess. He reached over and gently tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. I'm still not convinced, Caroline stated, shaking her head. What's her favourite colour? Blue, Hudson said, his hand falling back to his side. When's his birthday? Caroline prodded, jabbing her fork. April 25th, I replied, my irritation flaring. Knowing she disapproved of my family was manageable, but being immersed in her disdain was another matter entirely. What's next? Caroline, you will stop this right now, Mrs. Ellis admonished. You expect me to welcome this outsider into our family for the next few months until she gets bored with Hudson and leaves him? Caroline retorted, What is she joining us on the camping trip to? Is she going to come along on the family vacation and risk chipping a manicure?
The invitation is accepted,
Hudson said with a shrug. Wait, what? She won't make it through the first night. Caroline shot back. Honestly, I'd never been camping, but it couldn't possibly be that awful if people chose to do it for fun. Tone it down, Caroline, Hudson warned. Alessandra's family doesn't banter the way ours does. I'm not bantering, she arched her brows. You want to step in here? Hudson asked Gavin. No way, he said, reaching for the remainder of his hot dog.
You're handling this better than I expected. You're all behaving like children.
Mr. Ellis scolded, and the table went quiet as Juniper ran back and slipped into her seat. I'm going to finish up at the grill. Juniper, are you ready for cake and ice cream? I'll get everything set up if you are.
Yes, please.
Juniper nodded, and Mr. Ellis walked back toward the barbecue. She turned to me, her eyes bright. My grandma brought cupcakes, but my mum makes the most incredible strawberry shortcake you'll ever taste. You have to try a piece. I winced. Oh, I really shouldn't. Ballerinas don't eat strawberry shortcake, sweetheart, Caroline said, or ice cream, or cupcakes, or anything that might add a single ounce to their perfectly maintained figures. I sent a silent apology to Lena because I had officially reached my limit.
She doesn't eat strawberry shortcake because she's allergic to strawberries, Hudson snapped. That's why I got her a brownie. She adores chocolate. Before you launch into another round of your nonsense, let's just settle this. Her birthday falls on March 7th. Her top movie is Titanic, a choice I've never fully grasped, but all right, I'll endure it one more time. For point shoes, she chooses Block over Capezio.
She'd pick a sunset over a sunrise any day, can frustratingly distinguish between brands of bottled water, and takes her coffee with sugar and her tea with milk. Oh, and her indecisiveness isn't a flaw. It's because too many voices tell her what they believe she should desire, and she exhausts herself trying to please them all. Satisfied, Caroline. I gaped at him, my breath catching in my throat. He had retained every single detail. Phrase by phrase, he had managed to apply pressure to the raw gash his sudden exit had created. Not healing it, not even letting it begin to close, but stopping the immediate hemorrhage. You could have fabricated all of that, I whispered, my voice thin. Caroline shook her head, her skepticism a tangible force. And you've been a couple for how long? 2 weeks? 3? Nobody learns that much about another person in that time. A hot wave of anger surged through me. Enough! Juniper yelled, her palms smacking down on the picnic table with a crack that made the drinks tremble. Just stop, Mom! They haven't known each other for 3 weeks. They've known each other for years. She yanked a photograph from her back pocket and flung it onto the table. My heart seized at the image. It was us outside the Haven Cove Classic on the day of my win. Hudson's arm was draped over my shoulders, and I was holding the stunning bouquet he'd surprised me with. Our grins were radiant, brimming with a hopeful joy that now felt like a physical ache. Those 2 people in the photo were blissfully unaware of the turmoil waiting for them mere hours later. They were best friends, Juniper declared, her voice cracking. He never introduced her because he knew you'd act exactly like this, and now you are, and you're wrecking my birthday. She spun on her heel and marched toward a cluster of her friends, leaving our table submerged in a thick, uncomfortable quiet. Caroline seemed to shrink as she studied the picture. She then lifted her gaze to Hudson, a silent apology in her eyes, before hurrying after Juniper. "Gatherings are certainly more lively with you here, Allie," Gavin remarked with a wink. Hudson quickly scooped the photo from the table and stuffed it into his pocket. Juniper was digging through an old box of my stuff. "Alessandra, I am truly sorry," Hudson's mother said, her voice sounding distant as I watched Caroline kneel before her daughter in the grass. Juniper nodded a few times to whatever her mother was saying, then wrapped her in a fierce hug. My God, Juniper had a mother who actually apologized. What a rare concept. This entire situation was an absolute catastrophe. Caroline didn't merely despise my family, she despised me personally. She was going to make every moment of this fake relationship a living hell and pull everyone down into the drama with us. The most infuriating part was that she wasn't entirely wrong. There was something unnatural about our performance. Our little charade today had only succeeded in upsetting Juniper, the very person we'd hoped to protect. I think I should leave. I rose from the table, collecting my plate and water bottle. Allie, Alessandra. Hudson was right behind me as I disposed of my trash and thanked his father for the meal. You don't need to go. Yes, I do. I nodded firmly, pulling my keys from my pocket and turning toward the path leading to Caroline's house. Don't you dare give up on her, Hudson said, keeping pace with me. I'm not, I stated, halting just before the gate to her backyard. But today is not the day to shove myself into Caroline's space. You saw what it did to Juniper. Hudson, cake time. Caroline's call echoed from the center of the park. I glanced back to see her standing there waiting. You should go, I said, attempting a tight smile. Don't you pull that fake smile crap with me, he growled, the sound low and strained. Go, I repeated, letting the false expression dissolve into blank neutrality. This is clearly a marathon, not a sprint. When Juniper opens her gift, it's a jewelry box. Do me a favor. Don't let Caroline toss it out just because there's a small ballerina figurine inside. It was Lena's.
Alessandra, he whispered, the name hanging in the air between us. I stepped back, out of his reach, and retreated as quickly as I could. An hour later, Anne found me curled on the sofa with Sadie sprawled across my lap. How did it go? She dropped her purse and sat beside me. She's awful, I said, my fingers tracing patterns in Sadie's fur. Caroline, I mean, not Juniper.
Anne's expression softened with regret. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pushed you into that. I was just reacting, not thinking. She reached over to stroke Sadie's head. What do you want to do now? I'll back you up, no matter what. Right now. Quit. Every part of me felt hollowed out, completely drained. Ask me again tomorrow. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, and Anne picked it up. If it's Kenna, just ignore it. You can't dodge her forever, she said, but handed me the phone anyway. My chest tightened when I saw Hudson's name on the screen. His text read, I know this is probably the last thing you want, but my mum is insisting on a family beach day to make up for today's disaster. You're invited. I showed it to Anne and let my head fall back against the cushions. Oh, perfect. Sign me up to be Caroline's personal target practice again. Anne sighed and leaned her shoulder against mine. Are we doing the wrong thing? Do you think Lena would want us to walk away from this? The question pierced me sharply. I'd give anything just to be able to ask her. Me too. She kicked off her shoes and stretched her legs out onto the table. Why didn't she tell us? I would have sworn we told each other everything. After a pause, she added, Should we tell Eva? Absolutely not, I said, shaking my head. Not yet. Discretion isn't exactly her strong suit. Besides, if Caroline hated anyone in our family more than me, it was probably Eva. Fair point, Anne conceded, scratching Sadie behind the ears. I stared at Hudson's message, weighing exactly how much emotional punishment I could endure. Who else knew? Lena must have told someone, right? What about Juniper's father? The truth was, Juniper would want me to go to that beach. She was counting on me, even if she didn't say it. I have no idea, I said quietly, clutching my phone. All I know for sure is that Lena loved to dance. If her daughter wants to dance, then we owe it to Lena to help, even if it means I have to wear body armor under my swimsuit. I typed out my reply, I'll be there. The sun was just cresting the horizon, washing my bedroom walls in soft shades of pink and orange. I've always had the best view for sunrise, but Hudson was right. I've always been a sunset person. I loved the anticipation of those evening hours, the old thrill of sneaking out to meet him or sneaking him in here. Isn't it hilarious? We went from hiding our friendship completely to pretending we're in some grand romance. I let out a groan of frustration. I'd been awake for all of 15 seconds, and already he was on my mind. Sadie huffed right in my ear and wiggled closer. Right, she was the reason I was awake. Just another half hour. You can hold it. I know you can. I draped an arm over her and buried my face in my pillow. She licked my entire face. 15 minutes, I pleaded. Sleep had become my closest ally lately. Or maybe, if I'm being honest, a crutch that was veering toward dependency. In sleep, there were no injured ankles, no painful rehab, no impossible decisions about how hard to push my body. In dreams, everything was possible, and nothing had a price. The mattress bounced as Sadie leaped down. She shook herself, making her new tags jingle on her pink collar. One for her shots, one with her name and my number, at a volume my sleepy head did not appreciate. 5 minutes? Was I really bargaining with a puppy? She whined pointedly from the doorway, a clear ultimatum. Get up now, or deal with the gift she'd leave for me. All right, I muttered, pushing myself up from the mattress. I shed my pajamas and pulled on my standard morning workout clothes, tucking my phone into the pocket of my leggings. An object in motion stays in motion, my mother's favourite mantra, a rule the Rousseau sisters lived by. We were never permitted to stand still. Sadie was already dancing by my feet. I eased my bedroom door open, careful not to disturb Anne. She'd been burning the midnight oil with the planning committee for the upcoming company gala. With the 4th of July just weeks away, she was in full-on crisis mode. Any attempt at stealth was pointless. Once Sadie bolted into the hallway, her claws tap-tapping a frantic rhythm down the front staircase. I made a quick stop in the kitchen to grab a water bottle from the fridge, then guided Sadie down the long central hall past the silent dining room, office and family room toward the back door. Still half asleep, I fumbled to punch in the alarm code before turning the handle. Sadie shot across the porch and into the yard. I closed the screen door softly and sank onto the outdoor love seat, cracking open the bottle. Hydration first, always. I downed half the water despite the morning's crisp air and watched Sadie investigate the shrubbery with gusto. She hadn't made a run for it yet, and she'd come when called so far, but our partnership was only a week old. Expecting her to be a model of canine obedience felt overly optimistic. The morning was stunning. The clouds still tinted a soft sunrise pink from yesterday's passing storm. It was peaceful. A stark contrast to the digital storm waiting on my phone. Only after I'd nearly finished the water did I switch my phone off, Do Not Disturb. 3 messages appeared, 2 from Eva and 1 from Kenna. Kenna's read, "If you don't call me back, I'm organizing a search party." It was too early for that particular brand of guilt, so I moved to the next.
Eva, you should definitely film some rehab content tomorrow. People need proof of life. Eva's follow-up might also be a good time to clear up a few rumours. I let out a long breath and tapped the seconds video link she'd sent. The app opened, launching a clip from a popular dance influencer. Let's break down the 4 reasons dancers get hurt. First, physique. The screen cut to a dancer I vaguely knew, crumpling after returning too soon from his 3rd knee surgery. Second, technique. I flinched as a ballerina in an arabesque, misplaced her weight, and rolled her ankle with a sickening twist. Third, accident. A partnered lift went disastrously wrong, the man losing his grip. And fourth, overuse. My heart plummeted straight through the porch floorboards. There I was on screen, launching into the 18 turns of the Giselle variation. Turn it off, scroll away now. It was useless. My brain's warnings were white noise. I was frozen, eyes glued to the catastrophic moment that ended my season and potentially everything else. There it was, the precise instant I'd faltered, my focus shattered when I thought I saw him in that empty orchestra seat. The video was silent, but my mind provided the soundtrack in perfect, horrifying detail. The pop of my tendon, my own scream, the frantic rush of my castmates carrying me off stage. Principal dancer Alessandra Rousseau had already undergone 1 Achilles repair. The voiceover continued. Backstage gossip says she knew she was injured and performed anyway. That choice may have cost her a dream career. The frame shifted back to the creator. So what's the verdict? Accident, technique, physique, or overuse? Drop your thoughts below. The absolute nerve, she tagged the company. Like some glutton for punishment. I opened the comments. Ballet for Life 97. Definitely overuse.
What an idiot.
Ryan Dinks could be physique. She looks kinda soft. Ballet for Life 97. True, those costume seams are fighting for their lives. Dance Girl 6701, a second Achilles tear. They should just replace her. She's not coming back. On point 34. No kidding. Time to step aside for a core member, Cassidy Fairchild 1. She could make a comeback. Dance Girl 6701. Sure, if her comeback is to a classroom, but actually dancing? Not a chance. The screen was a blur of strangers dissecting my life. Fouette92 claimed they were already auditioning for my role. Boy11 wondered how anyone could be so reckless. Risonto called it a shame, a fall from ballet royalty. Each comment was a tiny, precise cut. Tutukex20 was less surgical, calling the whole thing a predictable mess. Bright Tulit declared I'd never be the same, even if I tried. Then West Coast Point chimed in, claiming a single meeting had revealed a pretentious diva. On point 34 agreed, muttering about nepotism babies. The final verdict from West Coast Point was a cold, company's better off without her. Trust me. I shut the app, but the words were already inside me, a sharp, blooming ache behind my ribs. The formal cruelty of a critic's review was nothing compared to this casual public vivisection. The heavy thump of paws on the porch steps broke through the static in my head. Sadie lumbered into the chair, her bulk displacing air as she turned a clumsy circle before collapsing across my lap, one paw landing with a soft whoomp near my knee. I buried my fingers in the thick warmth of her fur, forcing one breath, then another, anchoring myself to the weight of her. May as well fill her spot. She's not coming back. The ice pick of that particular thought had lodged deep, a cold splinter in my soul. What was Eva thinking, sending me that link? Did she imagine I was unaware of the chorus writing my obituary online? Can't even escape myself out here, I muttered to the dog, my pulse finally settling into a slower rhythm. The internet was a ghost I couldn't outrun, which was precisely why I'd never wanted a seconds account in the first place. May as well fill her spot. She's not coming back, but I was. The resolve was both a simple truth and an impossible mountain. Breakfast time, I announced, my voice steadier than I felt. After feeding Sadie and myself, I headed straight for the home studio. The only authority on my limits now was me. The soft click of the door interrupted my concentration. "Hey, are you?" Anne stood in the doorway, dressed for a Hamptons day in crisp white shorts and a blue polo, a small silver picture frame in her hand. She kicked off her sandals and stepped inside. "What are you doing?" I swept my right foot forward, returning it to first position, my left hand resting lightly on the barre.
Ronde de jambe. What does it look like?
I demonstrated again. Tendu front, a clean line to the side, then a smooth arc to the back before closing.
It's 7 in the morning, she said, her eyes tracking the path of my foot. How long have you been in here? The workout started at 6. I repeated the motion, listening to my ankle with each deliberate flex and point. The pain was a distant murmur, for whatever that was worth.
Cardio on the bike, the Pilates reformer, everything on the doctor's list. I carefully avoided any rise to demi-point. Your turnout looks solid, she conceded, approaching slowly as if I were a skittish creature. What else have you been up to? Oh, I warmed up with the 32 futes from Swan Lake. I deadpanned, front, side, back, close. The pattern was etched into my DNA, though my ankle seemed to be reading from a different, more hesitant script. "Hilarious," Anne said flatly, arms folding. "Is this a daily ritual?" I gave a single nod. "I schedule it for when you're asleep. It avoids the commentary." "By yourself?" Her lips pursed with clear concern. Sadie's my rehearsal director now. The golden retriever lifted her head from her corner at the sound of her name, gave a lazy thump of her tail, and returned to demolishing a stuffed lobster toy. "I thought your routine was once a day, not twice," Anne said, a thread of disapproval weaving into her tone. "You have to be gentle with that ankle, or you'll just—" She exhaled, frustrated. "You'll grind yourself right back into the ground. This is gentle. My normal was 10 hours in the studio. This wasn't taking baby steps. It was an agonizing millimeter-by-millimeter crawl from where I needed to be. If you re-tear that tendon, I know." My hand fell from the barre, and I pulled off my split-sole slippers. I am acutely aware that if I push too hard and it snaps, it's over one shoe, then the other, sailed toward my dance bag under the window. But if I don't push, if I don't fight like hell to heal, it's over anyway. They will replace me, Anne. The line of dancers waiting for my spot stretches around the block. Charlotte had barely taken over my role for 5 minutes after they helped me off stage that night. I grabbed my hydro flask and phone from the windowsill, opened Eva's text, and passed it to Anne. "You can't be replaced," Anne said softly. "No one can fill your shoes, Allie. A talent like yours comes along maybe once every 10 years. She looked down at the screen. "What is this? Just watch." I settled onto the floor, stretching my warmed-up muscles between sips of water, and winced as the content creator's voice filled the room. "This is garbage!" Anne knelt in front of me. "Ollie, please tell me you see how ridiculous this is." Her eyes held mine, and when I stayed quiet, she scrolled down. And please tell me you didn't read all these awful comments. She closed the app and set my phone aside. Why would Eva send you something like that? Probably thought it would light a fire under me to train harder, and honestly, it did. I moved into a butterfly stretch, soles together, gently pulling my ankles closer. Right after it shredded me into little pieces.
People talk nonsense when there are no consequences for flapping their jaws, she muttered. It was a mix of my build and pushing too hard, I admitted, releasing the stretch. My Achilles never really bounced back after the accident, and I ignored every sign telling me to ease up. I planned to rehab after Nutcracker season, but then Vasily offered me Giselle, and all I could think was, my shoulders slumped. You wanted to make Mom proud, I understand. Yeah. But she didn't. Not really.
Once Anne stepped away, the pressure lifted from her, only to settle across Lena, Eva, and me. Now it was just the two of us holding it up, and if I cracked, Eva would be left alone. Speaking of Mom, Anne said, sitting across from me, I went through the photos in their room last night, feeling sentimental. She passed me a 5x7 frame. Something about Lena wasn't adding up. You mean the secret pregnancy? Or the part where she never mentioned having a baby and giving it up? I studied the picture. Mom and Lena beaming heads tilted together in front of a glowing Don Quixote poster. What am I supposed to see? Mom went to San Francisco to see Lena dance. We knew that. They're bundled in heavy winter coats. Anne shifted onto her knees and tapped the glass near the top of the frame where the dates read March 3 to 13. Oh! I looked again, searching for any hint of a pregnancy beneath Lena's puffy jacket, and finding none. She would have been 7 months along.
Exactly.
Anne pulled out her phone and opened a browser. I remembered I was on spring break from NYU that week, and Mum wouldn't let me come. Said she needed solo time to get Lena focused, because she was still in the studio company, disappointed she wasn't an apprentice or in the corps yet. She turned her screen to show me the cast list from that season. Lena's not on it. She flipped back to the fall programs. She's here. Another swipe, and here. The Nutcracker listing.
Even there, Lena Rousseau, studio company. Then she vanishes. Mum brought that photo home, but Lena isn't in the program. They faked the picture. My heart began to race. Mum knew about Juniper. Anne nodded. Get dressed. Chapter 13. Ali, user 450118. Of course they got in. Look who their mother is. Cassidy Fairchild 01. Maybe she opened doors, but they kept themselves in the room. And Nellie Myers and Alessandra Rousseau to see Sophie Rousseau. Anne told the guard posted outside the Brooksfield Institute. His tight expression vanished under a black baseball cap as he checked his tablet, then reappeared. Go right ahead. Thanks, Anne replied, rolling up the Mercedes window as the gate swung open. The circular drive enclosed a lush, vibrant lawn with immaculately shaped hedges lining the right side as we made our way up the long driveway toward the massive estate my mother had claimed as her own. This was a grand mansion from the Gilded Age, originally constructed by an oil magnate more than a century prior and meticulously updated over recent decades. Anne pulled into the compact parking area beside the north wing, and we both stepped out, pausing for a moment to stretch our stiff limbs. The drive from Haven Cove along the coast hadn't been terrible, just an hour and a half, but I had a feeling Anne had been just as tense as I was the entire trip. "You all set?" she asked, her fingers tightening around her purse strap. "As ready as I'll ever be. Let's do this." I adjusted my small bag across my shoulder, and we followed the curving walkway, climbed the broad stone steps, and moved between the pillars onto the front porch. While we waited for someone to buzz us in, my phone hummed in my pocket. I glanced at the screen. A text from Hudson. "Still good for the beach tomorrow?" "Oh, right. That was tomorrow. Even the idea of it felt exhausting. Everything okay?" Anne asked, pushing her sunglasses up into her hair. "Hudson's checking in about tomorrow family beach day." My thumbs hesitated above the keyboard. "Are you going?" she pressed, her forehead creasing with concern. It was difficult to put into words just how draining it felt.
The prospect of pulling myself together 2 days in a row, of forcing the cheerful appearance everyone expected, felt utterly overwhelming. Honestly, that relentless pressure was a big part of why I'd traded New York for the quiet of the beach house. Yeah.
It'll be nice to see Juniper. And Hudson, I silently added. The door buzzed twice, and Anne pushed it open. We entered a marble foyer adorned with classical statues, presented our identification to the attendant, and signed in. Only 4 people were ever permitted to interrupt my mother's schedule. Then we waited, Allie. Should I expect some verbal sparring? Hudson, only you would say sparring. Allie, that's not an answer. Hudson, Caroline will be on her best behaviour.
Best behaviour, in her case, likely meant she'd limit herself to icy glares in my direction. Ollie, I'll be there. Hudson, I'll pick you up at noon, like it was a date, because technically we were supposed to be dating. Allie? Okay. I tucked my phone away. It's really quiet in here, Anne observed, her gaze sweeping the empty hallways to either side. Classes must be going on. When were you here last? I tried to smooth the wrinkles from my black top, though there was nothing to be done about the creases in my shorts from the car ride. Last weekend, Anne replied, offering a quick smile as a woman with a perfect bun and a clipboard hurried past. What about you? A little over a month ago. I spread my hands, inspecting my nails to make sure I'd cleaned off all the garden dirt. She let me stay just long enough to voice her disappointment, then practically shooed me out. Said she was running late to teach. That tracks, Anne murmured, just as Rachel, the latest addition to my mother's small staff, descended the wide, carpeted staircase ahead of us. She won't be pleased we're visiting on a weekday. It's wonderful to see you both, Rachel exclaimed, her warm smile creating little crinkles around her eyes and mouth. Her soft blue sweater matched her eyes, and her red hair was gathered into a tidy bun. She has a brief window before her next session.
Why don't you come upstairs?
She guided us up the carpeted steps which curved at the landing and continued to the 2nd floor.
Has anyone else visited lately?
Anne asked, her knuckles pale as she gripped her purse strap.
Miss Eloise came by a couple of weeks back, but if you're asking about your sister...
Rachel shook her head gently. Of course she hasn't, Anne muttered under her breath. We turned left into the north wing, passing several closed doors from which the faint sounds of classical music drifted. And how is her mood today, I asked, a familiar knot tightening in my stomach. On her really bad days, my exchanges with her were mostly limited to yes or no answers if she even bothered to speak to me at all, especially after that embarrassing incident back in January. But she usually managed to be in a better temper for Anne. So far, it's been a decent day, Rachel remarked with a considering nod. She did raise her voice at one of the new aides, but they were behind schedule. That's fair, Anne replied, her complexion fading as Rachel swung open the 6-panelled double doors to their mother's suite. The room was a soft symphony of pastels, every item personally chosen by Mum, from the elegant sitting area with its tufted love seat and coordinating chairs to the identically upholstered headboard on the bed, which was buried in pillows. The walls were a gallery of black and white photographs capturing Mum and her daughters at various points in their dance careers. A single picture of their father rested on the nightstand, the glass clouded with smudges. Mom stood by the vast windows at the room's far end, her silhouette turned toward them, adding delicate strokes to yet another painting of a ballerina. Her hair was impeccably secured, and her fitted black trousers and pink blouse appeared, from this distance, completely free of any paint. "Sophie," Rachel called softly, "your girls are here. You have roughly 20 minutes before your next session." She gave each daughter an encouraging touch on the shoulder before exiting, closing the door behind her. Anne and I exchanged a glance. I raised my hands, and she mirrored the action. 1, 2, 3. I mouthed silently, then flattened my hand. Anne held out 2 fingers. Scissors cut paper. Wonderful. Mum! I began moving across the polished hardwood floor, passing the conversational seating on my right and the bathroom door on my left, halting about 10 feet away.
Anne and I need to speak with you.
She turned her head, and her dismissive gaze travelled over me, settling on my sneakers. She opened her mouth, then closed it, as if rendered speechless by my footwear. 5th position. I released a heavy breath and glanced at Anne. 5th, Mom commanded sharply. I adjusted my feet, right then left, bringing them together, heel to toe. Sloppy, she noted, already returning her attention to the fine lines of the ballerina's tutu. At least the criticism was brief. We wanted to ask you about Lena. Her brush hesitated for only a fraction of a second before resuming its path, as if I'd said nothing. Undeterred, I pressed on. She might never wish to discuss her, but we required answers. Anne and I have been at the beach house, just as you asked, I said, hoping this compliance might soften her mood. The one in Haven Cove. The studio floor needs waxing, she stated, not looking up from her canvas. It's lost its luster.
It has no life. We'll arrange for it, I assured her. Much like your dancing, she continued, dipping her brush into a cup of water. Dull, lifeless. Some things can't be restored. Ah. And so we've gracefully transitioned into the insult segment of our visit. Just fantastic. I looked back at Anne, my expression an open plea for reinforcement. And Allie has been spending time with Hudson Ellis, Anne offered, stepping forward and rummaging in her purse as she walked.
Mum's brush stilled in the palette of pink paint, and I tensed, even though this was the strategy. If Mum knew about Juniper, she might very well know who was raising her. That boy from the river? Contempt saturated her tone. That's the one, I confirmed, fighting the urge to sigh. The first time Mum had discovered me with Hudson on the shore, she'd warned, that boy is like the river, pleasant to observe from a distance, but we do not swim in those waters. The second time, I was confined to the house for a fortnight and assigned additional hours of practice. It's good to see you, Mom, Anne said, and I clung to the hope that her approach would yield better results. Mom subjected her to the same scrutinizing inspection, then allowed a smile. Anne. A petty, envious flicker ignited behind my ribs. Hello, Mom? Anne walked between us and leaned in to place a kiss on Mom's cheek. Doesn't Allie look wonderful? She's already returned to the studio. She'll be back on stage before you know it. By the fall, I added, relaxing out of the 5th position. Vasily is considering featuring the ballet Isaac Burden created for me.
2nd position,
she snapped. Really? Anne gave me an imploring look, and I shifted my feet apart into a wide stance. Vasily selects his projects with great care, she said to Anne, her brow furrowing as her eyes flicked back to me. Sloppy.
For heaven's sake, my form was flawless. He's fond of Ali, Anne offered softly. Always has been. He was fond of Lena. Her grip tightened on the paintbrush. Ali is not a star. Terrific. Lena wasn't either, and given that Lena had driven all the way into Manhattan to plead with him after that first year when he didn't renew her contract, I could have made a case for my own merits if it would have made the slightest difference to Mom.
Now, I was just the daughter who had publicly stumbled in front of the entire city. I let out a breath, which was a mistake. 3rd position, Mom barked. I shifted my feet and my hopes to match. I could be the youngest principal dancer the company had ever seen, have roles choreographed specifically for me, win praise from critics, but without that rare, coveted title officially granted, none of it counted in her view. Sloppy lines, sloppy feet. She corrected her own stance. 3rd, I adjusted again. Even though my placement was exact 3rd, her gaze made the hairs on my neck stand up before she turned back to the canvas. Mum, we know you have a class soon, Anne said, pulling the framed photo from her bag. We just wanted to ask you about this. Mum looked at the picture. Lena. A faint, almost invisible smile touched her lips. Did you know she was expecting? Anne asked. Mum went still, and my own heart seemed to stop. She blinked once, then turned sharply back to her painting, breaking her own position. The wall was up. We were getting nowhere. In this photo, Lena is 7 months along. Did you know? Anne pressed. Mum, please talk to us, I whispered. 4th. I moved my feet. Anne drew a steadying breath. Did Lena have a child? Mum shook her head, and the brush slipped, a streak of pink slashing across the red stage curtain she'd been painting. Now it's ruined. She tossed the brush into a glass of water. Get out. I have to teach. My pulse roared in my ears. She knew. She absolutely knew. Lena had a baby, I said, stepping out of position. Her name is Juniper. Do not ask again. Mum ground out the words. We have to. Did you help arrange the adoption? Anne pushed closer. Why didn't you tell us? Who is the father? I added, then fell silent as the door opened behind us. Hi, girls, Rachel said from the doorway.
Sophie, Elle Gibbons was hoping you could glance at her Aurora variation before class. No. Mom retrieved her brush, dipped it in red, and began painting over the pink streak. Fifth. Defeated, I moved into the position, and Anne shoved the picture back into her purse. We both trusted Rachel, but this secret felt heavier than trust. Elle's father is a major donor, Rachel reminded her gently. It would just take a minute. We're not finished here, Anne said quietly to Mom.
We are,
Mom stated. 10 do. I complied, shoes and all.
We need to know,
I murmured. Relevez, she commanded, seizing the water glass in one hand and swishing the brush with the other. I can't. I shook my head. Rising onto the balls of my feet wasn't possible yet. Could you maybe give us another moment? Anne asked, moving past me toward Rachel.
It would disrupt the whole schedule,
Rachel replied with an apologetic wince. Relevez, Mom glared at me. I can't, Mom. My ankle isn't ready. I relaxed my posture. She hurled the cup at me, water and all the plastic, hit the hardwood a few feet away with a solid thwack. Water arcing up to soak my legs. I waited for the familiar shame, the grief of disappointing her once more, but I felt nothing. She was the pouring water, and I had become a sieve. There were some advantages to being numb. Mum, Anne shouted. Oh, Allie! Rachel rushed past me to the bathroom, returning with a soft pink towel. Thank you. I dried my legs, mourning my pink Vans, now speckled with paint and water. I'm so sorry, Rachel said, looking past me at Mum. Sophie, how could you? I straightened my spine and looked directly at my mother, easily. Rachel drew a sharp breath, and my mother's hands clenched into fists. Damn, I hadn't meant to let that slip. It should have. Mum's face flushed a mottled red, and she cut herself off, her eyes darting to the framed picture of Lena beside me.
Go on, say it.
I challenged, lifting my chin. It wouldn't be anything new, and maybe you'd actually get some relief. At least one of us would. Mum, Anne said, a clear warning in her tone. Should have. Mum bit out each word, jabbing a finger toward me. Been you? Mum? Anne shouted. You can't say that. Yeah. I let out a slow, shaky breath as those words pierced straight through me, a sharp clawed grip crushing parts of my heart I'd believed were too scarred and numb to feel anything at all. But even numbness has its breaking point, and this agony was immediate, brutal, shattering. Honestly, most days I wish it had been, I admitted, anger overriding my caution. She knew about Juniper and had kept it from us. She refused to tell us. Holly, don't, Anne whispered, grabbing my hand and holding on tight. Never say that. But I can't stop thinking. I pressed on, one hand gripping the towel like it was the only thing keeping me anchored, the other clinging to Anne's. What you would have done when Lena eventually fell short of your impossible expectations, too. Who would you blame then? Get out. Mum dismissed me with those 2 cold words, turning on her heel and striding from her suite, Rachel hurrying after her. Even now, she'll choose Lena over anyone else, Anne muttered under her breath. It was clear. Mum wasn't going to help us. We were truly on our own. Chapter 14, Hudson. Ballad for Life 97. You move like a masterpiece. That fouette, stunning. Allie Rousseau looked incredible sitting in the passenger seat of my truck, gazing out the window as if she'd ridden there 1,000 times before. Her fingers curled around the oh-shit handle as we bounced onto the rough beach access road. I was having a hard time splitting my focus between the potholes ahead and Beachman's storytelling from the back seat. He was my insurance policy, an extra set of eyes and ears to watch Allie's back, just in case Caroline decided to break her word and cause more trouble. So we come up on this boat, right? And we're talking massive 30-foot swells. Beachman went on. Allie twisted completely around to face him, her oversized sunglasses hiding any hint of her thoughts.
They were closer to 20, I corrected. Still, the waves were insane, Beachman insisted, leaning forward between the seats. This fishing boat is pitching like a toy, water pouring in from everywhere, and Ellis here is somehow avoiding the crow's nest while he's hauling the crew up. That was more the pilot's skill than mine. I drove past the crowded tourist spots, the road growing softer and sandier. Whatever, Beachman said, brushing me off. So he's going down for the last guy when this huge swell rolls over the bow and the captain just leaps overboard. Allie's lips parted in surprise, and I forced my attention back to the windshield. Right, so Rafferty's on the controls telling me we need to pull back and reassess, because it's pitch black and we think the captain got sucked under the hull. He's embellishing. I still had eyes on him. The newly renovated comfort station came into view, and I spotted my parents' SUV parked nearby. Despite the upgraded showers and bathrooms that usually attracted crowds, this stretch of sand remained Haven Cove's best-kept secret. "The hell you did," Beachman argued. Anyway, Ellis starts insisting he can still reach the guy, but I began the hoist because, orders are orders. "You're a rescue swimmer too?" Arlie asked. "Absolutely not," Beachman laughed. "I value my life, so I'm a flight mechanic. Swimmers are a special kind of crazy. No offense." He clapped my shoulder as we neared the coned-off parking area. None taken, so the second Ellis is clear of the boat. This idiot detaches from the cable and drops like 25 feet straight into the ocean. Allie's eyebrows lifted above the rims of her sunglasses. "Exactly." Beachman threw his hands up.
"So now I'm rushing to get the rescue basket ready, and Ellis is down there in 30-foot seas. 20, I interjected again. And get this, he actually locates the captain. The boat begins to pitch violently, and the whole thing tips onto its side. The crow's nest had to have been just a few feet from Ellis when it came crashing down. Oh my God, Ali whispered. It was way more than 10 feet. I glanced back over my shoulder at him. Don't exaggerate. Who's telling this story? Me or you?
Beachman placed a hand over his heart. So the swell lifts the boat back up, and Ellis starts dragging this huge guy through the water like he's no heavier than a little kid, trying to put some space between them and the hull. The whole vessel bobs right back like it's playing whack-a-mole. I swear that thing came at him at least 3 times before we got the captain hauled up, and then once more before Ellis was back on deck. Rafferty was furious.
I pulled into a parking spot and shifted into park.
"When did this happen?" Arlie asked, unbuckling her seatbelt. "Last night, off the coast of Maine," Beachman answered, already reaching for the door. "I'm telling you, Ellis is the luckiest guy I've ever known. Last night," Arlie leaned against the console between us. "We could have called off today. Everyone's fine, and I'm perfectly okay," I assured her, releasing my own belt. "Just another day on the job."
"So potential death is just normal for you?" "Pretty much," I nodded. She held my gaze a moment longer, but those sunglasses hid whatever was in her eyes. Something felt different about her today. "Let's go, lovebirds." Beachman called into the truck before shutting the doors. He knows, right?" Arlie asked. "About us faking the date to get Juniper into ballet?" "Absolutely. He's fully on board." Beachman was thrilled to help with what he saw as the solution to the problem I'd created. I left out the rest. Good. The fewer people we have to lie to, the better. She settled a floppy sun hat on her head, and we stepped out into the midday sun. 77 degrees was unusually warm for the season, but I wasn't complaining about the heat or the clear blue sky. "You all right?" I tilted my head. "You're quieter than usual." "Yeah, I'm fine." Just had a rough day yesterday and really don't want to dwell on it. She hoisted a beach bag nearly half her size onto her shoulder. Or talk about it, I guessed. Definitely not, she said, shaking her head. That didn't surprise me. Allie was tougher to read than a solved puzzle. Then let me distract you with some sand, water, and what I hope might even be a little fun. I gestured toward the beach. A distraction sounds perfect, actually, she replied, offering a genuine, unfaked smile. Beachman and I divided what needed carrying, and a few minutes later we were trekking through the sand past the tiled comfort station with its wraparound deck onto the beach where my parents and Caroline were waiting. Dad had outdone himself as usual, setting up 4 large beach umbrellas, their scalloped edges fluttering in the breeze, with 2 camping chairs under each, placed about 20 feet from the waves. Let the games begin, Arlie muttered, holding her hat in place.
I've got your back, I promised as we walked closer. Her back, her front, I'd cover whatever she needed. Only a few other families dotted this section of the beach, and I savoured the quiet. In a few weeks, at peak season, there wouldn't be an empty spot to sit. Hudson! Mom rose from her chair as I set the cooler next to Dad's, then leaned in for a quick hug. Arlie! She turned suddenly and wrapped Allie in an embrace. Arlie stiffened for a noticeable second before returning the hug awkwardly.
Mrs. Ellis. Call me Gwen, dear. Mom stepped back, squeezed Caroline's shoulders, then beamed at Beachman. Eric, it's been too long, Mrs. E., he said, nearly swallowing her in a hug. Her parents weren't the hugging type, I take it, Dad remarked quietly beside me. She's affectionate, I replied, my tone sharper than intended, especially when it came to her sisters. I never said she wasn't, Dad gave my shoulder a firm pat. She's resilient, I'll give her that much.
Is that because she grew up with Thatcher and Sophie? I asked, noticing Caroline hadn't glanced up once from her novel Under the Shade of the Third Umbrella. Dad considered this. Thatcher wasn't so bad. He'd come into the diner every morning, order a black coffee, and read the paper. Always spoke so fondly of his daughters, yours especially, though he did spoil the youngest a bit too much. But I'm saying Arlie's tough because she came back after Caroline went for her.
That means she cares about you. She's amazing, I agreed, watching as Allie confidently took the seat beside Caroline, placing her beach bag as a subtle barrier between them. She'd have to be, considering you felt the need to keep her a secret from us all those years ago. He fixed me with that look, the one that said he was disappointed, but wouldn't voice it. You were never the issue. I opened the cooler and grabbed 2 bottles of smart water. Well, maybe Caroline played a part in it. She's held a grudge against that family ever since Sophie Rousseau got Madeline to drop her best friend from the advanced class to make space for the eldest daughter. What was her name? Dad rubbed his smooth chin. Lena, I frowned, trying to recall. I don't remember that at all. Oh, it was ages ago. You were just a kid. There was a big age gap between the girls, maybe 7 or 8 years, and it caused quite a stir. Sophie had their dance studio built the very next year, started importing all those fancy instructors, and the classic competition was born. Great for the town's wallet, tough on the locals who lived here year-round. Dad adjusted the first umbrella to better shield Mom as she settled into her chair. I walked over and handed Allie the water, my eyes darting between her and Caroline, checking for any signs of conflict. After how my sister treated Allie at the party, I wouldn't hesitate to toss Caroline into the ocean if needed. Thank you, Allie said, accepting the bottle as I sat down beside her. Beachman had already claimed the chair to my left, sprawling out comfortably. I'm surprised you remembered my preferred water. I remember all the important things, I replied, turning my hat backward so it wouldn't blow away. Allie set hers down, securing it with her bag. Staring while she gathered her hair into a loose, messy bun wasn't an option. So I looked past her to Caroline. Where's Juniper? On her way, Caroline said, turning a page. She's been spending Sunday mornings with Gavin for a few months now. It's been a lifesaver, lets me run errands or clean the house without my little tornado, undoing all my progress. Gives them quality time, though I had to lay down the law about no keg stand lessons. Remarkably, he hasn't been late for a single one. That was seriously impressive for Gavin. She'd be welcome at our house every Sunday if you lived closer, Mom called from her spot. Or I could come help with the laundry or meals. You don't have to do everything alone, sweetheart. They'd made this offer countless times before. I have Hudson and Gavin, Caroline replied evenly. I'm not alone, which was precisely why I'd be listing Cape Cod as my top choice for my next duty station when they asked for my preferences. I pushed down a sudden, irrational spike of impatience at the thought of waiting another 3 years before I could request a transfer to Sitka. Maybe by then, Juniper and Caroline would be in a solid rhythm, and I could transition from the necessary uncle to the fun one. Juniper's fantastic. I've never met a sharper 10-year-old, Ali remarked, kicking off her sandals and wiggling her toes into the warm sand. Caroline fought a smile and lost. She's one of a kind. Did you ever give her phone back, Hudson? A knot tightened in my stomach. What phone? Ali leaned back in her chair, wisely removing herself from the conversation. Caroline peered at me over the top of her sunglasses. Please, I'm busy, but I'm not clueless. I just let you think you were getting one over on me. How long have you known? Since the moment it connected to my Wi-Fi, Caroline answered without missing a beat. What did she do to lose it?
I believe that qualifies as uncle privilege, I replied, leaning back into my chair.
She looked beyond us and smiled. Hello, sweetheart. Juniper sprinted over the beach, her sandals dangling from one hand, and wrapped her arms around her mother. Hi, Mum. Gavin trailed behind, dropping Juniper's backpack onto the nearest vacant seat. Caroline pulled back, running her fingers through Juniper's hair. What's all over your hair? It feels sticky. She gave Gavin a pointed look.
I just invoked the uncle privilege rule, if that clarifies things, I mentioned to him. Uncle privilege, Gavin announced, raising a hand. It's good to see you, Ali. Hey, Gavin. Ali gave a small wave. Ali, Juniper seized her hand. Will you help me build a sandcastle? That does sound fun. A faint smile touched her lips. You too, Mum, Juniper insisted. Oh, great, here we go.
Before long, all 4 of us were kneeling in the sand with a bag of plastic moulds, assembling a fortress while Beachman and Gavin threw a frisbee a short distance away. Ali had shed her usual cardigan, showing a simple black tank top that I was desperately trying not to fixate on. That's perfect. Juniper oversaw as I lifted the bucket from the packed sand forming the main tower. Your turn, Ali? Thanks. A slight smirk appeared as she did the same with a smaller mould. I immediately began refilling mine, fighting the urge to watch Ali, as if she might vanish if I glanced away for even a second. Did you build many sandcastles when you were younger? Juniper asked. With your sisters? Not often, Ali admitted, settling back on her heels with a small blue bucket in her lap. We didn't have much free time in the summers, and when we did, we usually searched for seashells or read books on the pier. Or snuck out to look at the stars, I added. Or snuck out to stargaze, Ali echoed, her eyes concealed behind those sunglasses. Because you were always dancing? Juniper asked, carving out the moat deeper while Caroline halted while filling another bucket. Yes, Ali said, adjusting her glasses. It consumed more and more time as we grew up. Eventually, we were putting in about 10 hours a day between the gym lessons with whichever instructor Mum had hired for the season, and then rehearsals every afternoon. She had been both wretched and exhilarated during those summers, a contradiction I only came to grasp after my own near misses on the ocean. Adoring something that relentlessly wears you down is its own special kind of torment. It sounds like you missed out on just being a kid, Caroline observed, picking up her shovel again. Ali glanced at me, then at Juniper. There's a balance to find, she said, using her hands to pack damp sand. I'm not certain I'd be who I am if my mother hadn't driven us so hard. But ballet could have been a huge part of our childhood without becoming our entire childhood. Balance would have been healthy, and I think that's why Dad insisted we come here every summer to impose that balance. But Mum built the studio and... She let out a soft sigh. Well, I love ballet, but I never really discovered who I am without it, which likely explained why she felt so adrift now.
Sort of like the cafe?
Caroline nodded. I understand that. I was still stuck on Ali's admission. Sure, She shone brilliantly on stage, but she illuminated any room she entered, point shoes or not. I shook my head. You're intelligent, I said, fully aware I should have stayed quiet, that I was smudging the boundary between what she viewed as a pretend relationship and my own genuine emotions. Ally straightened up. What?
I said you're intelligent, I repeated, meeting my own reflection in her sunglasses and wishing I could see her eyes. And you're kind, protective, perceptive, determined, compassionate, a walking contradiction of caution and courage, and 100 other things that have nothing to do with ballet. I saw all of that within the first 5 minutes of meeting you, and you weren't anywhere near a dance studio. Ally's lips parted slightly.
Caroline nearly dropped her bucket as Juniper declared, Mum says I can't take ballet, while digging the moat past Ally's knees. She just went there, didn't she? Ally stared down at the crawling girl, her brow knitting together. You make it sound like I'm starving you, Caroline said, finishing her bucket. I do feed her. Mind if I ask why? Ally played it like this was brand new information. She's a natural, Caroline shovelled larger piles of sand. For starters, it's pricey. Second, I don't have the time to be the mum who hangs around gossiping about which kid is outperforming the others. And third, she set the finished bucket aside. The ballet dancers I've known aren't exactly people I'd choose to spend my free time with. Caroline. Damn it. She'd made a promise. Hold on, Ally said, raising a hand. I respect the honesty. I could say the same about plenty of activities. But it seems a shame to write off every dancer because of a handful you've met, even if I'm in that group. Caroline moved forward, dumped her bucket, and then looked at Ally. I told my brother I'd give you a chance, that I wouldn't judge you based on your family, because honestly, I don't know you. Seems like a solid starting point, since I don't know you either, Ollie replied, adding another handful of sand. My chest tightened. I was seriously proud of her.
Time to wrap this up on a high note. I think we need some water. The sand's already wet right here, Juniper pointed out, digging behind the castle. Not what I meant, I said, shaking my head at Ally with a slow smile. She'd had a rough day yesterday, and if I could follow through on that promise of a distraction, I was going for it. Her eyebrows shot up above her sunglasses. She crouched, then stood. I know that look, Hudson, and it's freezing.
She kicked off her sandals and glanced to the side, plotting her escape. I'd argue it's unusually warm for this time of year, I said, standing and pulling off my shirt, dropping it on the sand. My sunglasses came off next. She backed up a couple steps, did a double take, and stared right at me, her mouth parting slightly. Was that a catch in her breath? Hell, I couldn't see her eyes behind those shades.
You might want to lose the glasses unless you want them lost, I warned, stepping over Caroline's tower and just missing the moat.
Hudson Ellis, Arlie cautioned, retreating further, but she didn't say no. We both knew that one word would stop me cold. Seriously, they look like nice sunglasses. I flashed a full grin. Oh, come on with the dimple, she muttered, yanking her sunglasses off and tossing them near the bucket. Not fair. Never claimed to play fair. That was her only warning before I charged straight for her. She let out a squeal as I hoisted her over my shoulder. You cannot be serious, dead serious. I headed straight for the surf, passing between Gavin and Eric. I don't joke when it comes to you. I swear, if you drop me in this water, her hands scrambled for grip on my back, and she pushed herself up to keep from dangling. You'll what? Live a little? Get a bit cold? A little wet?
My feet hit the water, and the chill shot up my legs. Ugh! A little wet, that's the best you've got? She worked her sandy hands to my shoulders, and I locked my arms around the backs of her thighs to keep her from sliding down as she held herself up. I'm disappointed. You need to up your game, Ellis. You've never seen my game, Rousseau. The water reached my knees, and I kept walking. Man, it was cold this season. Trust me, if I was trying, you'd know. Guys with real game never look like they're trying. She shot back as my ear brushed against her side. You really need to stop dating those dancers. If you can't see someone putting in the effort for you, then they aren't worth your time. A cold wave crashed against my legs, and Ally let out a sharp breath as the water soaked her feet.
It's freezing. Refreshing, isn't it? I loosened my grip just a bit as another wave rolled in, and she gave a little yelp. Wakes you right up. You'll be the one needing waking up if you drop me in here. She surprised me completely, breaking free from my hold and wrapping her legs tightly around my waist. Her strong thighs locked me in place, and her hands fluttered uncertainly in the air. I would have laughed out loud if my mind hadn't been completely hijacked by the sensation of her body pressed against mine. Every point of contact, her warm skin against me, sent sharp electric sparks of awareness straight through my system. I won't let you fall, I vowed, lifting my hands to support her legs, carefully avoiding the tempting curve of her backside. She leaned back slightly, her whiskey-coloured eyes locking with mine as her hands hovered just above my shoulders. There was a heat in her gaze, a flicker of something that captured my full attention as her breathing quickened. You're allowed to touch me, you know. Another wave came, but it didn't reach her. I did promise you a distraction. Using physical attraction as a distraction tends to complicate things. She ran her tongue over her lower lip, then gently caught it between her teeth. Who mentioned anything physical? My hands tightened on her thighs as I watched the movement. I wanted to close the distance and free that lip with my own, to trace it, to finally discover how she tasted. Wanting things I couldn't have with Allie was a familiar ache, but the way she was looking at me now sparked a new, dangerous kind of hope. I was just trying to save you from looking like a confused scarecrow up there with your arms in the air. She let out a dismissive sound. I was following our agreement to the letter. The rules stated you could touch me in public, she reminded me, not the other way around. I wouldn't want to overstep in a vulnerable moment. So you admit it's a moment?
Damn, her lips were so close. I thought I understood longing before, but I was wrong. I didn't understand it at all until right now. I'll admit that you seem to be having one. You're so rigid about the details. I forced my eyes away from her mouth and found her watching me intently. Our locked gaze simmered. Consider the agreement updated. My new rule is you can touch me whenever you want, Alessandra. Public, private, it makes no difference to me. Any part of me with any part of you.
Whenever you want. Another surge of icy water hit my legs, and I found myself wishing it had landed a bit higher. Now seems like a perfectly good time since we're providing entertainment anyway. Her hands came to rest lightly on my shoulders. Well, if it's for the performance, she murmured, her fingers sliding across my skin before linking behind my neck. A bolt of pure need shot down my spine, and I pulled her closer on instinct. It was just a touch, just the feeling of her in my arms, but it sent fire coursing through my veins. There was a reason I'd never dared to flirt with her when we were younger, never crossed that line. Some part of me had always known that if I ever really held her, I'd never want to let go. Hell, I hadn't known what to do with these feelings back then, but I did now. I knew 100 ways to capture her attention, and I had a feeling she would make every single one feel like a first. Her fingers slid into my hair, accompanied by a soft sigh, and my breath hitched. Her eyes dropped to my mouth, her lips parting slightly before she blinked twice. I'm going back to the shore. Her thighs relaxed as she unlocked her ankles, and I reluctantly eased my hold. I'll carry you, I insisted, biting back a groan as she slid down the length of my body. Letting her freeze out here was never the plan. I'm no stranger to cold water. Her hands grazed my chest as her feet found the sandy bottom, the ocean now at her waist. True to her word, she didn't even shiver, not even when a wave rolled in and soaked her tank top up to her ribs. You might want to take a moment out here before rejoining everyone. A sly smile played on her lips as she retreated toward the shore, her eyes sparkling as she pulled off her shirt. Good Lord, that pink bikini. The curve of her breasts left me utterly captivated, and the dip of her waist had my fingers twitching with the urge to touch. She was absolutely right. I needed a few minutes. I was painfully hard. Feel that? She asked, tilting her head as she continued backing away. Feel what? I managed, embarrassingly stunned by the sight of her in nothing but a swimsuit. Game, Hudson. She held out her hands, still clutching her tank top. Effortless game. She turned and walked toward the beach, and I finally surrendered to a grin, wading deeper into the cool water to settle myself. I couldn't decide what was more intense, the gentle brush of her fingers against my skin, or the vibrant, alive look in her eyes as she stepped away. For just a heartbeat, I felt like I'd truly seen her. You're the reason my conscience began, but I shut that thought down fast, plunging beneath the surface to dunk my head. It was just a distraction, nothing more. None of this was real to her. She was just playing with my head, and honestly, I'd loved every second of it. I even briefly considered sending her a formal invitation to mess with me some more. Only once I had my body and my racing thoughts under control did I make my way back to the shore. Allie was gone. Where did Alessandra go? I asked Juniper as she and Caroline worked on their sandcastle.
I left my sun hat in Uncle Gavin's car, and she offered to grab it since she forgot her phone in yours, Juniper replied, carefully digging sand from under a bridge she was building. That was thoughtful of her, Juniper shot a glance at her mother before focusing on the main tower. That's because she is thoughtful. Caroline rolled her eyes when Juniper wasn't looking, but didn't voice a single criticism of Allie as we added to the structure.
A short while later, after we'd built 2 more towers, Allie returned. Her bikini was now covered by a pink sundress that ended high on her thighs, a sight that nearly made me bite my own knuckles in frustration. She dropped her phone by her chair and walked over wearing an expression I couldn't read, 2 faint lines creasing her forehead. "Everything all right?" I asked, standing as Gavin sprinted past. "Yeah," she answered, her tone flat once more. "Here you go, sweetie." That painfully fake smile touched her lips as she handed Juniper the hat, sending a prickle of unease down my spine. "Thanks." Juniper pulled it on, securing the strap under her chin. "No problem." Allie stepped back toward me. "Heads up!" Beachman yelled, and I instinctively threw my hand up, snatching the bright yellow frisbee just inches from Allie's face. She blinked rapidly, staring at the disc. "Oh my God! Watch where you're throwing this thing." I stepped away from Allie, flicked my wrist, and sent the frisbee sailing back to Eric. "Thank you," she said, clearing her throat. "Those are some serious reflexes." I leaned in, bringing my mouth close to her ear. One might call it game. She let out a short, incredulous snort, which made me grin. It was the closest thing to a laugh I'd gotten from her all day, and I was absolutely counting it as a win. The afternoon slipped by quickly. My parents admired the sandcastle and took Juniper for a walk down the beach while Gavin napped. Ollie asked Caroline about the diner in a surprisingly civil exchange that left me feeling strangely hopeful. Then I watched, completely mesmerized, as Allie demonstrated an arabesque for Eric, balancing on one foot and lifting her other leg behind her at an astonishing angle. God, she was breathtaking. "She's graceful, I'll give her that," Caroline remarked, more like exquisite. I used to watch her practice for hours when we were kids. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. "She made you watch her practice?" Caroline began gathering Juniper's sand toys. "Ollie never made me do anything. Don't twist it." I laughed as Eric attempted the move himself and promptly face-planted into the sand. I wanted to be near her, so I'd sneak into her family's studio whenever her mother wasn't around. She returned the favor, often finding reasons to slip away to the grizzly bear or up to my room. I noticed Caroline watching me from a distance, her gaze sharp. "That ladder by my window," I added quietly, "was useful for more than emergencies." "Note to self," Caroline murmured, "never give Juniper that particular room." By 4 o'clock we were packing up. I helped my dad load the umbrellas into the car, then walked to the comfort station to rinse the sand from my feet before getting in. Clean and barefoot on the deck, I stared at the ocean, waiting for Allie. The afternoon had gone better than I'd dared hope. Ollie hadn't bolted. Caroline had mostly kept quiet. And for a few perfect moments in the water, Allie had been close enough to feel her heartbeat against mine. Even if she'd put a little space between us afterward, it was still a win. "Good. You're still here. Caroline joined me at the railing, sweeping her blonde hair into a loose ponytail. We need to talk.
What's going on? If you need help with Juniper, now that school's out, I can probably make it work. That was, after all, part of why I'd moved back. It's not about that. Her knuckles whitened where she gripped the rail. You're my little brother and I love you. You know that, right? A knot formed in my stomach. What's wrong? I tried, she said, her face crumbling into pure anguish. I really gave it an honest try. She's wonderful, Hudson, but you can't date her.
Chapter 15. Ollie. Andreamer A. Starting to think your sister might be a ghost. Rousseau Sisters 4, user 60981. If she is, maybe there's a job opening at the company. I rinsed one foot under the low showerhead, careful not to wet the hem of my pink sundress, wiggling my toes to free the gritty sand. To my surprise, the day I'd been dreading had turned out to be fun. Being with a family that so clearly enjoyed each other, building a sandcastle with Juniper, even mustering the courage to flirt with Hudson. It was all a welcome escape from my own world. For once, I hadn't fixated on ballet, at least not the exhausting competitive parts of it. Showing off a little for Hudson while teaching Eric had felt genuinely joyful. I hadn't agonized over my recovery timeline, or stressed about rivals, or worried whether Vasily would shelve our production if I wasn't perfect. Missing one afternoon workout, I reluctantly admitted, had been worth it. The whole day was a soothing salve on the fresh hurts from my mother. I rinsed my other foot and glanced toward the parking lot. Jessica had already picked up Eric, and Hudson's truck was still there, so he was likely waiting for me. The water shut off automatically. I slid my sandal back on and walked toward the observation deck, passing the row of private shower stalls. Only one thing had cast a shadow over the day, what I'd seen in Gavin's car. I still didn't know what, if anything, I should do about it. You promised you wouldn't do this. Hudson's voice froze me in place. I promised I'd give her a chance, and I did, Caroline argued back, and my heart sank. Maybe they were talking about someone else. There was a slim chance, wasn't there? I pressed my palms against the siding and edged closer, peering around the corner. And it's not that she isn't beautiful or clever or amazing with Juniper, Caroline continued, looking up at Hudson with pained eyes. Believe me, Hudson cut in, crossing his arms tightly, I know exactly how amazing Allie is. Well, there went my hope that this wasn't about me, because she is all of those things. In any other situation, I'd think she was wonderful. At least she had the decency to look pained by her own judgment. Any situation where she wasn't a Rousseau. He gave a slow, disbelieving shake of his head. You are absolutely unbelievable. The day's earlier joy evaporated, leaving a cold hollow behind. It would always circle back to this with her, wouldn't it? Maybe that was the inescapable trap of a place like this. You were forever locked into the role the town decided you played.
Her unfortunate lineage has nothing to do with my point, she insisted, reaching for his arm. He stepped back, avoiding her touch. Unfortunate. A hot wave of defensiveness crashed over me. I was a Rousseau. That name was a key that unlocked doors in studios from New York to San Francisco, and it would do the same for Juniper one day. Should she choose that path? Mark my words, you will live to regret saying that, Hudson promised, his voice low, and a sick feeling twisted in my gut.
Caroline was, with stunning ignorance, insulting her own flesh and blood. Just listen to me, Hudson, please. The raw plea in her tone struck me right in the heart. I could feel her desperate need to get through to her brother, as if it were my own anxiety. She's a lovely person. She's simply not right for you. My fingernails dug into the rough wood of the house siding. Don't give me that she's leaving in September nonsense, he shot back, adjusting the brim of his hat with a sharp tug. We're adults. We can figure out long distance, or relocation, or a dozen other solutions to be with someone you choose. I had to admit, he sold the lie beautifully, and I thought I was the performer here. And you're so certain she wants you. Caroline challenged. Every part of me went rigid, a flush of heat climbing my neck, as if I'd been publicly accused. Wanting Hudson was never the complication. The complication was him staying.
Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure. And I know Ali better than just about anyone. A muscle jumped in his clenched jaw, and he shoved his hands deep into the pockets of his swim trunks. It had been years since I'd witnessed his temper rising, but the signs were unmistakably the same. He was a lit fuse. You knew her, she corrected, her voice sharp. You knew her 10 years ago. I did some digging. My stomach plummeted. What kind of digging? You did what? His arms fell to his sides, his posture rigid. If you weren't my sister, I would be walking away right now. I understood that sentiment perfectly. She exclusively dates within her own world other dancers, people at her professional level in her income bracket. You are none of those things. She found that online? How much of this was I expected to just overhear? A simmering anger began to boil in my chest. I'm aware, he said, a dismissive shrug lifting his shoulders, his hands still buried. So what? Up until now, I've only chosen women I was sure wouldn't want forever. Circumstances evolve. I don't care about her past, because her present is with me. Okay, that was unexpectedly compelling. Seriously compelling, if any of this were real. She doesn't want you. Caroline's voice rose sharp and final. You need to end this before you're in too deep. I've been observing her all day. I watched her at the barbecue too. You're the one initiating contact, touching her, reaching for her hand, fetching her a plate. She doesn't reciprocate. Has she even invited you to that massive gala her company hosts every August? I pulled back, letting my forehead press against the sun-warmed siding, eyes squeezed shut as a scalding fury built with each of Caroline's indictments. She was cataloguing every way I'd already let Hudson down. He had convinced the entire town, and I hadn't held up my end of the bargain. Should
have been you.
My mother's hissed words slithered back into my mind. Failure appeared to be the recurring motif of my life lately. I'd failed Hudson and Lena, and now I was failing Juniper and Anne.
We haven't discussed it yet,
Hudson argued, but his voice had lost some of its earlier force. Exactly, Hudson, she doesn't touch you. I'd go further. She actively avoids it. That is not how a woman behaves with a man she desires. To hell with her. That wasn't a failure on my part. That was a deliberate, calculated choice. I wanted him, and that was exactly why I kept my distance, refusing to let the current between us pull me under or to repeat the kind of mistake that had shattered me when summer ended before. Damn it. Had I already messed everything up by being too guarded like always? She's just someone who keeps to herself, and yet there he was standing up for me, damn it, all over again. She doesn't even smile at you. Not a single time. Maybe you two are close, and maybe she's just bored or lonely, but I'm telling you she isn't in this the way you are. She's going to wreck you if you don't walk away first. That was it. I pushed away from the wall and drew a steadying breath. We're done talking about this, Hudson said, his voice low and final. I'm not ending things with Ali. Not now. Not tomorrow. Not ever, if it's up to me. Letting her go was the biggest regret of my life, and I'll be damned if your stubbornness costs me my one shot with her. My heart hammered against my ribs as I moved from the shadows. Time to keep my promise. Just a part to play. This is only a part, except it wasn't forcing my lips into a gentle curve. I turned the corner. There you are. Hudson went pale. Alessandra, I was waiting in the truck. Before courage failed me, I walked right up to him, rose as high as my ankle would let me, cradled his stubbled jaw in my hands, and kissed him. I felt his sharp intake of breath and prayed I hadn't crossed a line. We'd never discussed kissing or not kissing. But here I was, my mouth finally meeting his. I held there for a heartbeat, just long enough for my pulse to spike and to feel the surprising softness of his lips, then braced to pull back and face the fallout of my ambush. His arms circled my waist, and he kissed me back once, twice, then gently caught my bottom lip, grazing it with his teeth, sparking every nerve in my body and stealing my breath. Heaven help me,
It was over before I wanted it to be. He drew back and looked at me as if seeing me for the first time. We're finished here, Caroline. His eyes never left mine. I couldn't fathom ever growing tired of looking into them. Already gone, she grumbled, her footsteps fading as Hudson and I stood frozen, staring at one another. You kissed me. His attention dropped to my mouth. I kissed you, I whispered, my hands falling from his face. I'd gone too far. Are you angry? Angry. He released my waist and took a step back, putting air between us. I'm feeling a lot of things right now, but anger isn't one of them. It depends on your answer to this. Did you hear that whole argument? Yes. With anyone else, I might have hesitated, weighed what they wanted to hear, but I'd promised him honesty. Hell. He leaned against the wooden railing and shoved his hat back on his head. So you kissed me because you were mad at Caroline. Yes. A gust of wind swept up from the beach, and I pressed the hem of my sundress to my legs, sort of. A family with 2 small kids climbed the steps from the shore, heading for the overlook and pausing to take in the view a few yards away. Hudson muttered under his breath, then pushed off the railing, catching my hand as he passed. We're not doing this out here. My heart raced as I followed him along the side of the building and through the first door he opened. You were just playing a part, but was I? A storm of tangled emotions swelled, and I tried to rebuild the walls that kept me safe, but it was hopeless when my lips still hummed from that kiss. He let go of my hand, flipped the light switch, flooding the private shower room with light from its aqua and white tiles, then shut the door and turned the lock. The click of the bolt echoed in the quiet. We were alone, which meant I had to decide, play the role and laugh this off, or tell the truth, and hand him a real piece of myself, knowing I might never get it back. You heard her and felt the need to make a statement. He slid his hands into his pockets and settled back against the doorframe. Yeah, it was honest. Mostly, a muscle in his jaw tightened, and he let his head thump softly against the wood as he stared upward. I suppose this means you're upset with me now. Where had all my earlier courage disappeared too? Honestly, it was far simpler when I could convince myself this was all an act. But in this confined space, everything felt startlingly genuine. That wasn't how our first kiss was ever supposed to go. I never pegged you for a romantic. The attempt at humour landed with a thud. I've spent 11 years thinking about kissing you. Slowly, he lowered his gaze, holding me captive with those intense sea-green eyes. 11 years of wondering what it would be like to finally cross that line, picturing every possible way. He cut himself off with a shake of his head. Did you even want it? Or was it only about proving her wrong?
You thought about kissing me for over a decade.
My heart squeezed painfully in my chest.
Yes. Did you want it?
He pressed, each word deliberate. This was absolutely the moment for self-preservation, for a convenient lie. But I couldn't. Not with him. Yes. The admission hung in the quiet room. Why do you think I pulled away so fast out in the water? I'm not allowed to want this. This is supposed to be pretend, remember. Right now, it isn't. His eyes darkened, and my pulse leapt in response. What are you saying? A flush warmed my cheeks. He'd never looked at me that way before, like I was something he desired. No, something he needed. Frankly, I wasn't sure any man ever had. I'm saying I want 5 minutes. He pulled out his phone, tapped the screen, and set a timer. Pretending what? I crossed my arms, trying to steady my frantic heartbeat. That I don't resent you, that this arrangement is genuine. What's the scene? Any role felt safer than raw vulnerability. 5 minutes where we drop the act, just you and me. He showed me the counting numbers before slipping the phone away. Can you handle that? 5 minutes. I clutched fistfuls of my sundress, grounding myself against the sudden sensation of being utterly exposed. Okay, no pretending. He gave a single nod. Now's your chance to walk away if this isn't what you want. Pushing off the door, he closed the distance between us with deliberate slowness, offering me every opportunity to retreat or object. I did neither. Lifting my chin, I took a single step back until the cool edge of the sink met my spine. He was right there. "You're still here?" He placed his hands on the counter on either side of me, caging me in, then leaned close. "I'm still here." My eyes fell to his mouth as I fought for air. Every sensible instinct screamed for me to leave, but my feet refused to move. "What do you want, Hudson? I want that first kiss." He cupped my cheek, his thumb tracing the curve of my lower lip. A shiver ran through me. "Do you? This is a terrible idea. Oh, help me, do you?" he asked again, his voice low. Kissing him, truly kissing him, would be completely, wildly irresponsible, a word that never described me. But the desire to kiss him overpowered the safe, familiar comfort of being alone. I met his gaze, unfolded my arms, and placed my palms flat against his solid chest. Yes, Ollie. My name was a whisper on his lips as he bent his head. Then his hand slid to cradle the nape of my neck, and he kissed me. Yes, this was everything I'd secretly craved, his mouth moving against mine with a sweet, aching pressure. He traced the seam of my lips with his tongue, and I opened for him. A low groan escaped him, and we tumbled into pure, delicious chaos. He explored my mouth with skilled, deliberate strokes, claiming every sensitive part and shattering the careful order of my world. My hands flew over his shirt and around his neck, pulling him closer. A current of electricity sparked across my skin, and I kissed him back with all the pent-up longing of years, as a fierce, untamable heat ignited between us. His hands slid lower, cupping me firmly, as he lifted me onto the cool porcelain of the sink's edge. His mouth never left mine. A relentless anchor that swept away every rational thought and left only a raw, aching hunger in its wake. Damn! The man knew exactly what he was doing. He nudged my legs apart and stepped between them, his lips finding mine again and again in a rhythm that felt both new and desperately familiar. His fingers tangled in the hair at the base of my neck, tilting my head back to deepen the kiss until the world narrowed to just this, the frantic slide of lips, the shared, ragged breaths we couldn't seem to catch. I bit down gently on his lower lip. In answer, he drew my tongue into his mouth, and a low moan escaped me. I knocked his hat to the floor and buried my hands in his hair, holding him to me as if I could fuse us together. His palm slid beneath the hem of my dress, tracing a slow, burning path up my outer thigh before settling on my hip, pulling me flush against him. Oh, God! The hard, insistent heat of him was right there, and a shuddering whimper tore from my throat. Hudson. He answered by kissing me harder, deeper, until the taste of him, salt and summer, and something uniquely his, was seared into my senses. Yes, this was everything a kiss was supposed to be. How had I made it 27 years without knowing this kind of dizzying, heart-hammering rush, this all-consuming need? He was warmth and light, and I'd been living in a cold, grey fog for what felt like forever. In that moment, he could have asked me for anything. I would have handed it over without a second thought if it meant his mouth stayed on mine. I wanted to feel every inch of his skin against me, wanted him to push the fabric of my swimsuit aside and just touch. I wanted it all. He tore his mouth from mine only to blaze a trail of kisses down my throat, returning to the spots that made me gasp, lingering where I moaned. My nails dug into the nape of his neck as his lips brushed my collarbone and I rocked my hips against him, the friction drawing a ragged groan from us both. This wasn't just chemistry, it was a full-blown explosion, and I was ready to let it burn. "So fucking mine," he growled against my skin before reclaiming my mouth. I hooked my ankle around the small of his back, and his grip on my hip tightened as I kissed him with a desperation that felt 11 years deep. 11 years! We could have had this, had each other, all that time. But he just left, vanished without a word, as if our entire friendship meant nothing at all. A sharp, sudden pang lanced through my chest, and I cried out, the sound breaking the kiss. We both pulled back, breathing heavily, his eyes searching my face. "Allie?" My vision blurred, eyes stinging. "You shattered my heart. Maybe we were just friends to you, but you broke it completely."
His chest rose and fell rapidly as he rested his forehead against mine, his fingers gently stroking the back of my neck. I know. How could you do that to me? I should have shoved him away. Instead, I pulled him closer, as if clinging to him now could somehow rewrite the past and make him stay.
"I'm so damn sorry," he whispered, pressing a firm, almost punishing kiss to my forehead. "So sorry." The blare of an alarm cut through the heavy silence from his pocket. Hell. He fumbled for his phone and silenced it. 5 minutes. Had that really been all it was? How had he managed to unravel me so completely in just 5 minutes? What would have happened with 5 more? Why was I so utterly powerless when it came to him? Ollie. He tried to catch my eye, but I looked away, my hands coming up to press against his chest. I pushed. Time's up. A frustrated sigh filled the small space, but he stepped back, offering a hand to help me down. I ignored it, sliding off the sink on my own, my legs unsteady as I walked straight out of the room without looking back. That can never happen again. The mantra played on a loop in my head during the drive home, a ride so thick with tension and silence it felt suffocating. Why had I let it happen at all? Hudson pulled up in front of my house, and I grabbed my beach bag, reaching for the door handle before he could speak. "Are we going to be okay?" he asked quietly as I pushed the door open. I didn't look back. "There is no us, remember?" I said, climbing down from the truck and walking toward my front door on trembling legs, the ghost of his kiss still burning on my lips.
If you're wondering whether I plan to take my own bad choices out on Jupiter, the answer is no. I nudged the truck door shut with my elbow and climbed the porch steps. Just get inside. Just hold it together until you're inside. The screen door groaned on its hinges, but there was no frantic scramble of paws, no Sadie racing to greet me with the remains of something shredded. I let my beach bag slump to the floor in the entryway, and the fragile composure I'd clung to dissolved entirely, leaving me stripped bare and sparking like a live wire. In just 5 minutes he'd dismantled every defensive wall I'd spent years constructing, shattering the convenient lie that anger and indifference were the only feelings I could afford to have for Hudson. The click of nails on hardwood pulled my eyes open. I turned toward the living room. There in the doorway stood Kenna, wearing a sleeveless top the color of dark cocoa, her arms folded, one sharp black eyebrow lifted in a look that dared me to argue. Sadie wagged happily beside her. "I said I'd send out a search party if you went radio silent." She was really here. My best friend had blown past all my ignored calls and unanswered texts, had left her entire orthopedic team at the ballet company in New York to drive out to this remote stretch of coast. She looked polished, put together, a stark contrast to the emotional wreck I'd become. I folded in on myself, hands pressed to my face. Kenna let out a slow breath. Well, damn. Chapter 16. Ollie. N.Y. Margot 505. Starting to think Alessandra Rousseau might actually be dead. Anyone heard if they're replacing her yet? Okay, that's a lot to unpack, Kenna said an hour later. We were leaning against the low stone wall at the edge of the property, taking turns, throwing a tennis ball for Sadie. I'm a terrible person, right? I pulled the cuffs of my sweatshirt down over my hands. Do you honestly think I'm going to dignify that with an answer? She gave me a heavy dose of side-eye as Sadie trotted back, ball in mouth. I feel awful, I admitted, taking the damp ball and hurling it carefully away from the pool. I'd learned quickly that golden retrievers adored water and took an eternity to dry. Is it because you kissed a guy who's had you emotionally tangled for most of your adult life because you're secretly meeting that girl's mother behind her back? Or is it because you vanished from everyone who cares about you while recovering from a major injury, ghosted all your messages, and made me rent a car, which I haven't done since moving back to Manhattan, and drive it from that postage stamp airport, because there are no ride shares in this picturesque coastal town? She tossed her long black twists over her shoulder as a breeze swept in. A bitter taste filled my mouth at her blunt summary. Nothing like having your own mess laid out in perfect detail. Yes, I finally said. All of it. Sadie found the neon yellow ball and bounded back across the lawn, giving the pool a wide, hopeful berth. What am I supposed to do? About any of it? Why on earth would I have the answers? She bent to take the ball from Sadie. Because you're the smartest person I know. You finished college at 20 and med school by 23, for heaven's sake. I'd never even made it to a university campus. The company had swallowed my life at 17, the same year I'd finished my high school diploma online. And I'm a sports medicine doctor, Allie, not a therapist. She threw the ball, and it landed somewhere near the hydrangea bushes. And what were you thinking? Getting a dog? You know, Vasily won't allow her anywhere near the studio. That man has a personal vendetta against anything resembling happiness. You're in that building 12 hours a day. You are a certified disaster. I know. I watched Sadie skid to a stop, snag the ball, and race back, her joy so simple and complete. I wished it were that easy. How's Matthias? A genuine smile softened her features. Still annoyingly perfect, still at the hospital too much, but that's surgical residency for you, and don't you dare change the subject. My life isn't the complete disaster. How's your mother doing? Sadie sprinted back across the patio, clearing a lounge chair in a single bound. Still sharp as ever. Rachel mentioned, your mom visited her a few weeks back. Eloise was the sole other person Mom had ever allowed on campus grounds. They'd been dance partners for more than 10 years. Is she holding up okay? She claims she is, Kenna replied with a sigh. She's buried herself in all that board committee work for the company.
I think it's a mix of trying to fill the void. Your mum left and staying occupied, so she doesn't have to face the fact that her closest friend isn't returning to New York. And yet you didn't go into psychiatry? Sadie dropped the tennis ball at my feet, panting heavily, her tongue hanging out. I'm truly sorry I didn't return your calls. I know you are. It doesn't make it right, but it's not as if I haven't vanished on you a handful of times either. That was during your residency.
Entirely different league. Some friends can sense a bad day. Kenna and I could detect when the other was having a bad year. One more time, I told Sadie, then hurled the ball with all my strength toward the cliff's edge. Aren't you going to ask about the ankle? Only if you want to discuss it, Kenna said, turning her gaze toward me. I'm not here in any official capacity for the company. I'm here as your friend. Officially, I'm on a 3-day personal leave. The only person who knows I'm here is Matthias, hugging my arms around myself. I looked from Sadie to the endless stretch of ocean beyond the cliff. The sea was indifferent to whether I danced again or retired, whether I kissed Hudson or let him go. The waves would keep rolling in regardless of my relationship with Juniper, and they would continue long after we were all just memories. Somehow that vast insignificance was a strange comfort, finally loosening my tongue to admit the truth. I keep telling everyone I'll be fine, but I don't know if I can come back from this injury, I whispered, the confession leaving my lips for the very first time, giving it sound and substance. I just know I can't heal in that building, with every soloist watching, consciously or not, half hoping I won't make it. Completely understandable, she said, her eyes scanning the backyard, though I'm not convinced hiding out here is the solution. I don't care what fancy equipment you've got in that gym. It's no replacement for me. Believe me, I know that. I took the slobbery ball from Sadie and scratched behind her ears. Do you want my help? Kenna offered. A sudden bright flare of hope ignited in my chest, but it faded just as quickly. I can't do my rehabilitation in New York, and there's no chance Vasily would permit you to come out here to work with me privately. You're far too valuable to the company. That's not answering the question, and you'd be surprised what Vasily would do for you. He still has your Equinox piece on the shortlist for the fall season, and you're not even back yet. She crouched to pet Sadie, instantly coating her impeccably tailored trousers in a layer of dog hair. I would be grateful if you'd evaluate me while you're here, I said, finally managing to ask for the help I needed.
Then that's exactly what we'll do, she stated, standing and then rising onto her toes to peer over the backyard toward the beach below. What are you looking for? I asked, joining her at the railing, just scanning to see if there's any middle-aged man wandering the shore, searching for redemption and a crate of old love letters.
I let out a short laugh. Don't you scoff at me, Alessandra. I drove through the town centre. You and I both know the moment Thanksgiving passes around here. There's an influx of Christmas tree farmers just waiting to charm some city girl's heart and impart the true spirit of the season. She gave a theatrical shudder of disgust. As we turned to head back toward the house, we found Anne emerging from the back door, clutching yet another prototype centerpiece. She looked startled, then broke into a smile. "Kenna, I had no idea you were visiting!" Kenna flashed a smile so brilliantly insincere I wouldn't have inflicted it on my greatest rival. "How's it going, Chief Enabler?" "Let's change the resistance setting and see how you manage," Kenna said 2 days later as I lay flat on the jump board in the home gym. Up to this point she'd kept it below my body weight. Sounds like pure agony. Let's get on with it. I clenched my hands at my sides and pressed my feet firmly against the platform. I'd rather see you fight through it here than take a fall later. Kenna straightened up from her spot by the machine. "Honestly, from where I'm standing, you're more than ready." She walked to the end of the board and leaned in, her eyes locked on my feet. "Let's start with a plie. Bend those knees." I obeyed, feeling the shoulder pads of the machine glide with my movement. "Now, roll up to demi-point." I shifted my weight forward, concentrating on the arch of my foot and steadying my ankles. Every muscle from the waist down was screaming in protest, a chorus I chose to ignore. This was my second session today, and after yesterday's marathon, my body was making its displeasure loudly known. "Up to releve," she commanded. My right ankle gave a warning tremble, but I pushed through, straightening my legs against the jump board's simulated resistance. A bead of sweat traced a path down my temple. "I kind of hate you a little right now." I managed to gasp, save the commentary. "Now lower back down." I guided my heels slowly to the board. It feels shaky, like it might give way. The sound of footsteps approached from the studio entrance, their familiar cadence announcing Anne. "You need to learn to trust your body eventually," Kenna stated, standing and crossing her arms. "Do it again." "Are you certain she should be holding a releve?" Anne asked, her brow furrowed as she joined Kenna. "Pretty sure I'm the only one here with a medical degree," Kenna retorted. "Don't argue." I mentally pushed the ache aside and forced myself through another repetition. It's not an argument if I'm objectively right. Go again. Kenna watched my ankle closely as I moved. "Your alignment looks solid. She's clearly in pain," Anne insisted. "So, name one time dance didn't involve some pain." Kenna moved to my right side and crouched as I began another rep. I checked her yesterday morning, and again last night after her workout. She's not at full capacity, but she's ready to begin the climb.
It's been nearly 5 months post-surgery, and she's rebuilt her calf strength impressively. What she's lacking is trust in herself. "Hello, still in the room," I grumbled, focusing on my breath through the next motion. My phone vibrated on the gym mat beside my head. "You keep working, I'll get that." Kenna scooped up the phone as I rose to releve. Well, if it isn't the 4th message from a certain Hudson Ellis since I arrived. "What does he want?" Anne asked, peering over.
"Love being the main event in my own personal drama," I muttered, lowering myself with control. "Then stop watching and actually participate." Kenna shot back, handing me the phone. The screen showed a series from Hudson. "Can we talk, please? Did I mention I'm sorry? All sent over the last day and a half." One newer message read, "For the record, the things I'm sorry for do not include kissing you." I groaned inwardly.
It would be so much easier to dismiss him if I didn't keep replaying that kiss every time I closed my eyes. With a sigh, I sat up, straddling the machine. "Let's break for lunch. We ate at the kitchen island, and I left the messages on red, unsure of what to even say." "This is fantastic, Anne," Kenna said, spearing another bite of salmon beside me. "Thanks for making lunch. You're welcome." "It feels good to be helpful," Anne replied from my left, pushing her food around her plate.
And for the record, I am not an enabler. I groaned and bent to adjust my leg warmers already, sensing Kenna's plan for Barry work after we finished. "Still hung up on that, are you?" Kenna said. She was withering away in New York. Anne fired back, leaning forward to look past me. "Was she?" Kenna challenged. "Or were you?" My fork hit the plate with a sharp clang. All she did was work out, ice her ankle, and sleep.
Eva couldn't get her to go out or even visit the studio for some normal human contact. So yes, I brought her here to the beach house, where we have a full gym with the same rehab equipment, a private ballet studio, and a whole new environment. If you call that enabling, then fine. Anne threw her hands up. I'm an enabler, Anne, I chided. And to think you were always the one with your feet on the ground, Kenna remarked under her breath.
But we both understand there's nothing I wouldn't do for Allie, Anne went on. That means leaving Manhattan and managing all the gala details from here. Of course I want her to recover. I want her back on stage if that's her dream. But her happiness matters far more to me than whether she ever becomes a principal again. She settled back into her chair. Do I need to be present for this conversation? I asked. All fair observations, Kenna conceded. Still, it's enabling.
You're an incredible sister, Anne. You're just not a ballet teacher.
Can't argue with that, Anne sighed, easing up on her lunch. But let's be honest, Allie has officially outgrown Madeline's, she added with a light laugh. Yet Madeline's couldn't possibly be the only studio in the area, not with its limited afternoon schedule. Who else teaches around here? I inquired. Not for me, just curious about which studios usually get invitations to the Classic. The event was only 2 months out.
There are a handful,
Anne confirmed with a nod. Gerard's? Winnie Waters? Quinn Hawkins? Quinn Hawkins opened her own studio? My eyebrows lifted in surprise. Yeah, roughly a year back, she said, gesturing with her fork. She's set up near Cedarville. Why, when did you last see her? Not since Eva's final year at the Classic. She would have been 18 then, if I recalled correctly. So, 7 years ago. I'm fairly certain she took second place. Anne nodded.
I think I heard she tore her ACL or something similar. Whatever it was, it ended her career almost overnight. That's heartbreaking, I murmured. It always is, Kenna agreed. But it's not your story. After we finished lunch, Kenna directed me to the barra, barefoot. I assumed my usual spot by the third mirror panel and braced for the discomfort.
She coached me with the intensity of an instructor, a trait inherited from her mother, while Anne observed anxiously, taking notes on the exercises Kenna wanted me to concentrate on in the coming weeks. I can't do it. I shook my head after her latest instruction. Sweat trickled down my neck, and every muscle in my body protested. You can, she corrected firmly. You just don't want to, and I believe that's half the battle right now. She tapped her fingers lightly on the barre.
That's not true,
I shot back, a hint of sharpness in my voice. Prove it, she challenged, nodding toward my feet. Fear gripped me tightly. Come on, you've been in this position before. You remember the feeling? She leaned closer, her voice dropping. And honestly, no one in this room cares if it's flawless. Sophie isn't here. If you don't want this anymore, no one will fault you. Want to retire early? Escape the whole company grind? I'll send an email stating it's a career-ending injury.
I've got your back. But if there's even a chance you still want your principal position, then let's move. Rest time is over. Now is the time to push. What do you want, Allie? Why did everyone keep asking me that lately? My gaze drifted to the framed photo of the four of us, to Lena's radiant, contagious smile, then over to Anne, who was scribbling in her notebook. If either of them were in my shoes, they would have battled fiercely to hold on.
My mother would expect nothing less than my return as a principal dancer in her company. I shifted my feet into first position and sank into a demi-plie, disregarding the fiery ache above my right heel. Ribs drawn in, shoulders relaxed. Then I rose into releve, lifting onto the balls of my feet. A persistent, dull pain shot up the back of my calf. I shut it out with my usual mental trick, treating it as my new normal, and engaged my thighs and core. My quads and glutes loudly reminded me it had been far too long. But my ankle held firm, no wavering, no trembling. It was furious, but it performed the task I gave it. Kenna allowed a small smile, again. I completed every repetition she assigned, and by the time we were done, my ankle throbbed with an intensity I could no longer ignore. Ice it. You're in much better shape than you think, Kenna said as I moved through my post-class stretches. and at 20 weeks post-surgery.
You can absolutely handle heels for the gala. That ought to keep Charlotte and the rest of the gossip brigade quiet for a while. In just 2 weeks? Anne pressed. The museum gala is that soon?
I shifted on the floor, crossing my legs, and then leaning forward to stretch my back.
That's right. Anne's eyes turned to slits. I've been planning this for months, so don't even consider backing out. You will be at that event if I have to personally escort you there.
Now that, Kenna said with a smirk, is what I call tough love, not enabling. Don't encourage her, I muttered, pushing myself upright. I'm going. Vasily emailed this morning asking to meet with Isaac and me, which almost certainly means it's about the Equinox project. Having a part literally written for you seems like a pretty good reason to show up, Kenna noted, settling onto the green stability ball. I already sent the RSVP for you and Hudson. Anne tucked her notebook under her arm. Hudson. A nervous tremor went through me, but it felt less like butterflies and more like a swarm of agitated hornets. I am not bringing Hudson. Our little charade only applies within this town as far as I'm concerned. Take Hudson to New York, even if he were willing, which I seriously doubted. That meant inviting him into my real life, a place where he could genuinely hurt me all over again if he chose to.
Oh, yes, you are, Anne insisted, punctuating each word with a nod. You told me Caroline is already making a fuss about it. She's right, Kenna added, giving a little bounce on the ball. There will be photographers, press. Exactly. Anne pointed her pen at me. Caroline will see the coverage and will be that much closer to her accepting your relationship, and by extension our family, which, in case you haven't noticed, is not going smoothly.
We're on a bit of a clock here, since you're heading back to New York in August. You'll be there too, and everyone will see those pictures. You're asking me to officially announce a relationship that isn't real. I uncrossed my legs. A little support here. I raised my eyebrows at Kenna. I think this whole scheme is a disaster waiting to happen, she said, still bouncing.
But if there's a chance I get to watch the guy who's basically been the ghost haunting all your past relationships without even trying squirm his way through one night in your actual world, then I'm siding with Anne on this. Could be highly entertaining. Thank you. Anne smiled, squaring her shoulders, then tilted her head. Hold on. Did you just say you think it's a disaster that's going to blow up right in your face? Kenna finished, nodding.
I understand she's Lena's daughter, and you've got a whole tangled web of feelings about her being the last living connection to Lena, feelings you really should unpack with your therapist. But just listen. If she were your daughter, how would you feel about all these secret plots? And what would you do when the truth finally came out? I flinched. It was a question I'd asked myself before. If she were mine. Anne's voice broke, and my heart tightened as she cleared her throat, struggling to regain her composure. I'd like to believe I'd be glad there were more people in the world to love her, and I wouldn't be so stubborn that all these morally questionable maneuvers felt necessary. We just want to know our niece. Kenna's eyes met mine. I care about what Juniper wants. I grabbed my water bottle and stood up. It doesn't sit right with me that she should have to wait 8 more years to learn about her own medical history or her roots. And yes, I'm wrestling with what I owe Lena, and whether that debt includes helping her daughter find the same joy in dance that she did. I don't envy the spot any of you are in, Kenna conceded, standing as well. I think we're finished for today. You did really well, Arlie. I'll go get some ice for your ankle. Thanks. That's what older, slightly overbearing sisters are for. Anne left the studio, and Kenna walked over to me. You should start actually jumping on the jump board soon. Gradually build up the resistance. I nodded. Thanks for coming all the way out here. Always. You'd do the same for me. Her glance flicked toward the open door. 2 things. You're medically cleared to go back on Pointy. I'm not going to treat you like a child by dictating your pace. You understand your own limits. Use that knowledge however you see fit. I took a swift sip of water, forcing down the emotion tightening my throat. And the other condition? You have no debt to Lena, she replied, her voice soft but firm. Not concerning Juniper, your mother, your sisters, or your career. But I felt I did. I was the one who left, I said, the words barely audible.
You sacrificing your life for her memory won't change the past. She offered a melancholy, understanding smile before walking out, leaving me alone with the riot in my mind. I shut my eyes, drawing a steadying breath, pushing the noise aside to focus on what came next. I began with the simplest choices. First, if I was approved for pointy work, I would start the very next day, no delays. Second, I grabbed my phone and sent a message to Hudson. Ali, my company's gala is on June 28th in New York. Black tie, you should plan to attend. Third, I opened a browser and began a search. His reply came quickly. Hudson, I'll be there. I navigated to the website, clicked the schedule tab, and scanned the listings. A sigh of sheer, irritated defeat escaped me. Damn it, Juniper. Chapter 17. Hudson on Point 34. Whoever told you that Outfit Works was mistaken. Bright too lit. Hard disagree. She's owning that leotard. On Point 34, that leotard is plotting its escape.
You look like you're headed to a high school dance.
Eric chuckled, his arm draped along the back of the emerald velvet sofa at Franklin's formal wear. His prom date was considerably shorter, Mr. Franklin remarked under his breath, critically eyeing the lines of the third tuxedo I'd tried on that morning.
I still don't see why you won't just wear your dress uniform,
Eric added, crossing his ankle over his knee.
Women go crazy for that whole military formal look.
Jess certainly does. Ali specified black tie. And what Ali says goes, I stated. Especially since that texted invitation was the only contact I'd had from her since the weekend. It was a first for me, a woman not returning a call or message after I'd kissed her. Talk about a blow to the confidence. The kiss itself wasn't the problem. It existed in some category beyond flawless. For one breathtaking moment, she was entirely present, all fire and vulnerability. No barriers, just Ali. Hell, I could still recall the taste of her, the rhythm of her pulse under my lips, the sound she made that shot right through me. We'd combusted on contact, and as much as I hated seeing the hurt I'd triggered, I was also grateful she'd pulled us back when she did. My self-control had been hanging by a thread. Our first time was absolutely not going to be in a public gym shower. After that kiss, I knew there would be a first time, and 100 more. I'd never experienced a connection that intense. We were inevitable, knowing Ali. That's precisely why she went silent, because the kiss was profoundly real. And while it convinced me I wanted something real with her, even if just for the season, it had utterly terrified her. Turn, Mr. Franklin instructed with a finger twirl. I turned, grimacing at my reflection. Can we skip the bow tie part of this black tie? I felt like I was one top hat away from a magic act in this get-up. Mr. Franklin looked past my shoulder, meeting my eyes in the mirror. A standard necktie is perfectly acceptable these days. Thank God. You staying the whole weekend in the city? Eric asked, not looking up from his phone. No clue, I admitted. Were we sharing a room? Getting separate ones? He laughed. Watching you navigate this with zero control is highly entertaining. Thrilled for you, I deadpanned, turning again at Mr. Franklin's direction. I cleared the time off. If she wants to stay the weekend, we will. I've also done my homework on the company, so I'm ready to meet her people. The thought of stepping into her world, seeing her apartment, her studio, her daily life was completely captivating. A sudden, sharp memory surfaced of her mentioning a favourite small bakery near her old dorm, a place she'd go after difficult rehearsals. I made a mental note to ask her about it, a tiny detail that felt like a thread into her past. Our entire history was built around Juniper. Ali had never even seen the inside of my place. If I could still call it mine, any update? I asked, the tension coiling in my stomach. Eric just shook his head, his thumb jabbing at his phone screen. They should have been posted by now, I swear. They delay this stuff just to mess with us. Mr. Franklin shot him a look of mild reproach, which Eric completely missed as he refreshed the page again. They don't release scores on a Sunday, mister, Franklin stated calmly. I was caught in a strange limbo, equally anxious to know and terrified to find out.
Easy for you to say you're not nervous, Eric grumbled, tossing his phone onto the couch cushion. Everyone knows you aced it. The real mystery is how high you'll rank on that promotion list. And then there were the duty stations. The request form was due in just 8 weeks. A voice in my head insisted I had to stay here, but another quieter one wondered if that was true. Could choosing New York give Allie and me a real chance? Not with all that history hanging between us. The most realistic hope was a fleeting summer romance, and I already knew that would leave me wanting more. You passed too, I told Eric, trying to sound convincing. I'm certain of it. I believe this cut suits your build better than the previous options, Mr. Franklin observed, circling the pedestal I was standing on as if I were a show animal. What's your verdict? Very sharp. All the parent volunteers will give it their stamp of approval. Just remember the wrist corsage, Eric said with a sarcastic thumbs up. Why did I think you'd be useful again? I looked down at the tuxedo, then back at the tailor. It's perfect. Can the adjustments be finished in the next week and a half? Easily, Mr. Franklin assured me, nodding toward the changing area. Now that the formal wear is decided, am I dismissed? My girlfriend is waiting for brunch.
Or do you need a consult on the cufflinks too? Eric popped another piece of gum into his mouth.
Give Jessica my best. Not a chance, I said, stepping down. She's still holding a grudge over you, ditching Beth. He pushed off the couch and gave a casual wave on his way out. I headed to the dressing room to change. Just as I was pulling my T-shirt on, my phone rang. Gavin's name flashed on the screen, and I answered immediately. What's going on? The distinct sound of rushing water filled the line. What are you doing right now? Gavin asked, his voice tight. Just finished a tux fitting, I replied, sitting on the flimsy chair to put my shoes back on. What about you? Sounds like you're kayaking in your kitchen. Not quite. The stress in his voice was palpable. A pipe burst at the bar. The whole kitchen is underwater. I'm stuck here waiting for the plumber since Scott is out of town.
That's brutal, I said, quickly tying my laces. And you're calling me because I messed up, all right? My eyebrows lifted. Is this a you snuck some yone into the house and need a distraction level of mess up? Or a we might need to borrow a shovel situation? You can settle the payment when you collect it, Mr. Franklin called out as I gathered the tux. I'll phone you when it's ready. Thanks, I said, already moving toward the exit.
A heavy sense of foreboding settled over me with each second. Gavin remained silent. Gavin, if this is a shovel-Ritwild scenario, discussing it on a cell phone is how we end up featured on a true crime series. I didn't hurt anyone, he mumbled, his voice partially drowned out by the water. But she is going to murder me if she finds out. Who? I stepped onto the sidewalk, hitting the button on my key fob to unlock my truck. Main Street was swarming with tourists, and a crowd had formed outside the bistro across the way. The little coffee shop was undoubtedly packed, too. Caroline, he said. I stopped dead at the curb. It was Sunday. That foreboding instantly erupted into full-blown panic. Where is Juniper? Listen, I know you're going to be angry, he rushed out, but she asked me for a favour, and I didn't want to let her down. You're not the only one who can be there for her. In 5 months, I have never forgotten a pickup. Not once. But this situation got out of hand. I'm not going to get there in time, and I can't stand the thought of her being left alone, you understand? Where exactly is she? I sprinted past my truck and yanked the driver's door open. You have to swear you won't say a word to Caroline. He let out a long breath. It's not as if I was up to anything worse than your situation with Allie. Gavin, where the hell is our niece? I slid behind the wheel, hit the ignition, and tossed the key fob into the center console. She's at the Cedarville Community Center. If you leave right now, you might catch the end of her session. I'm sending you the address now. My phone vibrated with an incoming text. I opened it, stared at the name of the dance studio for a moment, then punched it into the navigation system. Bringing the phone back to my ear, I cut him off.
You won't have to worry about Caroline. Thanks, man. Because I'm going to deal with you personally. I ended the call. After 19 minutes and a flagrant disregard for several traffic laws, I swung into the last open spot in front of the shopping plaza and shut off the engine. Her class still had 9 minutes remaining when I pushed through the doors of the ballet school. That unbelievable idiot.
How could he possibly equate what Allie and I were figuring out with the secret he'd been keeping for months? I navigated through a crowd of waiting parents, most seated before the large observation window, and sidestepped the small groups chatting near the back. My eyes scanned the front row of chairs, then stopped. The woman on the far left, near the wall, turned her head just enough for me to see her profile beneath a dark baseball cap. Allie. What in the world was going on? I moved along the wall, squeezing past handbags and to-go coffee cups until I reached the front where she sat. She'd pulled the hat low and had the oversized sleeves of her grey hoodie pulled over her hands, which were clasped in front of her mouth. She looked furious. Judging by that expression, I take it you're not a fan of this arrangement either? I asked. Her head snapped toward me, her gaze sharp enough to nail me to the drywall before she turned back to watch the class.
Get down or she'll spot you.
Part of me hopes she does, I confessed, crossing my arms. Then she might have some idea of the trouble she's in. Well, I'm here to observe, and I don't want her to see me, she shot back. So get down. All right, then. I crouched, bumping her chair with my shoulder as I wedged myself into a space meant for someone half my size. The familiar scent of her perfume washed over me, crisp and clear, and I took a deep breath, more than willing to let it dizzy me. At least one good thing had come from this chaotic morning. How long have you known? I spotted her dance bag in Gavin's car last week at the coast and put the pieces together. I wanted to be certain before I said anything to you, she said, leaning forward with her elbows on her knees. What's your story? Gavin called me 20 minutes ago to say he couldn't make it to pick her up. My jaw tightened, so I'm still catching up. I looked over the class of about 24 young dancers and found Juniper in the front row. Are those point shoes? Sure are, Allie said, the word clipped. Her eyes flicked to the clock above me. For exactly 7 more minutes they are. I can't believe he kept this from me, I muttered under my breath. I can't believe she did. Allie let out a short, sarcastic laugh. Then again, why am I surprised? Look at what she has us doing right now. Fair point. I checked my watch. 6 minutes left, and I needed to use them. I picked up my tuxedo today. Oh! She glanced at me, then quickly looked away again. Thank you for handling that. Would you want to spend the weekend in the city? Make a trip of it. You don't have to do that. I have a few meetings Friday afternoon, so as long as you're there by Saturday evening, everything should work out. She tugged her sleeve back over her wrist as it slipped down.
I took some time off so I could head down with you,
I said, the words feeling clumsy as they left my mouth.
Okay,
She replied softly.
that would be nice.
A quiet moment stretched between us, but the question was burning inside me. I had to ask. Will your mum be at the gala in New York?
No.
Ali answered, shaking her head, her gaze never leaving Juniper on the other side of the glass. I don't think she'll ever come back to New York. She made her choice about where she belongs.
Right, because she was teaching at a university out of state. One less thing to worry about. I supposed the dance instructor's raised voice, dulled by the studio glass, cut through the air. Ali's eyes narrowed as the little girl beside Juniper began to sob. I'd pay good money to see her try that tone with Juniper. I muttered under my breath, Megan? I think Olivia's crying again. One of the mothers nearby called out casually. Again, another mom sighed.
She really needs to develop a thicker skin. Ollie's hands tightened into fists at her sides, seizing the moment. I shifted the topic. Do you want me to book a hotel in the city? I asked, my stomach doing an uncomfortable flip as I waited for her answer. No, she said, shaking her head. Hotel rates there are astronomical. You can just stay at my apartment. A small, triumphant feeling sparked in my chest. Sounds good, I managed, fighting back a grin. The teacher's voice rose another notch as the girls rehearsed a sequence, and then, in a flash of frustration, she hurled a water bottle down the line of mirrors. Oh, hell no! Quinn's having one of her days, a mom remarked as if discussing the weather. I started to get up, but Ali's arm shot out, pinning my legs to the seat. Don't, she warned. You'll only escalate it. So I'm just supposed to sit here and watch a grown woman throw things a few feet from our niece. I growled.
Yes,
Ali said firmly, her arm locked like a seatbelt. And then you trust me to handle it. This is my world to navigate. My eyebrows shot up. I'd never seen Ali confront anyone but me with even a hint of this steel. Fine, I conceded. But if the next thing she throws comes anywhere near Juniper, it won't. She cut in, withdrawing her arm. She doesn't want to physically hurt them. It's all emotional warfare. What kind of twisted logic was that? We had about 4 minutes left before class ended. The timing was terrible, but we had a sliver of privacy here in this corner, and I couldn't let it go. Look, about what happened at the beach. Don't, she said, her whole body going rigid. Ollie. I mean it, Hudson. Don't bring it up. She lifted her chin, a defiant gesture. As far as I'm concerned, those 5 minutes never existed. Damn it. A tightness gripped my chest, making it hard to breathe. But they did exist. You felt it too. It was real. At least have the courage to admit that much. We're not kids playing games anymore. The seconds dragged by. 3 minutes left. Fine, she finally said. The words clipped. It was real, and it was a mistake. She turned her head, and her eyes met mine, clear and resolved. If we want this arrangement to work, it can never happen again. The brief victory I'd felt earlier evaporated. Is that a new rule? I asked. Because if it was, I was already planning to shatter it. I would use every ounce of our undeniable chemistry to pull another genuine moment from her. Her brow furrowed, and she looked away, back toward the studio. If we need to act affectionate in public, fine. We'll keep it brief and detached. Ollie, nothing between us is ever brief or detached, especially not when we touch each other. That's exactly the problem, she said, folding her arms. I could practically see her rebuilding the walls between us, brick by stubborn brick. 2 minutes.
You're really putting up a fortress in there, aren't you?
I pressed. She went still. That kiss terrified you. I waited, letting the silence press in. Why? Because you actually liked it. Because we both completely lost our heads. Or because for 5 perfect minutes I got past that armor you're so fond of wearing. She tucked her hands into the sleeves of her sweatshirt and leaned forward, elbows on her knees. Here's the truth, she said, her voice low but steady. I'm not afraid to say I want you. It was the simplest confession I owed her. Her lips parted slightly. I know I haven't done nearly enough for you to stop being angry with me, and this whole thing is just for the summer. You made that perfectly clear. But you want me too. I know it. You know it. A pulse fluttered in her throat, and I had to swallow hard. And when you're finally ready to admit it out loud, 5 minutes won't even come close to being enough. I could spend hours, days, even nights getting to know every single thing about you. Hours? She raised an eyebrow in my direction, though even her practiced composure couldn't stop the flush colouring her cheeks. I'd nearly forgotten just how confident you can be. She gave a slight shake of her head. It's not confidence if you can actually deliver, I said, holding her look. Just say yes. A deeper pink bloomed across her face, and she quickly looked away. Well, would you look at that, class is finished. And just like that, the moment was over. She stood, collecting her purse and a reusable water bottle from beneath her chair as, beyond the glass, dancers in the studio began removing their pointe shoes, gathering their things, and filing out the door on the right. I got to my feet, crossing my arms as I waited for Juniper to notice us. It took maybe 3 seconds. She stopped on the other side of the glass, her eyes going wide as she looked back and forth between Ali and me. Her grip tightened on the wide strap of her dance bag, and she took a small step backward. Yeah, I'd probably run too if I were you, Ali muttered under her breath. I gestured for Juniper to come over. She moved slowly at first, then lifted her chin and walked forward with a defiant stride. pushing through the door as if it were any ordinary afternoon. If I weren't so furious with her, I might have smiled at the sheer audacity outside. Now, Alice said sharply. Juniper pressed her lips together, but obeyed. We followed the stream of people leaving the building and out into the parking lot. The late afternoon sun felt oddly cheerful for the confrontation brewing. "If you're going to yell at me, just do it and get it over with," Juniper said, squinting against the light.
The last thing you want is to see me lose my temper,
Ali warned, her voice low. Juniper's eyes fell to the pavement. I looked past her, meeting Ali's gaze, silently letting her decide the next move while being fully prepared to step in if she wanted me to. The air between us crackled with unspoken history, a reminder of a late-night conversation weeks ago where she'd confessed how much this studio and its owner got under her skin. "Bring her to my house now," Ali stated. She turned, her ponytail swinging as she walked across the lane to Anne's Mercedes. Juniper let out a long sigh and finally looked up at me. "Are you going to yell?" "I think I'll leave this one to the expert," I replied. The truck chirped as I unlocked it. "Get in, because I care about you. I'll drive the speed limit. And if I were you, I'd use every second of that ride, hoping her mood improves before we arrive." Chapter 18. Ollie, Russo Sisters 4. Dancers deserve autonomy over their own bodies, especially their feet. By the time I walked into my house, the white, hot anger that had threatened to shatter the glass at Quinn's studio had settled into a controlled simmer, still capable of leaving a mark, but banked and focused. I took the back steps 2 at a time, quickly changing into leggings and a sports bra before throwing on a lightweight sweater. Heading back downstairs to wait, I used the few spare minutes to tap out a brisk email to my contact at the National Association of Schools of Dance. "Try throwing a water bottle near my niece," I grumbled to myself. It wasn't long before Hudson's truck pulled in, and he walked Juniper up the front steps. She had on a zip-up hoodie, but was clearly still in her tights and leotard underneath when I opened the door. "I know you're angry," Juniper began. "Go to the studio," I interrupted, pointing toward the double doors on the right just as Anne came in through the back entrance with Sadie. "Hey, you're home." Anne's cheerful tone shifted as her footsteps drew nearer. "What's happening?" She reached the foyer and peered into the studio, her eyebrows shooting up when she saw Juniper. "She's here." She was taking a class with Quinn Hawkins, I explained, bending down to give Sadie a pat. "She was taking a class?" Anne's mouth fell open, and she shot a sharp, accusatory look at Hudson. "Don't look at me." "I just found out this morning," he said, hooking his thumbs in his pockets. I made a point of looking away quickly before the sight of him could provide the slightest distraction. This was neither the time nor the place. "What are we going to do?" Anne asked, unclipping Sadie's leash. "I'm going to handle it," I assured her. Anne's eyes widened for a brief second. She opened her mouth, seemed to reconsider, and then closed it again. "All right, I'll be in the kitchen." A small, weary sigh escaped my lips. The quiet of the house felt suddenly heavy, holding its breath for what came next. I hadn't understood just how much I needed her to believe in my judgment, to respect my ability to make my own choices, until she finally did.
"You're welcome to come in,"
I told Hudson as I stepped into the studio, where Juniper stood, frozen in the middle of the floor, anxiously fiddling with the zipper of her jacket. "You weren't honest with me." Juniper flinched, her eyes darting immediately toward Hudson in a silent appeal. He moved past me and settled against the wall opposite the third mirror, crossing his arms and saying nothing. "You weren't honest?" I said again, each word deliberate. "I never said I wasn't taking a class." "I only said Mom wouldn't allow it." She twisted her fingers together. "Leaving out the truth is its own kind of lie. Believe me, I was an expert on that. I just thought if I could compete in the classic and do well, then maybe one of her arguments against me dancing would disappear," she explained, shifting her feet. "Because the dancers who place often get scholarships," I filled in. Juniper gave a small nod. "I wasn't aiming for the top tiers. I know my limits. But even the beginner and intermediate categories usually earn a tuition discount at Madeline's." She had to mean next year, right? She turned slightly. her gaze seeking Hudson. "I went to Uncle Gavin because I knew you'd say no. Trying to change Mum's mind was one thing, but actually taking classes, that would never be okay. You were correct. I would have said no, but this isn't about me." He gestured toward me. "How long has this been in the works?" 4 months. She'd believed she was my daughter then, not Lena's, but she'd laid more groundwork for this scheme than just a DNA test. "And you picked Quinn because she was out of town?" I guessed. Another nod. She had some negative feedback. Okay, a lot of negative feedback, but 2 of her girls and 1 boy placed in the classic last year, and I figured I'd already been teaching myself from online tutorials. You thought internet videos were an adequate substitute for a real instructor?
I worked to keep my tone level. This room had heard more than its share of shouting over the years. I wouldn't add to the chorus. "Don't be a snob about it," she shot back, crossing her arms. "Not everyone has a professional dancer for a mom, or private coaches, or their own personal studio. You got lucky."
Lucky was not the term I would have chosen. So instead of listening to your mother's very real concerns, you went to a poorly reviewed studio with a teacher who has a reputation for being emotionally abusive, who throws things to make a point. She only throws empty water bottles, and it's just once or twice per class, I finished for her. And always along the line of the mirror during rehearsal runs, but never when you're at the ballet, correct? Juniper stared, bewildered. How could you possibly know that? Because she learned it from my mother. The words were out before I could stop them, and I instantly wished I could claw them back into the hidden parts of me not meant for an audience. My nails dug into my palms, and I saw Hudson stiffen from my peripheral vision, which is pretty ironic, since my mother would have been appalled by the terrible technique she's passing on. My technique is not terrible. Juniper's arms dropped to her sides in frustration. Out of the 3 people here, I'm the only one with the actual experience to make that call. I took a few slow, controlled steps closer to her. And you have absolutely no business being on point. Juniper inhaled sharply, recoiling as if struck. I've worked incredibly hard, and Miss Quinn said I could if I felt prepared. You don't get to tell me what I feel. I can absolutely tell you that a 10-year-old has no business in point shoes. Heat rose in my cheeks, but I forced down the bulk of my anger. She lifted her chin defiantly. There's no official consensus in the dance world about the right age to start pointy. Dancers should be empowered to make their own decisions about their bodies, especially their feet. I have no idea where you're getting that, Eva said it in one of her seconds clips. She flung her arm out, pointing at the framed photo near Hudson. Of course she did. Naturally, because she was the youngest and always resented that Mom made her wait. She loves saying provocative things for clicks. Take a breath, I told myself, slow and steady. She was only 10 years old, and that familiar, frustrated anger, tightening her face and balling her small fists, was a feeling I recognized intimately. I forced my own hands to relax, finger by finger. A shift in the mirror caught my eye, and I turned to see Anne lingering in the doorway, her expression a blend of shock and something close to admiration as she watched Juniper. Normally, this was when she'd intervene and take over, but she held back because I'd asked her to. That simple act changed everything. You believe you're prepared for point work? Then put your shoes on, I instructed Juniper before walking back to Anne. Am I making a mistake here? I asked, my voice low.
Not at all, Anne said, shaking her head and tucking a stray curl behind her ear. You're completely right, and honestly, I'm here for this new confidence. She's clever. I guarantee she's already strategizing how to out-debate you. She's Lena, I stated flatly. A slow smile touched Anne's lips. Then deal with her the way you would have dealt with Lena, as if anyone ever successfully dealt with Lena, I retorted with a scoff. She gave my arm an encouraging squeeze. You'll need it.
Lena had been the one to lock horns with our mother constantly. She wasn't the classic responsible firstborn, somehow that role had landed squarely on Anne, but she was undoubtedly the most vocal. And she never budged on a stance, even a wrong one, without being presented with irrefutable evidence. Juniper operated on the same principle. She needed facts. As she fastened the ribbons of her point shoes, I bit back a comment about her questionable choice and walked toward her. No wonder her feet had seemed tender at the beach. "You're free to go," I said to Hudson. "I'm quite comfortable, thanks." "This is better than front-row theatre tickets," he replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Of course, he was planted in his usual spot, the same place he'd occupied for countless hours when my mother wasn't around. But the last time he stood there, I hadn't known the taste of his kiss, and now the memory was vivid and distracting. I pushed the thought away and focused on Juniper as she rose to her full height. "All right, let's see what you can do." Juniper took a visible gulp, shifted her feet into first position, and attempted to roll up onto the tips of her toes. "See," she declared, her ankles immediately buckling. She stumbled forward to catch herself. "I'm totally fine." A groan from Anne behind me perfectly echoed my own internal sentiment. "No reputable instructor would ever have cleared you for point," I said, rubbing my temples. "That's on Quinn, not you." "That's so rude," she protested, her legs beginning to shake visibly. "That's reality, and that's ballet, Juniper. It's a handful of breathtaking moments built upon a mountain of painful truths, truths between you and your teachers, and truths between you and your own physical limits."
I won't coddle you, and I won't feed you empty compliments that will only lead to you getting injured. She dropped back to flat feet with a solid thump.
"Just because you got injured doesn't mean I will." Well, that stung. And I thought you valued my opinion because I happen to be one of the premier dancers on the planet. Or have you been consulting some undiscovered expert with superior credentials? Her mouth closed abruptly. Arguing won't alter the facts.
You lack the strength, the control, and the proper alignment for pointy work. Furthermore, you're wearing entirely the wrong shoes. They're blocks just like yours.
Juniper shot back, arms crossed and lips pursed. Okay, that was admittedly a little endearing, but I refused to acknowledge the sudden warmth in my chest. Here is your first real lesson. What works for one dancer may be completely wrong for another. You're in a narrow box shoe, but your toes aren't tapered.
That style isn't the correct height for the shape of your foot, which I've seen up close. It might be the right brand, but it's absolutely the wrong model for you. You need a professional fitting, Juniper. Her eyes instantly brightened. Will you take me to get fitted? Certainly, once I believe you're truly ready. For now, take them off. I moved to the barre and ran through a series of quick stretches, my muscles reminding me it had been hours since my morning session.
Juniper approached, and I couldn't suppress a sigh at the sight of her feet. "Move to the spot by the first mirror," I directed as she paused before the second panel. She took a couple steps back, her brow furrowed. "Why there?" I thought new dancers usually take the center, leaving the ends for the more advanced ones. "That's the usual way," I agreed with a nod. "But you were in Anne's spot. Now you're in your mother's." A spark lit in her eyes, and her shoulders straightened as she surveyed the studio. Her gaze travelled across the mirrored wall, over the polished oak floor, and settled on the barre. She chose the lower of the two rails. "Still warm from the earlier class?" I asked. She gave a quick nod. "Good. Let's begin with plies." I guided her through the foundational exercises, demonstrating each movement while quietly assessing her form. By the time we finished, her earlier resistance had melted away. She stood quietly, anticipation clear in her eyes and a subtle lift of her chin. "You have incredible potential, honestly. I already saw it." "Exactly," I said, meeting her gaze. "You can reach it too, if you're willing to really listen." She looked past me toward Hudson, who remained leaning against the wall like a permanent fixture of the room, then turned back with a decisive nod. "You're a beautiful dancer, Juniper. I watched the whole class, not just the barra work. For only 5 months of training, you're remarkable." A proud smile spread across her face. "I'm a Rousseau." "True," I acknowledged, "but raw talent needs a foundation of fundamentals, and you haven't built the specific ones that make point work safe yet. I'm not only talking about the physical development of the bones in your feet. Please believe me, if you try to go end point now, you risk a serious sprain or even a broken ankle." She let out a long breath but didn't protest, which I counted as a small victory. You need to develop your foot articulation to consciously control every part of your foot, each toe. I pointed my right foot, then swept it in a smooth arc across the floor. There's a world of difference between that. I returned to first position, then pointed and jabbed my foot forward abruptly. And this is why we repeat the basics endlessly. What else? She asked, her chin lifting a little higher.
Strength and control. You're rolling up into releve. You need the muscle strength to rise in one clean motion, and then the control to lower your heel with deliberate slowness. All of that takes dedicated time and practice. Your alignment needs attention too. Any flaw you have while dancing flat will be magnified tenfold in point, throwing your entire balance off. So everything, she muttered, her hand dropping from the barre. I'm terrible at everything.
Not at all, I said, stepping closer. I just told you you're remarkable. You've only been at this for 5 months. Be kind to yourself, but keep your pride in check. I explained why you're not ready for pointe shoes. Not that you're terrible. You're not. Ballet is a lifelong pursuit. It's about never being satisfied with your current skill, knowing you might be brilliant, but still reaching for that impossible sensation of perfection. And fun, she added softly. It should be fun too.
In theory, yes, I said. The reality, of course, was often a grueling pursuit of discipline. I'm confident you'll be ready for the classic next year, and you'll be phenomenal because you'll have mastered your fundamentals in slippers. Beginners compete in slippers all the time. Both Eva and I did until we were 13. But Miss Quinn already registered me for the classic this year. Somehow, I kept my expression neutral. Did she, after only 5 months?
What on earth was she thinking?
Juniper would be facing dancers with years of rigorous training. As an exhibition performer? No, in the beginner category. Juniper ran a finger along the smooth wood of the barre. I glanced helplessly toward Anne, who simply raised her hands, looking just as shocked as I felt. "Okay," I said, turning back to Juniper. "How do you feel about that?" "I don't want to embarrass myself," she whispered, her voice barely audible.
I thought if I could already dance in pointe, I'd have a better chance at making the top 20. More likely, you'd have a better chance at getting hurt, I thought. I don't want to withdraw from the competition, she finished, her eyes pleading for a solution I wasn't sure I could give. What should I do? I gently brushed a stray lock of hair from her face, tucking it neatly behind her ear. Honestly, I believe you should try talking to your mother about this.
Juniper's posture went rigid. She won't get it. You know how she feels about ballet. I know she loves you, I countered softly, and I have a feeling she'd offer some pretty solid advice. She appeared to consider it for a moment before shaking her head decisively. I can't. If I make it into the top 20, that will prove to her that I'm talented, that I could be as dedicated as you are if she'd only let me keep dancing. By then it'll be mid-August, and she'll have warmed up to you too. So when you head back to New York, maybe she'll even let me come visit you and Aunt Anne. She paused, then added with a hopeful breath, Eva as well, naturally. It'll all fall into place. Juniper. The longer this pretense went on, the heavier the guilt settled in my chest. I promise I won't dance in pointe, she hurried on. I'll follow every rule you set. Just please, let's stick to the plan. My heart ached as I fumbled for a response, glancing toward Anne for support. How about we give your aunt a little time to think it over, Anne suggested smoothly. You can help me make some chocolate energy bars in the kitchen. Juniper's eyes darted between us, then over to Hudson. All right, perfect. Anne guided her out of the studio, quietly shutting the door behind them. Once they were gone, I turned to Hudson. We need to tell Caroline. I agree. He padded across the floor in his socks, and the pressure in my chest grew almost unbearable. It might mean Juniper won't see either of us for another 8 years. Given how deep we are in this lie, most likely. He started to lift a hand, then let it fall back to his side, hesitating, a wise move, considering the last time he touched me. Things got dangerously complicated in a shower stall. He's asking for hours. Days, entire nights. And Caroline would pull her out of ballet completely. I leaned against the barre, feeling the wood press into my back. After what I witnessed in that class, I'm not sure that's entirely a bad thing. Not every instructor teaches like that, he replied, crossing his arms. I caught the defensiveness in his tone and winced internally. My eyes drifted to the photograph of Lena, and my chest tightened further. What's on your mind? Lena adored dancing, I said, studying her bright smile and the joyful crinkles around her eyes. I mean, she was born for it. It wasn't just something she was told to do. She woke up every morning thrilled for class, spent more time in this studio than any of us. It was like her oxygen, her sustenance. She loved it in a way I never quite. I snapped my mouth shut, teeth clicking together. You loved it too, Hudson murmured. I forced my gaze away from the picture to meet his. I was there, Allie. You loved it just as much. His hand came up to cradle my cheek, and I fought the urge to lean into that warmth, to rely on him. I groped for my usual defences and found nothing. You came alive on that stage like I'd never seen before. Maybe not on the days your mother criticised every move, but that afternoon you danced the variation from Giselle instead of the piece she'd chosen. That was pure love up there. Passion, excitement. I saw it shining in your eyes.
Variation, I corrected quietly, deflecting most of what he'd said. It's called a variation.
Fine. Variation. Whatever you call it, you loved it the same way she did. If you don't anymore, this isn't about me. I stepped back, breaking the contact. Juniper resembles Lena in so many eerie ways. If someone had torn Lena away from ballet, she wouldn't have survived it. If Juniper feels that deeply, and given all the lengths she's gone to just to dance behind Caroline's back, she probably does. Then I let out a weary sigh. Lena should be here, but she's not. I owe it to her to help Juniper, yet there's no clear path forward that doesn't end in hurt. I know. He slid his hands into his pockets. And I've done everything I can to keep the promise I made to Sean that Caroline's fears wouldn't limit Juniper. But I'm telling you now, she can't go back to that studio. I'd rather betray her trust than stand by and watch someone else destroy her spirit, with only 2 months until the classic. Juniper was absolutely set on competing. So her options are to quit dance entirely, return to Quinn's and risk getting hurt again, or you tell Caroline, which would force her to quit anyway. I let out a slow, heavy breath. There was no way she could keep attending classes at Madeline's a secret, and I wasn't familiar enough with any other local studios to send Lena's daughter there. That left one real possibility. Is she out of school for the summer? What does she do all day? Finished last week. He watched my expression closely. She's in the town rec program on the days Caroline works. Gavin and I do our best to pick her up when we're off shift so she isn't stuck there until 7. I gave a slow nod.
What does your work calendar look like?
Suddenly, taking an interest in my real life. He risked a small smile. It felt too intimate. In your dreams. What's yours? I'm dreaming about it, actually. My schedule is pretty much a standard 9 to 5 most of the time. I work 4 to 6 24-hour shifts each month, and I get a couple of weekdays off. Not always the weekend. Why? He tilted his head, and I absolutely refused to let my eyes drop to his lips. What a joke. Bring her here, I said, forcing the words out before I could second-guess myself. I'll teach her. We'll have to bank on her understanding her mother better than we do. With any luck, I'll have won Caroline over by August, and at this point, well, we're already in deep. If this was going to blow up in our faces, we might as make it a spectacular explosion. His forehead creased. You're serious? You have the bandwidth for that? I'll create the bandwidth. I nodded firmly.
She does need to face a consequence for going behind our backs, though.
I'm not convinced rewarding her with what might be the world's best private coach is the right message. 2 deep lines appeared between his eyebrows.
What's your alternative that doesn't involve consulting her actual parent?
I pushed back. I haven't figured it out yet, but I will. She broke the rules, lied, schemed, and manipulated everyone around her to get her way. His jaw tightened. She's 10 years old. I began walking toward the studio door. I'm not making excuses for her, but you know what they call that kind of calculated behavior in adults. A felon, he guessed. Don't say reckless. That's not me. Maybe not, I said, pushing the studio doors open. I was thinking more along the lines of a Fortune 500 CEO. Chapter 19, Hudson, West Coast Point. I won't lie. I would have killed for an invitation to the NBC Gala. This venue was a black tie circus, masquerading as a modern art museum. I navigated through the sea of guests, dressed in monochrome, aiming for what looked like the narrowest exhibition corridor, meticulously avoiding any collisions or expensive martini spills. I mentally logged every face I passed. Hudson, Anne's voice carried from the far end of the hall, and I carefully made my way toward her. "I'm so glad you came." Her smile was genuine but edged with anxiety. Always wrapped up in a meeting with Vasily, or she'd have greeted you herself. Apologies for being late. I resisted the impulse to straighten my tie. I planned to travel down with Ali yesterday, but one of the other divers took a bad fall from a ladder and fractured his leg, and another guy's wife went into early labor. I got pulled back from leave. Doesn't matter a bit. She gave my arm a light pat as we moved into the museum's central atrium, a vast open space soaring 5 stories high, ringed by balcony galleries. The floor was filled with round tables for 10, except for a clear stage area at the opposite end. You're here now, and that's what counts. What do you think? She gestured around the room. I spent the last 8 months perfecting the color palette. I thought the deep magenta lighting would pop against the white and black dress code, and I must have tested a dozen different centerpieces before settling on the orchids and dahlias. It looks incredible, I said, offering what I hoped was a convincing smile. And you look wonderful. Thank you. She glanced down at her floor-length white gown, then beamed. Do you need a quick rundown of who's who? Kenna is floating around here somewhere, as Ali's best friend. I'm sure she'd be willing to help you. Then again, maybe not. She might just enjoy watching you struggle for her own amusement. I think I'll manage, I said, shaking my head as she guided me through the maze of tables. I studied the guest list online, and Ali has been testing me with pictures from her phone every time I see Juniper. Although I could have sworn I spotted a few celebrities near the exhibit who weren't in any of her photos. Relax. They're not part of the company, she joked. Here's a tip. If you feel like you should recognize someone but don't, just say you're a big admirer of their work. Keep it vague. She led us past the edge of the low stage, arriving at the base of a grand staircase adorned with artwork on both sides. She should be appearing right around. There she is. My job here is done. I'll catch up with you later. With that, Anne disappeared into the crowd. I lifted my gaze to the staircase and felt my breath catch. Orley was descending, trailed by 2 men, glancing back over her shoulder as she conversed. She was absolute perfection. Her sleek black gown seemed to have been sculpted to her every curve, cinched at her left hip, and then, good Lord, featured a daring slit that ran from her thigh all the way to the floor, revealing the elegant length of her leg with each movement. She had swept part of her hair behind one ear, letting the rest cascade in soft waves over the slender straps of her dress and the sweetheart neckline that showcased her figure like a masterpiece. I was instantly captivated. She turned forward, and her eyes widened in recognition as she saw me. Her gaze travelled over me from head to toe, clear approval in her expression, her lips parting slightly as she slowed her pace. She paused on the step, bringing us eye to eye. Hudson, you look absolutely incredible, Ali. Like a vision I was not only permitted but expected to touch for the rest of the evening. I placed my hand at her waist, drawing her close until our bodies nearly touched. My mouth just inches from hers. Absolutely stunning. I let my lips graze hers gently, mindful of her makeup. Thank you, she murmured, a slight smile touching her mouth as I carefully eased her back onto her step. You look far too handsome in a tuxedo to ever be allowed to wear one in public again. Even knowing this was part of our act, I couldn't suppress a grin. Ugh, especially when you do that, she said, tracing my dimple with her fingertip. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. The taller of the 2 men reached the bottom of the stairs.
The ambient lighting gave his silver hair and fair complexion a faint rosy glow. Vasily Koslov, artistic director of the Metropolitan Ballet Company.
Hudson Ellis, I replied, shaking his surprisingly soft hand. Ah, Alessandra's new beau. He offered a polished smile that made me wonder if everyone in the ballet world attended the same charm school. You've become quite the topic of conversation around the studio. I hope you won't mind when we reclaim her in the autumn. Her happiness is what matters to me. Gossip, really.
Now, that is the correct response when dating someone as exceptional as Alessandra, he said, casting an affectionate glance her way. I must confess I was sceptical when she mentioned bringing a guest. I know how you are with romantic entanglements, he added, lowering his voice in a playful tone, which is precisely why I instructed Anna to list his card as guest, just in case you had a change of heart. My eyebrows lifted. What an oddly specific thing to focus on.
Anne.
Ali corrected him, her smile turning razor-sharp. And Hudson and I have known each other for more than 10 years. You could have put his name on the invitation. No matter, he said, his attention shifting as he raised his arm. Ah, my dear. A woman with striking black and silver hair moved to his side, her arm slipping around his waist as his encircled hers. Allow me to introduce my wife, Danica, the company's executive director. Danny, this is our Alessandra's current partner.
He's a lifeguard or something along those lines. Oh, for heaven's sake, good thing my self-esteem isn't easily bruised. Coast Guard rescue swimmer, Ali clarified. Her smile still edged with steel, she described him leaping from helicopters to save people from sinking boats. Moving down a step, she shifted her clutch to her other hand and laced her fingers with mine. The urge to pull her close and kiss her senseless was nearly overwhelming.
It's considered one of the most demanding professions anywhere, she continued. Very few even qualify for the training, let alone complete it. How extraordinary! Danica turned her head toward me. Do you rescue many people? Now and then? I acknowledged with a nod. He saved me, Ali said, her thumb tracing a slow path across my knuckles. That's how we met, back when we were just kids. How charming, Danica remarked, giving Vasily's arm a light pat. Darling, we really must go say hello to the Gemons before the performance begins. They're already speaking with Maxim, and as major donors it would be a misstep not to pay our respects. Duty calls, as they say, Vasily said, offering Ali a warm smile. I am eagerly awaiting your return to the theatre and to the stage. This autumn will be your moment of triumph. His gaze shifted to the man standing rather close to Ali, who seemed perfectly at ease in her personal space. A triumph for you both. I cannot adequately express how excited I am to finally show the world what the two of you have crafted. Thank you, Ali replied, a blush colouring her cheeks. Now that you've endured the old man and the walking prenuptial agreement he calls a wife, the man declared, bounding down the final 2 steps and thrusting out his hand. I'm Isaac Burden. I shook his hand, taking in his short black curls, warm golden-brown skin and dazzling smile, instantly recognizing him from Ali's photos. The choreographer? It's good to meet you. He laughed as he released my hand, his eyes flicking toward Ali. Is that really all she's said? How intriguing. Well, I'm off to procure a celebratory drink, he announced to me before turning his attention back to Ali. The sudden softness in his expression spoke volumes about the details she'd omitted. Still heading back to the shore tomorrow? She nodded. I'll be back in the city before September for rehearsals. I shall count the days with bated breath, he said, taking her free hand and brushing a kiss across her knuckles. A sharp, acidic taste flooded my throat. New York's luster is merely a dull gleam until you return to make it truly shine again, Alessandra. With one final lingering smile, he melted into the crowd. What in the actual hell was that?
Sorry about him, Ali said, stepping off the final stair in her heels. She stood almost to my chin. He can be a lot, but he's genuinely brilliant. Did he recite poetry to you in bed, too? I asked, my brow furrowing. What? Her mouth fell open for a fraction of a second. And wipe that look off your face. What look? You look like you just caught a whiff of a dumpster on the hottest day of August. It was admittedly a spot-on assessment of my current feelings.
Seriously, though, that's what does it for you. Bated breath and glimmers? Let me guess, he doesn't just tell you he's close. He announces his grand arrival with a fanfare. Ali let out a snort, stopping just short of a full laugh, then fluttered her eyelashes at me with exaggerated drama. And I suppose you're the other type? The kind who has to warn a girl she'd better get her own motor running because yours stalls out before the first curve.
Or are you more the strong, silent, grunting variety?
Oh, she wanted to play it like that? I tugged our joined hands firmly against my chest, wrapped my other arm around her waist and spun us both, pressing her back against the wall on the shadowed side of the staircase, just beside a plaque describing some artwork. Want to ditch the rest of this party and find out? I believe I promised you hours if my memory serves. Her breath hitched, and her eyes dropped to my lips. We can't.
Not, I don't want to.
That was telling. No need to rev your own engine unless you feel like it, I murmured, lowering my head toward hers. You'll come at least twice before I even think about anything else, Sally, I vowed, my voice low. I'm not the silent type, and I'm very good at using my mouth to make sure you aren't either. Her pupils widened, and even in the soft pink lighting, I could see the deep flush that spread across her cheeks. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again, wordless. So, are we ready to go mingle with the crowd? I needed to put a little space between us, or these trousers were going to become a serious problem. She gave a slow nod, and I stepped back, keeping her hand in mine as we turned toward the stream of people finding their seats. Our table is just over here, she said, guiding us into the flow. I should have mentioned Isaac. My apologies. Don't apologize.
I didn't exactly hand you a dossier on my past either. Well, at least none of those women are in the same building with us. She offered a practiced smile and a wave to someone calling her name. That you're aware of, anyway. I sidestepped a tipsy guy who staggered back, shifting to shield Ali from the stumble. She glanced up at me, eyebrows arched. Relax, I'm only joking. I shrugged. Or maybe not, since I haven't seen the guest list. Why?
Does the idea that I might have a history with someone here bother you? The path cleared, and we moved forward. Does the fact that I have a history with at least 2 men in this room bother you? She shot back. A sharp, hot pinch of jealousy tightened in my throat. Are you planning on a reunion while we're here? This isn't real, she murmured as we skirted a table near the stage. Technicalities answer the question. I pulled her closer as the crowd pressed in.
No,
she said, shaking her head. When I'm finished with someone, I'm finished. I don't do messy. It's why I stick with dancers. Same world, same hours, same focus, clean and simple. We're messy, and you like me just fine whenever you forget you're supposed to despise me. Keeping my hands to myself tonight was becoming a laughable concept. We're messy because I low, she cut herself off with another shake of her head, and I stared at her so intently I almost walked right into 2 distracted women. I cared about you. That was a mistake I never repeated. Sex is enjoyable, essential even, and sticking with one partner offers a comfort I prefer. But I don't get jealous, because I don't get attached. She likely meant it as a simple fact, but it sounded like a caution to me. Which suits Vasily just fine, I observed.
He prefers me focused. Prefers all of us focused. She gestured ahead. That's our table past the center one, and you're avoiding the question. Something occurred to me during that kiss, I said, as we passed the middle table. Not the first one where you surprised me, but the second. I know which kiss you mean, she interjected. Good. A slow grin spread across my face as I located our place cards.
It struck me that it didn't matter if the first was for show, because the second was genuine. It doesn't matter who had your firsts or mine. We halted behind our chairs, and I lifted my card. Alessandra Rousseau, guest. My chest constricted, that word guest somehow stung more than choreographer ever had. Vasily may have issued the instruction, but Anne had still printed it as if she never truly believed Ali would bring me. Firsts are overrated, Ali stated, placing her clutch on her chair. Guessed. The word burned in my chest like a lit match, a sudden, fierce understanding that I wanted my name on that card. I didn't want to be some temporary, faceless visitor in her life, easily forgotten. I wanted to be permanent, etched so deeply into her being that removal was impossible. She'd offered me a pretend summer, but I wanted everything, and my heart stubbornly ignored how impossible that was. I'd just have to find a way to make it happen. Glad we agree, I said, mostly to myself, setting the card down and turning to her. So, yeah, it twists me up a little, knowing there are guys here who've seen you without your clothes, but honestly, I feel sorry for them because they'll never have you again. I drew her close and let the truth hang in the air between us. But I will first means nothing, last means everything, and that's exactly why people call you reckless.
You can't say things like that to me,
she insisted, her fingers tightening on the lapels of my jacket. Even as part of the act, she whispered, her voice low. Stay in your lane, Hudson. But it wasn't an act. That was the tangled, complicated truth I had no answer for. Not yet. I thought we agreed honesty was the policy, I countered, letting my fingers trace a path down the exposed line of her spine. She shivered, her breath catching, and that familiar, hungry response stirred within me. It always did at the first hint of her interest. And as you so wisely told our niece, leaving things out is just another kind of lie. I told you I want you. I'm finished pretending otherwise, in public, in private. It doesn't matter to me. This is real. Things are about to get complicated. I held her gaze, watching her expression shift from startled to bewildered, then flare into that fiery irritation I knew so well as she stepped back. There she is. It was the first genuine crack in her polished facade all evening. Alessandra. Her name was the only warning before the crowd swallowed her. At least half a dozen people reached for Allie, pulling her into embraces and snapping selfies. Not once did her smile reach her eyes. These were supposed to be her people. Shouldn't she be glad to see them? We've missed you. A woman with dark hair and a warm smile grasped Allie's shoulders. My mind flashed to the company website photos. Reagan Huang, a principal dancer. Ali's former equal. Nothing's the same without you here. Yeah, now there's no one to make the rest of us look bad, joked a blonde with feline eyes and an enigmatic smile. Harlow Oren, a soloist one rank below Ali. Please, a tall man in a sleek black tuxedo interjected, pulling Ali into a hug. As if you need Alessandra around to manage that. He sighed dramatically, resting his chin on her shoulder. I've missed you. You don't call. You don't text.
You ignore my calls and texts. It's honestly rude, you know. Everett Carr, another principal. I'll only forgive you if you promise to come back. Stop monopolizing her, Ev. A brunette in an elegant black gown gently extracted Ali from Everett's hold, giving her a quick, tight hug before framing her face with her hands. Candice Barron, principal, tell me you're looking after yourself. I am, Ali promised with a nod, and I couldn't decipher if it was the truth.
The final member of the group looked like he'd walked straight off a magazine cover, dark hair, piercing blue eyes. Jacob Harvey, soloist. He offered a smirk and opened his arms, and Ali stepped right into them. My attention fixed on his hands, which stayed respectfully high on her back. Probably not the infamous second X then. It's a bit much, isn't it? A woman's voice said beside me as she swept her long dark hair over one shoulder. Trying to figure out who's being real and who's just playing a part. I'm Kenna, by the way, Ollie's closest friend. It is, I agreed, offering my hand. It's an honor. I'm Hudson. I'm one of the few people here who actually knows who you are, she said, shaking my hand before tilting her head to study me. So, have you made your move yet? Your real move, I mean, not this fake relationship nonsense or a shower stall. I liked her immediately. She told you about the kiss? A flicker of hope ignited in my chest. She raised an eyebrow. There's a whole beach out there, perfect for some grand romantic gesture, and you pick a shower stall. Zero regrets. I needed to know she wanted it, that it wasn't just another performance. I slid my hands into my pockets, keeping a watchful eye on the group surrounding Ali from my periphery. She gets nervous when things get too real. Gee, I wonder why, she said, shooting me a look that could topple skyscrapers.
Guilty as charged, I admitted with a nod. I glanced toward Allie and saw that same stunning, utterly hollow smile plastered on her face as she chatted with the other dancers. Any advice? Absolutely not. I'm her friend, not yours, Kenna stated, her brown eyes narrowing. But you're going to do something about this, right? Because she needs to either be with you or be done with you. Do you understand? Loud and clear.
Ali wasn't moving on from me, just as I would never move on from her. Good, she said, with a firm nod, her gaze drifting back to Ali. You'd better be prepared to weave yourself into her world, because ballerinas only bend when they're performing. I'll weave, I vowed, my tone softening. I'll reshape myself completely, if it means I can belong to her. Speaking those words aloud felt like shedding a heavy weight, loosening the first of countless tangles that had kept Ali and me apart. All right, then. Kenna's posture eased, and she moved to stand next to me. Everyone, this is Hudson Ellis, she declared to the assembled dancers, Ali's boyfriend. Every gaze shifted to me, several assessing me with an intensity that would have embarrassed my own mother. It's good to meet all of you.
Would you just look at those eyes? Everett murmured. Ali, where did you discover this magnificent creature? Ali let out an exasperated breath before nestling against my left side, on the beach when I was 16. Technically, we were about a mile offshore. I corrected with a wink, pulling her closer and letting my hand rest on her hip. Reagan pressed a hand to her chest with a dreamy sigh. Oh, Alessandra, you simply must bring him back to New York with you. Hold that idea.
Kenna stepped in front of us, raising her phone. Smile. We posed, and the shutter clicked. The evening's primary mission was complete. You two enjoy yourselves. I have Matthias all to myself tonight, and I don't plan on wasting a second. With a wave, she melted into the crowd of tables. Jacob's attention was fixed on a blonde with delicate, pixie-like features. Catch you all later, he said, making a direct path toward her. Seriously, Ali arched her brows. Oh, they've been sleeping together since summer rehearsals began, Everett commented dryly. Don't be jealous. Harlow kissed his cheek. Please, I have my hands full with Michael as it is, he replied, shaking his head. Speaking of which, we should find our seats. Candace and Reagan are at your table, but I'm way over there with the other principals. You could always rejoin the soloists, Harlow teased, though her tone held an edge. I couldn't quite decipher. Good to see you, Ali. She moved back a row. Everett leaned in, pressing a kiss to Ollie's cheek. Get yourself back to New York, working on it, Ali assured him as the group dispersed. She leaned her weight against me. I guess I made you memorize all those names for nothing. I like knowing who matters to you. I bent down, brushing a kiss against her forehead, simply because I had the freedom to do so. She sighed, melting into the contact. Besides, Kenna, I'd only really call a couple of them friends, she said quietly. Reagan, she gestured subtly across the table, and Everett, I told you that dress was made for you. Eva wove between the tables, a brunette, with a sharp, watchful gaze trailing several paces behind her. Well, I'll be damned, Hudson Ellis. Hey, Eva. I gave a nod. I told you he was coming, Ali said, making a twirling motion with her finger. Turn around. Your straps are crossed wrong. I wasn't convinced he'd actually appear, Eva admitted, complying as Ali unhooked two of the many straps, crisscrossing her back, and fastened the correct ones together. I follow wherever your sister calls, I said, glancing over Ali's head to note the other brunette lingering in the background. Sharp nose, calculating blue eyes. Charlotte, Larson, soloist. All fixed, Ali told Eva. Thanks. Eva turned to face me, her eyes sweeping over me with frank appraisal.
Were you always this ridiculously handsome? I mean, I remember you being attractive, but wow, you really grew into all of that. She gestured vaguely in my direction.
5 stars, absolutely flawless. My eyebrows lifted in surprise. Eva, Ali snapped, but her sister merely smirked.
No.
Eva clicked her tongue. A generous sister would share, you know. A territorial sister will cut you, Ali warned in a light, melodic tone, and I had to fight the impulse to pull her into a deep kiss right then. Relax, Eva rolled her eyes. I'm only joking, as if I'd ever dream of interfering with you two after it took you an eternity to finally figure things out. I was momentarily stunned. Ali hadn't told Eva the full truth. Did you find your seat? Ali swiftly changed the subject. In the back with the common folk? I mean the core, naturally? Eva reached for Ollie's hand, all pretense dropping from her expression. Ollie stiffened at Eva's words. Say that again? Right after rehearsal this morning, Charlotte cleared out your locker and moved her own things in. Eva's forehead creased with concern. What did she do with everything that was in it? Ollie's voice was tight. I glanced toward the approaching brunette. She just left it all piled on the bench. I gathered it up and put it in my locker for safekeeping. It's all there, I promise. Eva's posture slumped. Ollie, she already claimed your spot at the ballet. She's clearly after the principal role. Please tell me you're getting better. You will come back, won't you? Ollie gave a firm nod and gave her sister's hand a reassuring squeeze. It's fine. Vasily confirmed that Equinox is scheduled for the fall season. I'll be ready by then. She managed a strained smile. Don't waste your energy worrying about Charlotte. Not for my sake. Dancers advance and dancers move on. If someone proves to be the better dancer, then that role is rightfully theirs. That's just how this world works. I could always slip something into her smoothie if you'd like. The offer sounded entirely serious. Ali shook her head. Stop that and go find your seat. With a sigh, Eva retreated to a table several rows back. Some things never change, I observed quietly. She's still equal parts sweet and sour. Ali closed the small distance between us. So what do you think of my little corner of the universe, Ellis? It feels treacherous, I admitted, pulling out her chair. You adapt so completely here. It's like you're wearing a mask for whoever's in front of you, just to survive. Her ability to blend in was almost unsettling. How many people truly know the real you, Ali? Not many, she confessed, her voice low. And for better or worse, I believe you're becoming one of them. Heads up, I murmured as Charlotte drew near. Ali turned, summoning a smile so artificially bright it could have powered a small town. Hello, Charlotte. How nice to see you feeling well enough to attend, Charlotte replied, her own smile cutting. Given you haven't been able to join rehearsals or even take company class, your performance in Giselle was remarkable. The line of Ali's spine went rigid, her chin lifting slightly. It was a gesture of pure defiance. I know, Charlotte said, her gaze sliding past Ali to land pointedly on me. I met her look with a cold stare until she turned back. You should understand, she continued, voice dripping with false sympathy. We all want you to take all the time you need to heal. One ruptured Achilles is a tragedy, but two. She gave a theatrical wince. Just imagine if you rushed back and suffered a third. That would end everything. And none of us want that for you. You're practically ballet royalty here. Ali squared her shoulders. Thank you for your concern, but I'll be back in time for fall rehearsals. I'm sure you've already inquired and received that exact update. I felt a smirk tug at my lips. Well, just so you don't worry, Charlotte purred, her smile sickly sweet as she leaned in. I've been learning the Equinox choreography after hours with Isaac. That first act variation is absolutely delicious. Probably a bit punishing for someone with a fragile ankle, though. Equinox, wasn't that Ali's ballet? The one Isaac had crafted specifically for her. To her immense credit, Ali didn't so much as blink. I, on the other hand, was seething. What kind of toxic swamp was this? And why was she so determined to dive back into it? You should take your seat, Charlotte, Ali said, her tone so icy it could halt lava. The performance is starting?
Do enjoy the show. With a little finger wiggle, Charlotte sauntered off toward the soloists. If this theatre were a sinking ship, she'd be the last person I'd save. Ali, I whispered, from across the table, Regan leaned in. Is everything all right? Was Charlotte being horrible again? Ali seemed to snap back to the moment, that polished, insincere smile instantly back in place. She was just expressing her hopes for my recovery. She said smoothly.
She collected her clutch and settled gracefully into her seat, with me following suit beside her. I think I just realized why you put up walls. They feel more like fortifications. It's a little ironic, coming from someone in the military, I said softly, leaning closer as she kept her eyes fixed on the stage, her expression a carefully composed shield. But I have a feeling you're the one who's really been on the front lines. She turned to me just as Vasily stepped up to the microphone, and for a fleeting moment that controlled facade vanished, replaced by a flash of pure frustration. It would matter to me. What would? I reached over and took her hand from her lap, gently working my fingers into her tight fist until she relaxed her grip, then held on. If you had been with someone here tonight, if someone like her had ever been with you, her eyes blazed with a heat that was unmistakable.
It would matter, Hudson.
She gave a sharp nod toward the stage where Vasily had launched into his remarks, cutting off any reply I might have made. Ali sat perfectly still, simmering, her posture stiff as a board, her hand clamped around mine like a steel trap all through his speech. She didn't loosen her grip when the students from the company's ballet academy filed onto the stage and began their performance. I can't stand. She snatched her small purse from the table and looked at me. Her decision final. I'm finished. Take me home right now. I didn't need any further convincing back in my apartment. I tossed my keys onto the console table in the entryway and kicked off my heels the moment I reached the living room. The fading sunset cast a warm, dusty light through the tall windows that framed the city skyline. I dropped my purse onto the coffee table, which was, for once, surprisingly clear. Either Ava was trying to be tidier, or our cleaning service deserved a bonus. A restless anger simmered under my skin, its heat threatening to fracture the calm, collected image. I worked so hard to project whenever I was in the city. I hadn't even lasted through the main course. Do you want to talk about what happened? Hudson asked. I heard his footsteps behind me soften as he stepped onto the area rug. I wondered what he thought of this place. My mother had personally chosen this apartment for its short walk to the studio and decorated it with Lena in mind, only to give me the keys a month after she passed away. Did he notice the small acts of rebellion? Ava and I had scattered around, the vibrant street art on the walls, the candid, chaotic photos of even more chaotic nights displayed in haphazard frames along the shelves. Or did he just see the polished, perfect surface meant for a quick first impression? Ali? He walked past the woven baskets of pointy shoes we kept near the sofa, ready for, whenever the mood struck, to break in a new pair during a Netflix binge. I'm still working through it, I said, moving to the windows. From 22 floors up, I watched the tiny figures below, living their ordinary lives, walking dogs, taking kids to the store, maybe heading into the corner bistro for a romantic dinner. It all looked so simple from up here. You can work through it out loud, he said, appearing beside me. We're off duty now. It's funny, I'd thought that having him here in my apartment, with its vaulted ceilings and open space, would make him seem less larger than life. I was wrong. He filled the room completely, the clean sea air scent of him, the low timbre of his voice, the memory of his touch lingering on my skin. I was constantly caught between the urge to put as much distance between us as possible and the powerful pull to drag him closer. Honestly, I was a complete disaster. You found the guest room earlier when you arrived, right? He nodded. Thanks for having the doorman let me up. A faint, crooked smile touched my lips. I know you're practically superhero material, but I thought asking you to change in a phone booth might be pushing it. He began unbuttoning his tuxedo jacket. Your friends seemed nice for the whole 3 minutes I got to meet them. I like that Ken is so protective of you. He slid the jacket off his shoulders, folded it neatly, and laid it over the back of the leather armchair. I can handle myself, I said, crossing my arms, as if the gesture could hold another piece of my composure together. Just because I'm reserved or I keep my emotions in check doesn't mean I don't know how to stand my ground or defend my position at the company. I would never call you quiet, he replied, a hint of a smile in his voice. At least, not when you're with me. I'm observant and thoughtful, but that doesn't mean I'm quiet. In this world, I have to weigh every word and consider every listener. There's always someone listening, always a device ready to record. Glancing at Hudson was a mistake. On an ordinary day, he's strikingly handsome. Seeing him without his shirt earlier had been a distraction. The tuxedo at the gala left me breathless. But watching him now, relaxed in his black vest, rolling up the sleeves of his dress shirt, scattered every rational thought and sent my desire skyrocketing from a mild interest to an urgent need. The heat was instant, and I knew if I asked he'd say yes. He'd made that painfully clear. It must be exhausting, being on all the time, he remarked, his eyes on the New York skyline. It's been harder since my fall, I confessed. The culture at the company shifts as dancers come and go, but mostly we support each other while staying competitive. My hands clenched, nails digging into my palms. The moment I fell, though, it was like they smelled blood, especially Charlotte. Anger surged, hot and sharp. She's been working with Isaac. I knew Hudson had heard the rumor before the performance, but saying it aloud made the threat real. He's teaching her the choreography he created for me. I've never had a role built from the ground up for me before. Sure, adjustments happen, but a full ballet? That's a once-in-a-career opportunity, and he's handing it to her. She's something else, Hudson said, turning his gaze on me. The heat in my veins shifted into a deeper, more dangerous burn. Damn it, he was too close, too available, and far too threatening to my fragile composure.
I shouldn't have told you any of that, I muttered, walking away before I did something reckless, like launch myself at him. It didn't stop me from remembering all those tempting promises he'd whispered at the gala, though, gathering my dress so I wouldn't trip, I moved into the kitchen. You can tell me anything, Allie. I won't use it against you, he said, following but keeping the kitchen island between us as I opened the refrigerator. Are you hungry? I shuffled a couple of take-out containers. I promised you dinner, then dragged you out before the first course. I'm more concerned about you than food. What do you want me to say, Hudson? I pushed past a suspicious carton of milk, finding only yogurt and prepped snacks for the studio. Fantastic! Slamming the refrigerator door should have been my first clue that my hard-won control was slipping. Letting him see this was the second. Whatever you're feeling is a good start, he replied, crossing his ankles and leaning against the counter near the sink. Feeling? I'm furious. How's that for a start? I yanked open the freezer door. Excellent start. Everything I've worked for is dangling by a thread. I could lose my contract, my ballet, my mother's. God, it's not like I ever really had her approval anyway. I was just a substitute for Lena because Anne couldn't dance, and if I stumble, she'll move on to Eva. In the end, I'm just another Rousseau girl, completely replaceable. I spotted 2 pints of ice cream, some frozen vegetables, and several containers of broth. And why is there never any real food in this apartment? I slammed the freezer door too, then spun to face him. He stood there, calm and collected, watching me like I was the storm, and he was the observer waiting to see where I'd land. Our roles had reversed, yet we were both exactly who we were. There was no use clinging to my carefully built defences. I didn't have to be poised or perfect around him. He already knew I was neither at my core. My interior was a mess, a jumbled and chaotic space, much like his own. Only he possessed the unique ability to bring a sense of order to that internal disarray. That kiss on the shore had overwhelmed me completely, occupying every corner of my mind until nothing else existed but him. Even the old pain we shared was centered entirely around him. When he held me, the world of ballet vanished. The politics of the company, my mother's quiet disappointment, the relentless pressure to bounce back. I couldn't fret about tomorrow when he commanded every bit of my here and now, and if we only lived in the present, didn't that mean we were safe from future heartache? You're awfully quiet over there, Allie, he said, his hands gripping the counter's edge. What if I want 5 minutes for myself?
I moved around the kitchen island toward him.
And what role are we playing this time?
His knuckles went pale as I drew closer. The one where you admit you want me. I stopped directly in front of him. His eyes darkened with intensity. That's not a pretense. It's my daily reality. I've existed in a state of wanting you since I was 17. It's the one constant I've ever known. I pushed aside the sudden, confusing rush his words triggered. I recall you mentioning something about coming twice. Was that just arrogant talk?
Or were you making a point?
My gaze held his, and a shiver of anticipation ran over my skin. It was a promise, he said, lifting a hand to trace the line of my cheek with his knuckles. I leaned into the contact. A promise for a time when you aren't trying to use physical closeness to escape what you're feeling. My heart stuttered. He was turning principled on me, and that was the last thing I could deal with right then. Consider this me borrowing from your playbook and ignoring the rules.
You had your 5 minutes. These are mine. I took 2 steps back. Ali, his jaw tightened. So if you want me, you should take the offer. It's a one-time deal. I reached behind me, undid the clasp with a quick motion, and drew the zipper down my side. You're the one who makes decisions, Hudson. So decide, now or not at all. I want to do the honourable thing here, he said, his eyes following my hands as if he was starving and I was unveiling a feast.
That look alone was enough to send my heart racing. Honour is overrated, I countered. The dress parted as I reached my waist. I want you, he said, his voice a low growl. I believe we've covered that. I slid one thin strap off my shoulder. He shook his head. I want everything. No disguises, no barriers, no more pretending this connection between us is some kind of game when we both know it's painful and frightening and incredibly real. I want more than just 5 minutes.
A flash of cold panic shot through me, but it was instantly dissolved by the heat flooding my veins. That isn't going to happen. I would never be naive enough to give him complete access again, not when his history was one of walking away. It will, he said, his certainty unwavering even as I moved my hand to my other shoulder. And I wish I were noble enough not to use physical intimacy as a way to reach you, to hold on to you. But I'm not.
Don't worry, you can't hold on to me,
I said, tugging the second strap down and letting it rest on my arm, savouring how his eyes followed every shift.
I won't allow it. I told you I avoid complications.
Sex for me wasn't about emotion, and he wasn't going to rewrite that rule. Hudson shook his head slowly. This isn't a negotiation, it's a statement of fact. Only truth between us, remember? Every muscle in his body seemed coiled tight.
You're using this to run away, and I'm telling you I'll use it to make you stay. I raised an eyebrow. What's your plan, Hudson? Make the sex so incredible that I never want to leave your bed? That I'll willingly forget our entire past because you're just that skilled? It would never happen. My trusty vibrator delivered results just fine, and I replaced it without sentiment each year. Yes, he said, his eyes dropping to where my dress had slipped another inch. He stifled a groan, and a slight smile touched my lips. I had him. We both knew it. Well then, by all means, give it your absolute best effort, I challenged, lifting my chin. He closed the distance between us in an instant, and I steadied myself for the collision. It was everything I expected. His mouth found mine at the same moment. His hand cradled my jaw, and the other spread wide against my back, drawing me flush against him. Yes, the affirmation echoed through every fibre of my being as my world condensed to the sensation of his lips moving over mine. His thumb pressed gently on my chin, and my mouth parted, welcoming the deliberate, heated sweep of his tongue. It was just as intense and all-encompassing as that first time, and a fleeting worry surfaced. Could he actually make good on his threat to make me crave him? That fear dissolved when his hand drifted down my throat, over the curve of my breast, and along the skin my zipper had exposed. His touch electrified every nerve, raising goosebumps in its path. He kissed me more deeply, his hands gripping my hips before he lifted me effortlessly. I wrapped my arms around his neck, the straps of my dress biting into my skin as I kissed him back with everything I had, my tongue meeting his in a silent declaration. The cold granite of the kitchen island met my thighs, but I barely registered the chill as his mouth returned to mine again and again. He silenced everything else by becoming my entire universe. There was only the taste of him, the feel of his hands, and the raw, urgent need igniting between us. Heat gathered low in my belly as his hands moved over my legs, one skimming the skin revealed by the slit in my dress. Then he nudged my thighs apart to make room for himself, settling between them, spreading me wider to fit him. He nipped at my lower lip before his mouth travelled to my ear, his lips brushing the sensitive curve. If you want this to stop, tell me. If you don't like something, say it. If I cross a line, you tell me. He lifted his head, his gaze locking with mine. Understood? Yes. It was the only word he would get from me. His hand smoothed over the nape of my neck before tangling in my hair. You're so incredibly beautiful. There's no one else like you, Allie. I fisted his vest and pulled him back to my mouth. He groaned into the kiss, the sound fueling a surge of power within me as I worked the buttons free, then tugged the garment off with his assistance. My fingers went to the buttons of his shirt as his mouth descended to my neck. I fumbled once or twice as he revisited every sensitive spot he'd memorized at the beach, coaxing a gasp, then a whimper from my lips. He remembered exactly what I loved and used that knowledge to light me up until I was vibrating with anticipation. My thighs tightened. This was going to be incredible. It already was, and we were still mostly dressed. I yanked his shirt free from his pants as he explored new territory, his lips tracing the skin below, my collarbone, lingering to taste the swell of my breasts while his hand slid along the slit in my dress and up my thigh. Off, I insisted, tugging at his shirt. He grinned against my skin, then pulled away just long enough for the shirt to hit the floor. I placed my palms on his chest when he leaned in to kiss me again and gave a gentle push. He took the hint and straightened. Holy hell, yes! I let out a sigh of pure admiration as I looked my fill, finally taking the time I'd denied myself before. Dancers were typically lean and defined, even the men. But Hudson was something else entirely, built with solid, sculpted muscle, from the broad planes of his chest to the carved ridges of his stomach. I'd seen him without a shirt, but now I stared openly, battling the single word echoing in my mind, mine. I'd never felt this possessive over anyone, and now he was here.
How are you even real?
My eyes found his as I traced the contours of his abs. They tightened under my fingertips.
You're around professional dancers all the time,
he reminded me, a smirk touching his lips. You see fit bodies every day, not like this. I let my fingers follow the defined lines down to his waistband. My entire body felt like it was on fire just from watching him. He moved suddenly, his mouth claiming mine in a kiss that left me breathless.
I'm trying to behave, he murmured, his voice rough. But when you look at me like that, Allie, you're making it very difficult. Then don't try, I breathed against his lips. The kiss deepened, turning urgent and raw. I slipped my arms free from the straps of my dress, relying on the structured bodice to hold it up as his hand slid along my thigh. I broke the kiss, gasping, when his fingers traced the edge of my silk underwear, his other hand tangled in my hair, giving a gentle pull.
My back arched instinctively, my hands bracing behind me, and the dress slipped down to my waist. Damn, he whispered, his gaze sweeping over me with a hunger that made my pulse race. You are incredible. His mouth found my breast, his tongue teasing, and a sharp, sweet shock of desire shot through me. It was even more intense when he gave the same attention to the other. My hips moved restlessly, and his fingers traced a path from my hip down my inner thigh. He was so close to where I desperately needed him, turning me to liquid with every touch. I had never felt this kind of urgency before, a frantic, aching need that felt essential. You should tell me to stop now, he said, his fingers stroking over the thin barrier of fabric. He nipped lightly at my skin before meeting my eyes. More, I insisted. Stopping was the last thing on my mind, Ollie. He kissed me softly, his fingers slipping beneath the edge of my underwear.
I believe our time is up. Care to negotiate an extension? For God's sake, Hudson, just don't stop. I steadied myself with one hand, the other gripping his shoulder. He watched my face intently as his fingers found me, and a low groan escaped him. "Ali, you're perfect!" I gasped as he brushed a particularly sensitive spot.
His eyes opened, and I couldn't decide what was more arousing, the deliberate circling motion of his fingers just shy of where I wanted them, or the way he looked at me, as if I held some profound secret. "So soft," he murmured, tracing a circle. "So warm. Another circle. Perfect." He shifted his hand to support my back as I arched against him, my hips seeking the pressure and rhythm that would ease the delicious tension coiling tighter with every movement. I wrapped one leg around him, adjusting the angle until his next touch landed exactly right. A stunning wave of pleasure crashed through me, drawing a moan that seemed to fill the room. I moved against his hand, chasing the peak that felt so tantalizingly near. "Tell me something," he whispered, his mouth hovering over mine as he eased back, denying me. "Are you always this decisive about what you want?" I answered by pulling him into a fierce kiss, rocking my hips in frustration when his touches remained teasingly light. "You are, aren't you?" he said, his gaze steady and far too composed while I trembled. "You know precisely how to get what you need. Efficient, direct, you have arrangements, not connections." "Yes," I admitted, thrusting my hips again, only for him to pull away completely. A cry of pure frustration tore from my throat as the release I'd been so close to vanished into the air. "What are you doing?" "Taking back the release you almost had, so I can ruin you with the one I'm about to give you." His fingers traced circles, rebuilding the sensation he'd just stolen, and his mouth found my breast, his tongue moving in that same maddening rhythm until the coiled tension inside me burned hotter than ever. He repeated the pattern, pulling back each time I neared the edge, only to start again, stoking a fiercer need, winding me tighter until I was trembling beneath him. My fingers tangled in his hair, scraping down the back of his neck. "Hudson!" It was a desperate sound, his eyes darkened with raw hunger. "Say it again!" His touch drifted lower, and a sudden realization hit me. I'd surrendered control, yet somehow I felt more powerful. "Hudson!" A single finger slid inside, and I gasped as my body clenched around him. "Hudson!" A second finger joined the stretch, so achingly good it made me whimper. It had been far too long. "Hudson!" I breathed, arching my hips. "So damn perfect." A low groan vibrated from his chest, and I decided right then I needed to hear that sound forever. "You're burning up for me, aren't you?" I pulled him down and kissed him, whispering against his lips, "Hudson, yes." He took my mouth in a deep, claiming kiss as his fingers began to move, thrusting with a steady, addictive rhythm that promised exactly how he'd feel inside me. It was overwhelming, and yet not nearly enough. "I need you," I cried into the kiss. "I'm right here." His thumb pressed against me as his fingers worked deeper, and that bright, coiling tension pulled all my focus inward. My eyes started to close, my thighs tightening around his hand. "Look at me, Ali," he commanded, and I forced my gaze to stay locked on his as he curled his fingers, hitting that perfect spot. Oh God, if he stopped now, I'd die. I'd just dissolve right here. My breaths came in ragged pants, my hips rocking for more. He gave it, and the tension swelled to a breaking point. "You're right there, love, aren't you?" "Hudson." It was barely a whisper as every muscle in my body tightened. "Yes." "All mine," he murmured, and the next stroke was all it took. I shattered. Waves of pleasure crashed over me, one after another, each as intense as the last, cresting again and again as I cried out, clinging to Hudson like he was my only anchor. He brushed a kiss over my lips as I came down, then slowly withdrew his hand. "You're incredible, a total revelation. I could watch you fall apart every single day and never tire of it." His gaze swept over me with something like awe, and I managed to smile. "You can't possibly mean that after just once." I reached for his belt. He went still, staring at me with an unreadable expression, some mix of wonder and disbelief. What? My hands dropped, accidentally brushing against the hard length of him. Do that again? My fingers found his belt buckle. Not that. Smile, he said, his voice soft. What? My lips curved as I watched his eyes widen. There you are, God, I've missed that. He kissed me, long and deep, his fingers hooking into the straps of my underwear and sliding the silk down my thighs, his mouth leaving mine only when he tugged the fabric free. The utterly ravenous look he gave me sent a fresh surge of heat through my veins, catching me off guard. Normally, once was enough for me, but a new deep need sparked to life as he settled between my legs. Holy hell, I didn't just want to please him, I genuinely wanted him. I sat up and kissed him fiercely, my tongue sweeping into his mouth. His hands gripped my hips as I reached between us and palmed him through his pants. Hot, hard, thick, exactly what I craved. The groan he let out was the kind of sound I wanted to memorize, but he surprised me by capturing my wrists and gently moving my hands away. Hudson, I murmured, between kisses as he laid me back against the cool granite. I always keep my word. He shifted off of me, settling between my legs and pushing the torn fabric of my dress up to my waist. My heart hammered. Hudson, I don't usually knot twice in a row. Consider that a personal challenge. His mouth found me, and I gasped as his tongue traced a slow, deliberate path. Our eyes held as he repeated the motion, sending a jolt through my spine. Even better than I imagined, he murmured, his voice rough. And I've imagined this for a long time, Allie. He hooked my legs over his shoulders, drawing me to the very edge of the counter. 11 years is a long wait. My head fell back as he worked, a masterful blend of tenderness and torment. Each stroke built the pressure, each flicker of his tongue left me breathless and begging. I twisted beneath him, caught in a current of sensations so sharp it verged on agony, my fingers tangling in his hair, not to push him away but to hold him there. Don't you dare stop, I breathed. He had no intention of stopping. Hudson, I whimpered, my world narrowing to the relentless rhythm he set. The teasing ceased, replaced by a focused, consuming intensity. When my muscles coiled tight, he only pushed further, the broad stroke of his tongue combined with the deep thrust of his fingers shattering my last shred of control. My body was a live wire, vibrating with a tension that demanded release. With one final, precise pressure, I broke, crying out as everything dissolved into blinding, shuddering waves of pleasure. He held me steady, an arm across my hips, anchoring me through the storm until I lay spent and boneless against the cool granite. It wasn't an empty boast, I finally managed, my voice unsteady as I fought to catch my breath. That infuriating, perfect grin flashed across his face as he carefully lowered my legs and stood. The look in his eyes, as he surveyed me, had me scrambling to sit up. My turn, I said, my fingers going to his belt before he could get any ideas about a third round. Allie, he whispered, a raw edge to his voice as the distinct click of a key in the front door lock cut through the moment a heartbeat before it swung open, hitting the stopper with a thud. I froze. Damn it! Hudson snarled, moving with startling speed. He righted my bodice, lifted me from the counter, and set me on my feet, my dress falling back into place as he pressed me against the cabinets to steady my trembling legs. The hard evidence of his own frustration was a stark reminder of what had just been interrupted. This could not be happening, anyone home. Eva's voice echoed, her heels tapping on the hardwood just as Hudson tugged my zipper up. She stepped into the kitchen. There you. Her eyes went wide, and she spun around. You have got to be kidding me. She turned back, gesturing wildly at the bar stools. We have meals here. Her gaze dropped, did a double-take at Hudson's bare chest, and I instinctively shifted to block her view. Clothed or not, he was mine. Wow. Just wow. She gave me an exaggerated thumbs up. Get it, Allie. I wished the floor would open up and vanish me on the spot. Her eyes drifted downward, but it wasn't his discarded shirt that caught her attention. I followed her gaze and immediately wanted to die. She arched a pointed eyebrow at the flash of hot pink lace on the floor. "And get it, Hudson! Eva!" My voice cracked with mortification. "Right, right," she said, turning her back again. "Sorry to crash the party. I saw you bolt from the gala and came by after dinner in case you needed to talk. Clearly, you found a much more hands-on form of comfort." I buried my burning face in Hudson's chest, and he pressed a kiss into my hair.
"All right, I'm heading up to bed."
She made her way down the hallway toward the staircase. "Anne is staying at her own place tonight, so you two have the kitchen. Just try to keep the noise down. These walls are practically paper, and I really don't need to hear any of that. And for heaven's sake, wipe down those counters with bleach before you start cooking on them." The click of her bedroom door closing finally let me exhale fully. That did not just happen. I lifted my head from where it had been buried. Oh, it definitely did. Hudson scooped his clothes off the floor and passed me my underwear. This is exactly why I prefer living by myself, because he didn't want his parade of women to be interrupted. The idea gave me an immediate, visceral shudder, but he had every right to do as he pleased. Just as soon as our little act was over, in 7 weeks he'd be completely free, because I wasn't going to hold on to him. I couldn't. How could I ever trust someone who had walked away when I was at my absolute lowest? And yet, here I was, having just used him, plain and simple, twice, and he had allowed it. What on earth was wrong with me? Whatever is going through your head, cut it out. He took my chin gently between his thumb and forefinger, turning my face toward his. He truly did have the most striking eyes. "I used you to work through my own anger." A sharp twist of guilt tightened in my chest. "I'm sorry, I'm not." He took a step back, dropping his hand. "But I'm glad we stopped. I want you to want me when we're together." Humiliation made my shoulders slump. "I did want, just want," he clarified, tilting his head thoughtfully. "No, need is better. Pure need without any of the other complications." He glanced toward the hallway. "I'll sleep in the guest room. Don't worry, I'll be up before Eva notices. Are you? God, I had felt how aroused he was. All right?" He gave a single, firm nod. "Nothing kills the mood faster than your little sister showing up. Right." I wrapped my arms tightly around myself. "I'm truly sorry. It won't happen again. Don't make promises you might regret." He pulled his shirt on and closed the small distance between us. "I meant every word I said. If you're going to use someone as an escape, it's going to be me. Sure, I'd prefer if you needed me, but I'll take you any way I can get you, Allie. I feel like a complete jerk. Really." His gaze travelled down my body as if he could still see me without my clothes, which, technically, he pretty much could. "I'd have thought you'd be feeling pretty relaxed after I got you there twice." My mouth fell open slightly. A confident, knowing smirk played on his lips as he stepped back. "What was it you said I should do? Feck you so well you'd never want to leave my bed. Hand out orgasms? That's 2 down, and a lifetime to go. Sounds to me like things are proceeding exactly as planned." He turned and walked down the hall to the guest bedroom. Ugh! He had absolutely delivered on the orgasms. Present-day me was officially furious at past me. We could not let that happen again. This time, I really meant it.